Part 2. Afraid of Sunrise. Chapter 11. For a woman of Jaina Solo's age, it was only natural that her thoughts should turn frequently to death. Jaina Solo was an antidote to that, sometimes. It was one of the reasons why she'd spent the last few years on this world, where every speck of life contributed to a unified and single awareness that existed in the Force in a way she'd never really understood and never would. There were other reasons, too. She'd come here with Luke Skywalker, who liked this lush planet so much more than barren Ossus. Her grandchildren had reached young adulthood too fast, but Ben's grandson was still a child, and there was much she wanted to make sure he learned. To be here had felt an imperative after the death of Tenno Ka. That was really what had marked the change, if she was honest. Jedi Knight, proud warrior woman, and reluctant queen, Jaina's friend had shouldered on as long as she could, but against the invariable depredations of age and illness there were no victors. Tenno Ka's stubborn resolve and rigorous fitness regimen, kept up since their days at the academy together on Yavin 4, had delayed the end but not stopped it. Nothing ever stopped the death of the body. As Jedi they knew that beyond death there was the Force. It was the credo at the heart of everything. But sometimes, when faced with crude matters, unstopping decay, credo felt like a mere hope. There were barely any left now. Lobaka, frustratingly in his Wookiee's prime. Tahiri as old as her. Everyone else had gone ahead. Tenno Ka and Raynor, peacefully after long lives. Jagged after accomplishing so much. For too many others it had been too short. Ben, Zek, Taranzel, Aunt Mara, Jacen, and Anakin. Chewbacca. Her first wingmate in Rogue Squadron, Annie Captison, shot down over Aether when Jaina had been just 17 years old. It was amazing where thoughts went when they wandered, and Jaina had a long, full life for them to range. Back during the U.S. and Vong War, when she'd been so young but already old, she mentally resigned herself to dying before the conflict ended and walled her heart away from everyone, even Jacen and Jagged. When Luke had pronounced her sword of the Jedi, it had been more a curse than an honor. Always will you be in the front rank, a burning brand to your enemies, a brilliant fire to your friends. She'd felt condemned to live a loveless life of fighting, until one day the fighting took her and left her family and loved ones to grieve. She still couldn't believe she'd outlived them all. One effect of age was that sleep was never as sound as it used to be. Jaina usually woke before sunrise, and had made a habit of leaving the small, simple demudeck in which she liked to see the dawn from the hillcrest west of the middle distance. It was a warm season on that part of Jaina Solo, warm and damp, but in nighttime it got comfortably cool. Jaina threw a cloak over her body, carefully walked the uphill path to the bench that overlooked the settlement, and sat down to watch. Layers of thin gray clouds hung in the east, and the sun appeared not as a burning disk but as bands of red and yellow that illuminated mounting strips of milky vapor. Beneath the cloudscape was the city, such as it was, thousands of demudecks like hers, dome-shaped fong-formed shells, mixed in with higher spiraling structures crafted from your coral. Around it all, endless sprawling hills draped in multicolored borer trees. On clear bright sunrises the forest gained a beautiful rainbow sheen, but that was not to be this morning. Jaina didn't mind. Every sunrise was different on every world. As she sat on the bench she wondered how many suns she'd seen rise over how many worlds. Jaina Solo, Ossus, Coruscant, Shidu Mad, Yavin 4, where sunrise sometimes joined with planet rise, Tatooine where twin suns rose as one to chase away deep night. Them and so many more. They seemed more numerous than all the friends she'd lost, which was a warming thought. Even if she could remember every sunrise on every world, her mind could never encompass all their diverse and fleeting beauties. When Solo appeared beside her, the living world did not announce its presence. It simply appeared, manifesting its planet-sprawling consciousness as a Force vision. It did not come to her often, but when it did, it could choose the form of any being that had visited Jaina in the past and touched his mighty soul in the Force. This morning, as it often did, Solo took the form of a boy barely older than Cole was now. He had dirty blonde hair, a round face, and a plain pale tunic. Why Solo preferred to meet Jaina wearing the visage of Anakin Skywalker, her grandfather as he'd met Solo over a century ago, she didn't know. but in a strange way she'd come to like it. It spoke of the line that ran straight through all the years and turmoil, from Anakin to her, from Anakin to Cole Skywalker, and whatever child Cole would bear in turn. Eventually, when the fresh rosy colors of sunrise had changed to milky yellows and grays, Jaina looked to the living world and asked, "Are you just here for the view?" The boy's face, so innocent, so young, turned to Jaina. "Is there anything wrong with that?" "No. But the sun's always rising on you somewhere. Can't you see it any time? It's because it's happening all the time that sunrise isn't special for me. To watch it with you, to feel it with you, that's what makes it worthwhile." Jaina smiled wryly. "You're saying it's beautiful because of our short little mortals' lives. I'm mortal too, Jaina. If someone smashed an asteroid into Zanima or launched a weapon to destroy its biosphere, I'm sure it would extinguish my consciousness." She never thought of it like that. Life after death was no abstract matter to Sekit. Using the great power of a living world, it could reach into the Force and pluck out the souls of those it had known who left their bodies behind. It could retrieve them and let them speak to those still in the flesh. For her brother Jason, it had done even more. Sekit knew more about what came after life than any being in the galaxy, but the expression on that smooth boy's face was uncertain, almost anxious. Jaina said, "Your consciousness would pass into the Force, like ours does. To become one with the Force is to lose some of what you are now," Sekit said thoughtfully. "I don't fully understand it. I can't, since I've never experienced it. When I draw souls of those I've known out of the Force, I have to look for familiar shades. That's why I can only find those I've known in life. I need the memory of them to give an image to their souls." "You mean we cease to exist as individual consciousness? You become something greater, and you become part of it. Your uncle once told me it's like a drop into an ocean, but does the ocean remember the drop?" "I'm sorry. Even if I understood, there'd be no words to explain it." She remembered something Jason had said a long time ago. The truth is already greater than the words we use to describe it. At the end of the U.S. Hinvong War, her brother had merged with the Force, touching his unifying aspect beyond light and dark, beyond thought or words. He'd come back alive after it, but spent the rest of his life trying to regain that perfect union. That desire had helped lead to his downfall. She looked down at the hands she folded in her lap. They were small things, wrinkled and frail. She's used those hands to shove a lightsaber through Jason's heart and used them to bury that same lightsaber in the deserts of Tatooine as two suns rose in front of her. She'd used them to caress Jag's face, ruffle Arlen's hair, clutch Call's even smaller hand. Her hands told the story of a life, and once the hands and body were gone, she didn't know how much of the life would truly remain. As she watched the last hints of sunrise fade into dim gray, she asked Sekit, "This isn't a very Jedi thought, but are you ever afraid of what comes next?" Those young and ancient eyes held hers, and she felt she was seeing just a little of the planet's incomprehensible soul. "Of course," it said, "every life fears its end." The raw honesty in that admission made her look away. She tried to think of something to say, but when she glanced back at the spot beside her, it was empty. The living world, still all around her, had drawn its attention elsewhere. She looked back at the cloudy sky and decided to stay for a while and watch. After as long a life as hers, after all she'd done, it felt good to have no place to be. Just when he thought he was in the clear, a branch came out of nowhere and smacked Cole Skywalker in the face. He fell back and landed butt first in the dirt, and before he could get back up, he heard a voice call through the undergrowth ahead, "Have you fallen behind, Jade?" Cole planted both palms in the ground and shoved himself upright. "No, I'm good." He lowered his head and charged forward again. Since coming to Zamana Sekit, he'd become an expert in the wild terrain that surrounded the middle distance. He knew the parts that were old forests full of spaced-out, thick-trunked borer trees. He knew where the tall grass fields were and the few scattered lakes. He knew how the hills rose and fell, and he knew the patches of young growth where the boras were smaller and surrounded by dense brush and longleaf ferns. The last kind of terrain was the most difficult to get through, even for an 11-year-old boy, and he couldn't figure out why his friend was so determined to lead him here. The brush kept obscuring his view, and he was surprised when the ground fell into a slope beneath him. He held both hands in front of his face as momentum carried him forward, tipped his body back and tried not to fall, and finally made it to the bottom of the slope. When he lowered his hands, he looked around in all directions. He was in a crevasse of some kind, hidden from the morning sun by shadows from the opposite wall. When he turned his gaze from the steep slopes and towering trees, he finally spotted his companion. The Yuuzhan Vong girl, chalk white face yet unmarked by tattoos and long black hair pulled up into a top knot, stood with hands impatiently planted on her hips. "I knew you would get here eventually, Jade," she said with just the hint of a smile. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Nayrin," Cole said. "So what are we doing here?" "I have something special to show you. Come." She waved a beckoning hand and slipped into the brush that clogged the bottom of the crevasse. Cole fought aside, threw up hands to shield his face, and followed her. She wasn't hurrying this time, wasn't challenging him to see if he could keep up with her. When he cleared the dense patch, he found her on the other side, standing in front of a small grotto. Subterranean water seeped through cracks in the bare vertical rock face and trickled down into a patch of soil left in shadow. Cole's eyes took a moment to adjust to the dimness. Then he saw the half-dozen-meter-long stalks rising from the dirt. Instead of the green skin of plants or the bark of trees, these stalks had a red scaly surface, and their visible tips ended with snouts and fine-toothed jaws. Cole had seen amphistaff groves before, in the zone set aside for Yuuzhan Vong shapers, but he'd never expected to find one here. The young amphistaffs twitched, restless and alive, as Nayrin stepped among them. She ran a hand out and caressed the head of the nearest creature. Though she was only Cole's age, a few long tool-tipped fingers had already been grafted to her hand, marking her as a member of the race's shaper caste. As young as she was already learning to breed new creatures. "Well, Jade," she asked Cole, "what do you think? You made these all by yourself?" "Of course. Come closer." Cole didn't budge. Amphistaffs were bred to be recognized Yuuzhan Vong as their masters and be aggressive to all other species. Older amphistaffs could be trained to accept human masters, but young ones in their groves instinctively lashed out at the unfamiliar. "Come, Cole." Nayrin extended a hand. "You will be safe. I promise you." "Did you do something with these? Modify their genes or something to make them docile?" "They are not docile. They are merely accepting. Please trust me." Cole was not excited about being a lab rat in an especially dangerous science project, but he knew Nayrin had a natural gift for shaping the same way he had a natural touch with the Force. He took a few steps forward, and the amphistaffs didn't snap at him. He reached and took her hand. She drew him forward, fully into the grove. Young amphistaffs trembled a little at his proximity, but none of them lashed out to attack with their poison jaws. "Will you?" Cole breathed out. This is amazing, Nayrin. How did you do this?" "No, never mind. I wouldn't understand if you told me." "It has been my project for many months." She kept holding Cole's hand and used the other to pet an amphistaff's head. "I'm glad it succeeded." "Yeah, I'm pretty overjoyed they're not biting me to pieces," he said, though he wasn't confident enough to try and touch one of the things. "Have you showed this to anyone else?" "No. It has been my well-hidden secret until now." "Really? You mean you haven't told any of the shapers?" "I have asked them for tools and advice. They indulge me." She stroked the underside of the amphistaff's jaw. "This is good, isn't it? They say too many people still fear the Yuuzhan Vong. Someday I wish. It'll be different one day." He gave her hand a short squeeze. "Once we earn their trust and prove we are no longer a threat," she said, almost wistful. "It was a fine dream to have." Scars from the Yuuzhan Vong invasion 70 years ago were still fresh for many beings. The mess embroiling her brother Nat on Arquilla was a good example. Cole had never met any of Nayrin's people before coming to Zanima II, and at first he'd been skeptical and scared, but he saw now the new society, the Jedi, and Yuuzhan Vong had built together. It was something he wished he could share with all the beings across the galaxy who trusted neither. A thought occurred to him. Don't we have lessons today? Nayrin looked up at the sun. Not for an hour or more. Yeah, and how long is it going to take us to get there from here? We don't want to be late. Your point is taken, Jade. She withdrew her hand from his. We shouldn't keep her waiting. Getting out of the ravine was no easy task. They had to crawl up on their hands and feet, and once they got to level ground, they got lost twice trying to find the path that would take them to the lake where their teacher held daily lessons. By the time they stumbled in, dirty and sweating, the rest of the group was already assembled, just under 20 children, half US Hinvong and half Jedi. The halves mixed freely as the students took their places, sitting on round flat stones arranged in a semicircle around one large boulder at the edge of the lake. Sitting with her back to the water was their teacher. Tahiri Vila was a small and shrunken figure like Call's great aunt. As she sat cross-legged on the boulder, a gray cloak stitched from animal skin hid her form, revealing only a face framed by twin sheets of long white hair. Against the lines and wrinkled on that face, they could all make out the 3 scars on her forehead left long ago by US Hinvong shapers who had cut open her mind and attempted to turn a Jedi apprentice into one of them. Most of the young Jedi here had some personal connection to the US Hinvong War. Among them were a Tynan and an Ithorian who'd grown up on foreign planets after US Hinvong bioweapons ravaged their homeworlds. Call's connection wasn't nearly so personal, though he'd heard plenty of stories about the conflict from his great Aunt Jaina before coming here. Master Vila gathered them to tell them more. She spoke today like she always did, in thoughtful, measured tones. She recounted a little bit about the war and more about the long efforts to build a society on Zanima II. When the lesson finished and the students began to scatter, Master Vila gestured for Cole and Nayrin to come join her. They stood in front of her boulder, and though the old woman was barely bigger than Cole, she managed to fix him an intimidating stare from her high perch. You two arrived in an interesting state, she said. I hope you didn't have problems getting here. Not at all, Master Quad, said Nayrin. Tahiri preferred her US Hinvong students refer to her by the name of the mind implanted by the Shapers, the mind that had reached a curious coexistence with its Jedi counterpart and become a strange precursor to the future of both Jedi and US Hinvong. You look like you've been crawling through the dirt. She cast an up-down look over Cole. He awkwardly tried to brush away the dark stains on his trousers. We just did some exploring, he told her, and immediately regretted it. As a US Hinvong, invisible in the Force, Nayrin might have been able to get away with lying to Master Vila, but for Cole it was a lost cause. To his surprise, the old woman's stern expression relaxed into a smile. You wouldn't have been exploring a certain shady grotto with a new amphistaff grove, would you? How did you? Nayrin stopped and picked up her jaw. I am sorry, Master Quad. My intent was not deception. What was it then? She sounded curious. I have been trying to develop amphistaff that do not react with hostility to humans. And you brought Cole along to test your hypothesis. Yes, Master. She got stern again. That's very dangerous. Your project is ambitious and admirable, but if it had gone wrong, you could have killed Cole. Cole had thought the same thing, but he stepped into the grove anyway. It's all right, Master Vila. Cole, please, she said sternly. Just because your brother is off risking his life doesn't mean you have to. Cole looked down at his feet, sullen. Nat was 4 years older, and 4 years meant a lot at their age. He was with Uncle Arlen, actively doing things to try and fix the problems on Arquilla. Cole liked being on Zanima II more than Baron Ossus. He liked being with Nayrin, Jaina, and Tahiri, but he still wished he could be out there like Nat, doing Jedi things instead of just learning how. What you two are doing is good, Tahiri said. Tone softened again. But remember what you are. You'll be a Jedi one day, Cole, and Nayrin, you'll be a fine shaper. But that day is in the future. Step beyond your boundaries and you'll be a danger to people without meaning it. For now, you are students and I'm your teacher. We understand, Master Quad. I will inform the shapers of my discoveries and let them proceed. I'm glad. And don't do anything like this without telling your seniors. Do you understand? Yes, Master Quad. Cole. Yes, Master Vila? Her expression relaxed one last time, and Cole felt a brush of fondness through the Force. When she smiled, it was faint, but it creased the sides of her face and wrinkled the 3 scars on her forehead. I'm glad I've made that lesson clear. What you two are doing should be done. Just be sure to do it right. Together you give me hope for the future in ways you can never know. The U.S. Henvong had been settled on Zanima Second for 70 years and created whole new generations who knew nothing of the devastating war their grandparents had wrought. A society could change a lot in 2 generations, and so could a city. Other times they didn't change enough. When Jaina heard the news about Arquilla and how Arlen was involved, she wondered if the people of Alliance who'd been uprooted from their homes by the U.S. Henvong would ever truly adapt. In comparison, the U.S. Henvong themselves had made greater strides. It's easier for them here, Tahiri told her over afternoon tea. Zanima is a controlled environment, literally, and they're isolated from the complications of larger galactic politics. Meeting with her old friend every day had become a staple of Jaina's life here. The 2 of them had been through so much together, good and terrible, but these conversations were always slow and relaxed, shadowed by the past but not weighted by them. Isolation isn't a bad thing, Jaina said. Not for the U.S. Henvong. I agree. There's still a lot of people out there who'd do them harm if they could. For that reason, the location of Zanima Second was kept a careful secret by the Jedi Order. They acted as custodians of the planet and liaisons between the exiled U.S. Henvong and the Galactic Alliance. Sometimes that helped build trust between all 3 parties. Other times it weakened it. Things were in flux now, but there was at least some good news of late. Word came down from MR-LSST today, Jaina said. Their research team just set out. They'll rendezvous with our people in 2 days and should be on Zanima in 3. I'll be glad to have them, said Tahiri. I know Nesrian will be too. Cooperation with the Alliance was often tentative, but over the past few months Jaina and the U.S. Henvong Master Shaper had negotiated with the team of research xenobiologists and cleared the way for them to come to Zanima and assist in the decades-long process of restoring the ecosystem on the planet's southern hemisphere. Zanima Second's first encounter with its children a decade before the Clone Wars had left massive swathes of its lower continents uninhabitable. Since their exile, the U.S. Henvong had worked hard at restoring that ravaged land to limited success, and their Shapers and the Jedi had both agreed that outside expertise was needed. They carefully screened the lead researchers from the university on MR-LSSTN. As an extra safety precaution, the team was set to rendezvous with a Jedi shuttle at Isfandia and travel from there to Zanima Second's secret location. It was the kind of politically neutral collaboration that everyone stood to gain from, and Jaina hoped the researchers could accelerate the healing of the southern wastes. Do you plan to stay with the researchers once they arrive? Tahiri asked after taking a sip of tea. For the beginning, at least. What about you? For the beginning. I was wondering if you wanted to take anyone else down there. Like who? Jaina asked, though she already knew. Well, sighed Tahiri, I found out that this morning a certain young Jedi was shown a science project by a certain young Shaper. She didn't the sound of that. What kind of science project? It seems Nay Ren has been breeding amphistaphs in a secret grove. She'd been trying to train them not to attack humans and needed to test her work. Jaina slumped in her chair and breathed deeply. That Cole wasn't dead meant Nay Ren's project was a success. That the test had happened at all meant her great-nephew was dangerously stupid, or dangerously brave, or maybe both. I'll have a talk with him, Jaina said. I already did, but it would mean even more coming from you. Tahiri blew a little steam from her tea. It's a little nostalgic, isn't it? What do you mean? You know, running out into the forest without adult supervision, finding strange and dangerous creatures, risking your neck. If anything, Yavin 4 had possessed more dangerous fauna than Zanima Second, from ancient Sith-bred monsters to marooned Imperial pilots. Tahiri, Jaina, Anakin, and Jacen and the rest had all taken lots of brave, stupid risks exploring the jungles around the Jedi Academy. It had been mostly exciting then, and looking back after a lifetime, it filled her with the warm glow of golden memories. But as an old woman entrusted with the care of Ben Skywalker's grandson, the thought of Cole doing the same appalled her. Tahiri saw all that on her face and smiled softly. I also talked with Nesriem. He's decided to reward Nayrin's initiative and take her down south so she can see what real research and innovation look like. Cole's going to be lonely without his playmate. Will he? She sighed again. She was glad, very glad, that the boy had become close with the young shaper. That kind of friendship between humans and Yua's Hinvong, earnest and devoid of history's baggage, was all too rare. But Cole was also a Skywalker, and that name carried weight of its own, and he was already trying hard to live up to it. Trying too hard, taking brave and stupid risks. I think he should come for a little while, Tahiri said bluntly. He can't see what real research looks like, and he can be supervised by adults at all times. She raised good points. Jaina also knew that, if they forced Cole to stay in the middle distance while his friend went away, he'd feel left out and resentful. This was a learning experience for him in more ways than one, and if destiny would demand as much of Cole as it had from Luke, Ben, or Jade, it was best to learn things early. Adult supervision. Jaina wagged a finger at Tahiri. That's the key? I think so too. Tahiri smiled again and sipped a little more. Chapter 12. Over the past few days on Arquilla, Arlen and Nat had both grown increasingly restless. Jay's sudden and barely explained departure left her son quietly anxious. Arlen had already been concerned about his daughter, who hadn't sent word since receiving his initial request to help. They were in no position to settle things between the planet's fighting factions, and even Chance had turned over the fate of his Arquilla operations to a team of engineers and legal assessors who'd flown in from Coruscant. When the update finally came in from Marin, it sent everything into motion. She said she was on Lantills right now, less than 6 hours forward from Arquilla, but Arlen resisted the urge to fire up Starlight Champion's engines and join her. They'd been brought onto this mission by Chance, after all, and he deserved to know what Marin had found. So did the Alliance for that matter, which was why Arlen planned on messaging Alana with the information too. Before he could patch in that call, though, Chance said he needed to hail his business partner on Coruscant and, to Arlen's slight surprise, insisted the Jedi be in on the call. Arlen grabbed Nat too, and both of them hovered over Chance as he sat in Champion's co-pilot's seat and patched in the connection. It had been almost a decade since Arlen had seen Volgma, but Hutt's aged slower than humans, and if he's grown any more corpulent, Arlen couldn't tell from the holo image. It sounds like this will end the shipments to Arquilla, Volgma said once Chance had relayed everything. Most Hutts thought it was beneath their dignity to speak basic, but this one was an exception. That is good news, but I am not sure what good it will do for us. The surveyors have a pretty grim assessment, Chance said. The refinery's pretty much beyond salvage. We're going to have to tear the entire thing down, which is going to cost money, and if we want to build a new installation. It is too much, Volgma flapped a small hand. We'll have to cut our losses, great as they are. According to the Alliance officials I've spoken with, we may receive some compensation from the government, depending on the settlement struck on Arquilla. Right now there's not even negotiations going down, let alone a settlement, Arlen put in. Duros and Tynan factions are attacking each other more freely, and we're seeing plenty of imported weapons. There's no way to know whether taking out that Lantil storehouse is going to end the flow or not, which is why I'm going to go meet with Marin and investigate further. He made no mention of the Imperial Knights who'd also shown up at Lantills. If they were pursuing criminal allies of Veer's, that was their prerogative, and he hoped they could work together. It had been a long time since he'd seen his nephews, and he was curious to see how strong Vitor and Roan had grown in the Force, and if their teaching stayed as true to the light side as their mother had promised it would. Investigating Hutt criminal syndicates was neither easy nor safe, and Arlen frankly ached to ask if Volgma knew anything that could help them. He knew from experience that the Hutt took great offense if anyone even implied he had criminal connections. But after all this time, he still wasn't clear how Volgma had ended up a legitimate business being on Coruscant. He only knew that he'd been one for about a century, which wasn't so long in Hutt terms. Chance, though, was willing to take the plunge. I've got to ask, Volgma, how do the Visadii relate to the other Hutt clans nowadays? Volgma made a rumbling sound. They are newly eager. Sounds like people who'd want to cash in on Arquilla. New leadership. I believe their current Khajiitic is Sorg Visadii Bezhin. He has been active for, 3 standard centuries, but I've never known him to be so bold before. Do you know Sorg? Asked Nat. Arlen fought a wince and awaited an angry denial, but instead Volgma said, we have met, long ago. But mostly I have heard of his activities. What kind of relationship do the Visadii have with the Angeliac? Asked Chance. It has never been good, Volgma said, almost reluctantly. I believe Sorg and Vito Angeliac have an especially poor relationship. Y'all believe? Nat repeated. Where are you hearing this from? Don't mind my apprentice, Volgma, Arlen pleaded. He's just curious. He doesn't really understand. Volgma, Chance said seriously, if you can help them out with this, it will help us too. We might even be able to recoup some losses if the Alliance has someone they can hold responsible for the weapon shipments. What are you expecting? Huffed Volgma. Do you think you can somehow place Sorg in a jail cell on Coruscant for what he's done? Even the Empire never imprisoned a Khajiitic. No Hutt would ever betray another Hutt to outside authorities. It's unthinkable. We're not even working with the Alliance right now, Arlen reminded. We just want to get to the source of this. If we can strike some kind of deal, so much the better. Stopping the shipments is the first step toward peace on Arquilla, and the sooner peace comes, the more likely your company is to get some reparations for what you've lost. Volgma made another deep noise that sounded like a growl, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at Arlen. If he'd been speaking to the giant Hutt in person, he'd have been scared. Then Volgma released a sigh that sounded loud enough to rattle the room. Can you beings meet me in the Dasucha system in 4 days? Arlen didn't understand. Dasucha was deep inside Hutt space, but his grandparents had used it as a rebel alliance base nearly a century ago. What was there now? He didn't know. Chance, though, seemed to get it. I think we can handle that. Arlen, this bucket of bolts is ready to fly, right? Yeah, getting there won't be a problem. He looked at Volgma's holo. It would be nice if I knew what to expect. Tell your spawn to get every bit of information she can from that storehouse's computer system. She'll be delivering it to the Angeliac. What happens next? We shall see. 4 days, remember? Absolutely, said Chance. Then I will make sure they're expecting you. You are still flying the same ship, aren't you? Jedi Fel. It's my one and only. Then everything will be arranged for you. Make sure you are ready. Good day. The holo shut off abruptly. Neither Arlen nor Nat could keep from staring at Chance, who spun his chair to face them and gave an awkward shrug. So I guess you might as well know, he said. Volgma is Vito Angeliac's nephew. Huh? Arlen grunted. So if Vito is Angeliac. But is he Angeliac? I mean, you keep on telling me he's totally gone straight. And he has? But if he is totally legitimate now, does that mean he's still Angeliac? Part of the family even if he's not with the Syndicate? Arlen, I've just told you all I know. The only ones who can explain Hutt politics are Hutts. They don't like to air their dirty laundry with outsiders. He paused. Metaphorical laundry, obviously. Obviously. Arlen looked to his apprentice. Well, it looks like we're going to Hutt space. Are you game for that? Of course. The young man's expression looked bright after days of worrying about his mother. And we'll be meeting Marin too, right? She's got the goods, so we'd better be. As Nat smiled, he added, it sounds like we're going to be teaming up with your cousins Roan and Vitor too. That's the part I don't like, said Chance. In fact, I'm not even sure they should come with us. Chance, this is important. Marin said they're after the people who helped Veers bomb that skyhook. Frankly, that's even bigger than Arquilla. The Hutts are not going to like dealing with Imperials. That's why I didn't mention it to Volgma. If the Angeliac aren't involved, they have nothing to fear from Vitor and Roan. Besides, Imperial Knights have special skills and resources none of us do. Their father's the Emperor, for Kark's sake. Also your brother, Chance added. Yeah, well, brotherly stuff was a long time ago. The point is, we need them with us. He sighed, shrugged. Okay, fine. Who am I to refuse a couple Imperial princes? That's the spirit. Arlen patted his shoulder. Now let me use the comm. I've got to tell Marin what the game plan is. By the time Marin got instructions from her father, Sheriff's mercenaries had already moved in with a big Demorian hauler that locked ports with the storehouse and began loading crate and craft of heavy merchandise. The Mandalorians had already selected their preferred spoils, mostly weapons, to nobody's surprise. Marin coupled her X-Wing to the bottom line and joined her family aboard. The Imperials had retreated to their ship. Vitar remained distant, but when she relayed Arlen's instructions, he said he would be there at Tsucha. Despite the awkwardness, she was glad to have 4 Imperial Knights on this mission, especially since the Skiratas were taking their spoils back to Mandalore. They were all pleased with the mission's outcome, but that didn't make Marin any happier to say goodbye. I always told people having a Jedi in the family would come in handy, Nanette said as she watched Marin check her kit before returning to her X-Wing. Always. Marin raised her brow. Most of the time, Nanette shrugged. I needed to figure out what to make of you first. Marin knew that feeling. Until she was 14, she'd only known the Mandalorian half of her family existed in the abstract. Back then, she'd been an apprentice Jedi on Bastion, with Vitor and Roan, and had assumed her future lay there. Nanette and her father had felt alien and even threatening at first, but she barely remembered that now. Maybe it was possible to straddle the two halves of her life evenly. Maybe this reunion with Vitor would bring revelations, but for now she knew with whom she felt more comfortable. Marin closed her kit and looked over her flight suit before swinging the pack over her back. Do you know what you'll do with the merchandise when you get back to Mandalore? Well, we've got plenty of options. This ship couldn't get any more full, Nanette said as they started making their way through the halls. Bottom line was a ragged but cared for ship, and it reminded her a little of her father. Mecker's ship had far more cargo space, both obvious and hidden, and all of them were as stuffed as could be. You've got enough guns and equipment for a small army here, Marin told her. You must know people you can fence this to. I'm sure Mecker does. And Javar's got more contacts than anybody. Yeah, she admitted. His lead helped get us here. Nanette glanced at her sidelong but said nothing. She knew what Javar Skirata could have been. What he refused to be was what Marin was, more or less, and she doubted she would ever feel comfortable around him, even if he was family. Marin had already said goodbyes to everyone else, but her mother was waiting for her by the airlock. Nanette knew when to give them privacy and drew Marin in for a short, hard hug. Retursai MHI, America, she patted her cousin on the back. Retursai MHI, Nervad, Marin returned. Nanette slipped away, leaving Marin and her mother alone in the corridor. Tamar had been pensive since even before the storehouse raid, which took Marin aback. She never acted this reserved during visits to Mandalore. Marin tried a confident, crooked grin, the kind her dad claimed she'd gotten from his grandfather. I'd offered to let you come along, but my X-Wing doesn't have room for passengers. I know. Did your father say who else you'd be meeting at Tsucha? The Imperial Knights, him, Nat, Chance, and apparently some Hutts. I think they're members of a clan that rivals the Visadii. You don't want to get more tangled up in Hutt business than necessary. There's a reason Mandos don't take contracts from them. Did you ever work for anyone you were free range? Tamar shook her head firmly. No. That's what I'm telling you. They're always playing you for something, and they're always smarter than they look. I understand. I'll be careful. You don't want word to get out that you helped knock over that storehouse either. Or that we did. Are you telling me Dorn and Mecker aren't going to start bragging about what they did in Evertapcaf on Mandalore? They know how to brag, and they know how much to tell and not to tell. None of us want to make enemies of the Hutts. None of us can afford to. She didn't understand why Tamar was so grim, especially after a successful job. It jarred with the typical boldness she'd admired in her mother. Still, she saw the point. According to Nanette, the Skaratas didn't tell other Mandos about their Jedi cousin. Marin's existence wasn't unknown outside the family, but the extent to which she worked with them was. Clan Skarata may have returned to grace after the old Mandalore's death, but Clan Ossus was still out there too. They'd never taken out any revenge killings for Jevern's death, even though Mando Custom almost expected it. That they hadn't was seen as a black mark against the family. If they ever did learn who killed their Mandalore, they'd be sure to act. "I'll be careful, Mom, don't worry," Marin said. "I'll have Dad right alongside me. That's got to count for a lot, right?" "I'd hope so," Tamar admitted. "And he'll have Nat. Plus there'll be Vitor and Rome. What do you make of them?" "You mean do I trust them?" "Of course I trust them." "That's good, but they're not the Vitor and Rome you knew. Priorities change. People change." "Do they change that much, though?" Marin eyed her mother. Tamar had been a Mando until she couldn't. She tried to be other things, but she'd ended up back where she started and didn't, as far as Marin could tell, seem to mind the fact. "I'm just glad you're not taking on a Hutt cartel on your own," she said finally. "You're not the only one." Marin spread her arms. Tamar squeezed her, even tighter than Nanette. They stepped apart. Marin caught her mother's eyes and nodded once. Then she turned, ducked through the airlock portal, and didn't look back. The Imperial Knights had returned to the freighter they'd left docked aboard the station, a copy of the storehouse computer records in hand, and prepared for departure. There were a dozen things Vitor knew he should be doing to prepare, but as he stood in the refresher unit, staring at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't find the will to do any of them. Things had crystallized inside him since meeting Marin. The encounter had brought clarity to his dream and forced him to accept that there was no mistake in it, and no escape. That red blade has passed through his heart, would pass through it. He was already dead. It was just a matter of time. As he stared into his own eyes, he tried to remember how far in advance his visions usually came. The dream of the base on Anshan had come only a day before. Others, he remembered, had been longer, but usually not by much. One, he recalled, had been over a week in advance. But there was no way to tell. His whole body shook and he grasped the sides of the sink for stead. He squeezed the cold metal hard and still couldn't look away from his face. He took it in, the darkness of his eyes, the way hair naturally parted toward the right side, the day's worth of dark stubble that didn't hide the tiny scar on the bottom right side of his cheek, left by a stormtrooper's knife 3 years ago. All the things he knew so well and took for granted, like getting up in the morning and going to sleep at night. All those things would be erased soon. Eyes, hair, stubble and scar, morning and waking. All he'd been would be nothing at all, but until then they continue, for one day or a week or a month. He didn't want to live another month knowing he would die, knowing Marin would look on as a red lightsaber speared his chest. He'd never be able to sleep like that, afraid of every sunrise because each one might be his last. It wasn't fair. He wished he'd never had the damned Force vision, any of the damned visions. They'd saved lives before, but they weren't worth this. The Force was supposed to be a blessing, not a curse. He lifted his left hand off the metal, balled it into a fist, and pounded the sink. Pain shot through his arm, but not enough. He slammed it down again. The side of his smallest knuckle cracked against the hard surface, leaking blood. Pain shot through his hand and up his arm. It was a good kind of pain, visceral and direct. It took his mind off the dread. He kept his fist balled and raised it again. "Vitor," a voice called from outside. "Are you okay in there?" Both hands fell shaken to his side. Vitor stared at his reflection, heard Treese repeated his name, and after steadying himself with a few deep breaths, he said, "Yes, I'll be out in a minute." "We got a hail from Marin. She's in her X-Wing and ready her jump." "I'll be right out," he said, and waited until he felt Treese drift away to slap a bandage on his knuckle and open the door. It was stupid, letting himself go like that. There were 3 other knights on this ship, including his cousin and his brother. They surely felt his agony just then, without understanding. He needed to restrain himself. He needed to focus. Their lives and many more depended on him. He had to remember that, and try to forget, even though he'd fail. When he got to the cockpit, the rest of them were there. Roan was in the pilot seat, Morgan beside him, and trees hung off the back of the prince's chair. Roan twisted in his chair to look back and passed wordless concern with the Force. Vitor brushed him away as gently as he could and turned his focus ahead. They'd relocated their ships past the outer edge of Lantil's orbit, and through the viewport all they could see was the Mandalorian's freighter and, drifting close but detached, a single old X-Wing fighter with the red and black checkerboard pattern down the nose. "Are we ready?" he asked. "We plotted a course to Dasucha," said Roan. Morgan looked out at the X-Wing. "It's a couple days' ride. She's going to be cramped in that little thing." If that was an unspoken offer to take Marin aboard, Vitor ignored it. He didn't think he could deal with her right now, and he had a feeling she'd also prefer some privacy before they reached Dasucha. "Hail the ship," he said. "Let's see if she's good." Morgan tapped the communication unit alive. Unsurprisingly, the link was audio only. Marin said, "I've warmed my hyperdrives and plotted a course. I'm ready when you are." "We're ready also," Vitor said. He felt her then, reaching with the Force across all that distance. He instinctively shirked from her mental touch. "Okay," Marin said, a little hurt. "I'm heading out in 10. We'll see who gets to Dasucha first." "We'll see you there," Vitor said, and signaled Morgan to close the link. Roan was staring up at him. Vitor told him to jump when ready. Their freighter adjusted pitch to point his nose at the proper star, the first of the series of jumps that would take them to a part of the galaxy none of them had ever expected to go. In the distance, Marin adjusted heading, as well. Roan pulled the lever, and their ship surged forward in a blur of starlight. Tamar watched the freighter and the X-Wing flash into hyperspace in perfect sync. It was a good omen, she hoped, but she wasn't willing to count on that. The ominous feeling she'd had since before reaching Lantil's hadn't gone away. At first, she thought it was some perfectly justified maternal anxiety, but now she was starting to worry the Force might be nagging her. She hadn't sworn off the Force totally like Jovar, but she'd used it less and less since returning to Mandalore. Maybe it was trying to reassert itself in her now, or maybe it really was just mother's anxiety. Talking to Arlen wasn't normally a way she soothed herself, but once Marin was gone, she squeezed herself into the closet that was the Bottom Line's auxiliary comm station and hailed Starlight Champion. She felt Mecker's ship shudder slightly as it entered hyperspace, and 2 seconds later Arlen's shrunken hollow image appeared in front of her. "I can't say I was expecting you to call," he began. She crossed her arms over her chest. "It's good to see you too. I heard you're going on a joyride to Hut Space." "Word's getting around. Marin told you she brought in Mando help to knock over an illegal Hut storehouse, right?" "After the fact? Yes," Arlen said seriously. "She says she let you keep spoils as payment for services rendered." "Not very Jedi behavior, is it?" "Well, she's not a typical Jedi. Never could be, considering she's been torn in 3 directions all her life. Only one of those is my fault. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming anything. He shook his head. "It's good I'll be with her now. I can't keep an eye on things." "Arlen, did she tell you what else had happened at the storehouse?" "You mean my nephew showing up?" "Okay, what else? Now you're getting me confused. There was way more in that storehouse than we could haul back to Mandalore. The rest went to Marin's other helpers. Big crew of mercs from Broken Moon." Arlen winced. She didn't mention she'd gone to Sherevith. "I didn't think she had. They're still loading up now. That's a lot of weapons and equipment, and there's no telling who it'll be going to." Arlen sighed and looked away. After a few pensive seconds, he said, "It probably won't be going to Arquilla. That's a start. Not exactly the Jedi response to criminal arms deals. Yeah, well, your concern isn't very Mando either. My concern isn't about the guns. When it comes to violence, there's always going to be buyers and sellers. Always. I'm concerned about Marin." "I am too. I'll talk to her about this when we meet. Good. Thank you. Well, thank you for telling me. You didn't have to. Yes, I did. He took that with a nod. There didn't seem to be anything else to say. It had been a while since they talked, and it had been even longer since they talked about something besides Marin. Was this your first mission in a while? He asked, or do you still get off Mandalore a lot? Do you stay on Ossus all the time? Point taken. I'm just saying in the nicest way possible that running and gunning all the time is best left to people a little younger. Doesn't slow down Dorn or Mecker. Are you, Jedi? Listen, I know my limits. Really. Before I left Mandalore, I saw a news broadcast about some Jedi who jumped onto a moving airspeeder to stop some attack on Arquilla. That was an extraordinary circumstance, he protested. She couldn't help but smile. People changed if they went through a lot, especially if they were young when change happened. But as you got older, it got more and more like Marin said. There was a core that remained. Even after all these years, all the changes they'd been through, Arlen would never be the stereotypical stoic peace and mediation Jedi Master. And whether she liked it or not, Tamar would never quite be a cold-hearted, merciless Mando warrior either. It left them with things in common, but never enough. I'll take care of Marin, don't worry, Arlen said seriously. I know you will. Till next time. Till next time. She turned off the transmission and killed the blue holo, dropping the room into dimmest light. She took a few breaths, and when she decided she was ready, she stepped out of the communications closet and went to join her family. Before he stepped inside the cantina, Kaner Ossus surveyed his surroundings one more time. The squat stone building sat the end of an unpaved lane in a town that barely deserved the name. By local standards, it was a mid-sized settlement, but Barkesh was a backwater even compared to neighboring worlds. As he gave the rest of the street another look, the sun beat hard on his T-visored, faceless helmet. The few other beings walking around in muggy midday heat, mostly human, a scattering of different aliens, gave him wide berth and careful glances. Even on a planet like this, Mandalorians drew attention. Kaner liked those looks, true be told. He liked being respected and feared again. He tilted his helmet just a bit to glance at the roof of the cantina. From the street, all that could be seen was the transmission antennae jutting up from one corner, plus a set of solar panels and their power converter. Satisfied, Kaner strolled straight forward, down the lane, through the doorway, and into the cantina. Faint natural light slanted into the cantina from slit windows, but most illumination came from the large bright holo in the center of the room. Most of the beings arrayed around the oval bar counter were looking up at the projected blitzball game, but a few sulked and boozed by the walls. Kaner had definitively tracked his bounty as far as Barkesh, and according to his client, this unimpressive watering hole was one of Raga Chuvok's favorite boat hole. Kaner had come prepared for multiple outcomes, which included shaking down the bar owner and patrons or facing an entire crowd of Chuvok and his allies. When he spotted the booth in the far right corner, occupied only by a green-skinned Aqualish with a purple scar across his bald-domed head, the Mandalorian knew he'd gotten lucky. The bounty spotted him as he moved across the room. Chuvok was on his feet but not out of the booth when Kaner stepped in to block his path. He put one hand on his holstered blaster pistol and the other firmly on the Aqualish's shoulder. "Let's take a walk, friend," Kaner said. Chuvok made a few guttural grunting sounds in his own language and tried to break free. Kaner drew his pistol and stabbed the tip into the alien's plump gut. "I said walk. Don't make this harder than it has to be." Kaner's helmet had a 360-degree view scanner that allowed him to watch his own back, and he could see the others in the bar watching in silent attention but stuck in their seats. Chuvok seemed to realize he was trapped. He gave another grunting noise, this one drowned out and mournful, which Kaner took as a sign of defeat. He grabbed the alien roughly by the shoulders and pulled him out of the booth. Slipping his pistol to the back of Chuvok's head, he shouted, "March." He barely saw it in his view screen, a second Aqualish standing in shadow at the back of the bar, drawing out his blaster. Kaner's Beskar could deflect small arms fire, but right now, he was a close-range stationary target and the shooter could slip a shot through his neck or between armor plates. He flipped his pistol from stun to kill as he pivoted. He shot a second before the Oculus did. His blast went true, nailing his attacker in the center of the chest and dropping him, while the shot aimed at him skipped across the top of his shoulder pad and impacted in the wall. Before Kaner could turn back around, Chuvok shoved him violently away and broke for a sprint. He braced himself against the table to keep from falling, then pushed upright and ran in pursuit. He got outside just in time to hear the tang of a single laser shot overhead and see Chuvok go sprawling in the middle of the dusty street. Pedestrians scampered out of sight as Kaner stalked up behind the Oculus, pistol drawn, and set back to stun. The Oculus was still alive and awake, but the single shot had blown out his knee. Chuvok rolled onto his back nonetheless and pulled a small blaster from his vest. Kaner lashed out with one leg and kicked it away. He stomped down hard on the alien's hand and got another cry of pain. With his gun still pointed at Chuvok, Kaner looked back and saw his son Yaga lowering himself from the cantina roof, Verpine sniper rifle slung off his back. At 14, the boy was a freshly made adult and he could already shoot better than most Mandos 2 times his age. When Yaga got close, he gave his boy a swat on the back. "Good job, Adika. Now let's get him back to the ship." Kaner Ossus had dealt with bounties more and less cooperative, but eventually they got the merchandise onto the ultimatum and locked him in a containment cell. It had been an easy job, and it would pay pretty well. But as he prepped his ship for launch, Kaner couldn't help but feel like the victory was hollow. It had been a familiar feeling for a long time. Since his older brother Jevern's death, nothing had gone right. The Ossus family had scattered and fallen from grace. Ekram Shell quietly excluded them from the best jobs and left them to earn their money hunting bounties across the galaxy or hiring their guns out extra cheap to backwater clients who couldn't afford Shell's prices. For a time, Kaner had even had to work with non-Mando mercenary companies. It was an insult and worse, an embarrassment, because they'd allowed themselves to fall so far so fast. Even in small victories like this one, Kaner felt a failure to his clan. That had all seemed less important when Jevern had been Mandalore and Kaner had been the little brother, lost in his shadow and neglected even by his own kin. Jevern had never been an easy man to like. He'd been callous and ambitious, invoking lofty ideals of Mando honor and duty, but only for his own gain. Their middle sibling, Jerkal, had tried to take his big brother's throne and gotten himself killed in the messy succession that followed Jevern's mysterious death. There were other Ossus out there, but they were all like Kaner and Yaga, eking out a living on jobs far-flung from Mandalore. Clan dignity and honor had never meant much back when they'd been Jevern's property, but now that Clan Ossus didn't have them, Kaner had started to feel different. He didn't know what it would take to get them back. He'd never been as ambitious or as his brothers or, truth be told, as bold a warrior, which was why Jevern had shunned him when he wasn't useful. If they'd known what had happened to Jevern, it may have been different, but after all this time it was still shrouded in mystery. They'd never even found a body. Kaner knew what his brother had been involved in a false flag mission to Chiss space, designed to lure them into a war, and most assumed that his death was related, but there was no proof of anything. There was a persistent rumor that Jevern was still alive, captured and locked away in some frozen dungeon on Chilla. If true, it would shame the Ossus more than ever. An opportunity might come one day for them to get back a little what they'd lost, but Kaner couldn't see how it would arise. Jevern's fate, death, or capture would be a mystery, and his family would sink back into obscurity. The best he could do in the meantime was try to raise his boy right. Yaga deserved a better birthright than what his father had given him, but for now, they would do what they could. So with their bounty safely stored away, they pressed off from the dusty landing field, soared free over Barkhesh jungles and up into space, and leaped away to meet their client. And then it would be back to Mandalore, the home that wasn't home, the home that was all they had. Chapter 13. To Jade Skywalker, the Hapes cluster had, since her earliest memories, been associated with the pain of her mother's death. The very name seemed to her like ill-portent. It felt strange, after almost 40 years, to finally be going there herself. It was something she never wanted, Even now she quietly dreaded the prospect of meeting Darth Tyrant again and facing the Chiss who had, for a few short important months a long time ago, been one of her best friends. Jade tried to distract herself by asking Tanith Zel question after question. She'd known the Happen woman for a long time but never well. Where Jade had lost one parent during the Happen secession, Tanith had lost both, and though her father Zek had been a Jedi, Tanith seemed unable to use the Force. She'd instead devoted herself to organizing the exile community on New Hapes and monitoring the events in the consortium itself. The Loyalists have had their base on Arlen for the past 4 years, Tanith explained as they sat and shared a pot of caf in the crew long aboard Jade's Shadow. Jade had inherited the old Soro Star yacht from her father, who'd in turn gotten it from his parents, and it had been decided that the obscure and unremarkable-looking ship would be ideal for sneaking in and out of Happen space without gaining attention. Is 4 years a long time? Jade asked as she sipped from her steaming mug. Most of their hideouts don't last more than 1 year without being discovered. Arlen has also been their longest for all that time. Is there a reason it wasn't found? Arlen is a very good place to hide. It's on the outer edge of the Hapes cluster and tucked away inside the transitory mist. It's a little like your old Jedi base on Shidu Mod. The only way to access it is via a narrow channel through the mist. Is it inhabited? The second planet is, yes. It's a small colony world, mostly used for mining. But the Loyalists haven't been hiding there. They've been in Arlen 6. It's a gas giant. One of the moons. No, they've been in it. A long time ago, our people used to mine Arlen 6's gas to make plasma, but eventually Tabana became more practical. The planet was abandoned, but the mining facility is still there. It's a huge complex that's sunken into the planet's atmosphere, but is built to withstand all the storms and pressure inside. So there's 100,000 people living inside a gas giant. That's some hiding spot. What's left of the Loyalist fleet is in the system too. They've got a few bases on Arlen 6's moons. Since the system's so close to the mist, even the sensors on Arlen 2 get scrambled. It's why nobody spotted their activity all this time. And you're saying you want to get people out, all 100,000. Getting in and out will be hard. Getting enough ships will be harder. Convincing them to leave with us might be the hardest thing of all. Our queen's taking care of the first 2. We're going to do the last one. Jade knew Alana wasn't comfortable being supposed monarch of a star cluster she hadn't been to in decades, but she held her tongue. Everything about Tanith emanated stern resolve. This was the task she'd set her life on, the task she felt had been given to her since the moment of exile and her parents' deaths. It was a heavy burden that had been with her for a long time, but Jade knew something about those. To be honest, she said, I'm a little surprised you've been working with them. Who started it? I did. It was tricky making first contact, and you could tell the Loyalists had a lot of pride getting in the way, but in the end they realized they need any help they can get. Do they know you're bringing Jedi with you? No. I'll tell them when we arrive. That should be interesting. I guess we'll see how practical they've gotten. Tanith nodded. I'm not sure how much help they'll be in finding your Sith, but we'll at least talk to the witnesses from Rabone. Jade winced inside at reference to your Sith. Tanith didn't know how right she was. The main goal is arranging to get those people out of Arlen. Have you been to this base before? The Happen woman shook her head. No, but I've been on other missions inside the consortium. I've never been there at all. That she was here now with Tanith, both of them risking their lives to help people they had every reason to hate, still felt unreal. Tanith's look showed understanding. Thank you for coming. No problem. Jade sipped the last bit of cooling caf. Where are your sons now? Ossus. Calls on Jaina Solo. That's old enough to be training with Arlen Fel. Jade realized she knew next to nothing about Tanith's personal life. Do you have children? I have a son and husband on New Hapes. That's good. How old's your son? 9. He'll grow up fast. Jade pressed her palms against the smooth, hard mug. But it's good you have family. After all you've been doing here, I'd wondered if you had the time. I found it. Tanith looked into her drink, hesitant, and said, in Happen society, It was always considered a disappointment to have sons instead of daughters. Well, no offense, but not everything you had on Hapes is worth preserving. I know. And I'm glad I have a son, and that he's growing up on New Hapes. Tanith's lips crinkled in a faint smile. She didn't show that often. We've developed into a very different society than the one we fled from. Mostly for the better, I think. After what Sirius has been doing to the aristocracy, how much old Happen values are left anywhere? I don't know. I wish. Her expression darkened. I don't know what the future has for Hapes. Sirius changed things forever, and I don't know what will come after her. I'm just trying to do what I can here and now. That's a good goal, Jay said encouragingly. It's what your parents would have wanted. I like to think so. You Jedi like to say the future's always moving, don't you? That's right. Then let's gather the rest of your people. I'll brief them and make sure they everything they need to know. We'll worry about tomorrow once today's job is done. In the execution of a grand design, steps had to be taken carefully, one at a time. Darth Tyrant understood that. He'd been building alliances over the past 8 years, quietly seeking out other Sith Lords who felt as he did. The end he was seeking lay directly ahead of him now, so close he could almost see it. That was where his design differed from Darth Crate's. In asking his one Sith to defer their personal ambitions in the name of a distant triumph, perhaps generations away, he was asking them to deny the desires that were themselves wellspring of the dark side. Crate's one Sith was a limpid, neutered order, far too like the Jedi for his own good. Tyrant held that belief deep in his heart, but he shielded his thoughts in the Force and made sure none of it showed to the Sith Lords he was gathering with now beneath the central pyramid on Shidu Mod. Beyond the high-arched vestibule in which they sat, walled off by swinging stone doors, was the chamber in which Darth Crate slept. Tyrant could feel the Dark Lord's dreaming soul on the edges of his thoughts, like a chill on the back of the neck. He was quite certain that Darth Wirelock called her most important meetings in this chamber because it would remind those present of the great power she represented. Gathered with them were other senior Sith Lords, Darth Mail, a human, whose chalk-white face was marked by vertical black tattoo lines. Darth Kikid, the bearable whose red and black scales made him look even more ferocious. Darth Krone, once one of the galaxy's richest businessmen, whose scarred face showed the punishment for his failures. Tyrant had come straight from Hapes, and as he explained the plan to attack Arlen he and Darth Sato had devised, he watched the other Sith carefully for their reactions. Darth Krone was of special interest. Unlike the other three, he had been adopted rather than born into the Sith, like Tyrant. He'd been a great meddler in galactic affairs in his previous life, and visibly rankled against the restraints put on him by Wirelock. That might make him a potent ally. It might also make him dangerous. The critical element will be dealing with the unknowns, he told them. There's no telling how many warships the Loyalists have. They may be hiding in the mist or near one of Orlan 6's other moons, but those aren't our concern. Darth Sato's fleets will eliminate them. What we need is for every Sith we can spare to lead the attack on the mining station inside the gas giant. Another unknown, Darth Mail said. It is a very old installation. The Happens have records of its existence, but Darth Sato has found nothing else yet. Tyrant spread his hands as though helpless. We will simply have to evaluate the station when we get close, find a way aboard, and disable its defenses so the fleet can do the rest from orbit. This was the critical lie, the one he'd practiced telling. Happens were meticulous record keepers, and through all her purges of the old ruling class, Darth Sato had never touched the archives. Before he'd left Hapes, Tyrant had sat down with her and reviewed the design specifications for the cloud-submerged mining facility. They'd plotted out how to split the Sith up into teams and where to send those whom they planned to obliterate with turbulasers from orbit. So many unknowns, Melth said with controlled distaste. We are Sith, Darth Kikid hissed. We do not shirk from challenges. Tyrant knew the bearable was too loyal to Wirelock to ever be an ally, but he appreciated the help regardless. We need to commit ourselves as fully as we can and end this long conflict. Once the Loyalists are eliminated, Darth Sato will rule supreme over all Hapes, and we will be more secure than ever. The safety of Lord Krait's design is our utmost goal, Darth Krone said dryly, perhaps with sarcasm. We must also support our fellow Sith, Tyrant said. If we do not prove to Darth Sado that we back her ambitions, she may not back ours. Alarm rippled through the group. Krone narrowed his eyes. Has she said something to indicate this? Nothing specific. I have only gotten feelings. Terry kept it deliberately ambiguous. Sith were not above petty rumor-mongering, and he knew what was said about his relationship with Sado. Much of it was even true. To Wyerlok he said, we knew that training her to be Sith carried risks and rewards. Right now we still stand to reap much. Show her our support and we'll get it in turn, and together we'll be a more formidable weapon against the Jedi than the Sith have known in generations. As one Sith, we are here to support Darth Krait's dream, Kikit said. Even a Happen Queen is subordinate to the will of the dark side. Does she understand that, Darth Tyrant? Does she really? She understands what we are and what is expected of her. She expects things of us too, things that we promised. That I'll promised, as her teacher, added Melv. Tyrant stared hard at Wyerlok. I left the decision in your hands. The one Sith decided to train Sarissa Lore, not me. The Chagrian nodded. This is true. Darth Sado is our creation and our weapon against the Jedi. And you are correct that certain things were expected of both parties. This is our promise. We will fulfill it. Tyrant let relief show on his face, in the Force. It was honest relief, just as everything he'd said about Sado a minute ago was honest. Avarice and ambition had been bred into her since she was young. Deep down she saw the Sith, the powers and opportunities they offered as a means to her own ascent. Darth Krait's vision meant nothing to her besides a temporary obstacle. Tyrant was not naive or blinded by shared passion. He knew Sado might harbor similar disdain for him. That was why he made extra preparations for Arlen in case of her betrayal. So it's decided. Then, Krone said, how many will actually be sent to Arlen? I know Shidumad needs to be protected, Tara said, with a gesture to the great stone doors. But we must also bring our best forces to bear. As you all know, even Sith can be killed by vermin. There were 1,000 on Rabone, and one of them killed Darth Tigran. There are said to be 100 times that on Arlen. I will decide who to send, said Wyerlok. Naturally, our best warriors must be among them. Tara said, I would like to have Darth Melf with us as well. His skill in battle meditation would be most useful. Malith emanated slight displeasure in the Force, but Wyerlok said, I understand. Lord Melf, you will accompany the fleet. As you command, the other Sith said, and Tara stifled another surge of pleasure. Bringing Melf to Arlen was a risk. His ability to bridge minds with the Force outstripped any other member of the One Sith. If he determined the intentions of Tyrant, Inexer, or their allies, it might spoil everything, but Tyrant and Sado had agreed that Melf should be kept aboard the flagship Black Majesty and killed as soon as the battle began. The powerful Lord's elimination would send confusion through the rest of the Sith and make it easier to wipe them out. If I may be bold, Lord Wyerlok, I would like to join this expedition, said Krone. From the look that passed between them, Tara gathered no explanation was needed. Krone had long pressed for more action while Wyerlok, as always, invoked restraint according to Darth Krait's design. Wyerlok simply nodded. She granted him his wish this time, so Krone, too, emanated satisfaction. I'm sure Darth Sado will be most pleased by all this, said Tyrant. I will inform her. No. Wyerlok rose to standing, signaling the meeting was over. I will speak to her and make the terms of our cooperation clear. Our cooperation? The term surprised him. Or her service? The one Sith serve each other, Darth Tyrant. I believe you said as much a minute ago. I did at that. He pushed himself to his feet. The others did too. As always, Lord Wyerlok, you are most wise. After the meeting was over, after the Sith Lords had dispersed and Darth Krone started making his way through the blue stone corridors of the old Jedi base, Darth Tyrant appeared to him. That was no surprise. even though the Chiss had shielded his presence in the Force so well Crone barely sensed him a meter away. "It's good you'll be coming with us to Arlen," Tara said. "I'm sure you've been eager to use your skills to the fullest again." Crone eyed the Chiss and reached out with the Force. He sensed no other beings in this long dim corridor with them, but he kept his voice very low. "Why are you sure of that, Darth Tyrant?" The Chiss gave an ambiguous shrug. "It's well known how you used to serve the one Sith. I assumed you wished to do so again." "Battling renegade Happen nobles isn't how I served." "No. You found your use in larger arenas. But this will give you a chance to be of Shidu Mod, affecting galactic affairs again. That must be encouraging, surely." "I won't deny it, but you should not assume too much. I'm sorry if I seemed impertinent. I was trying to congratulate you. This was your scheme, Darth Tyrant. You're the one who deserves congratulations. Darth Sado even Moreso. Shall I pass your regards to her?" Crone eyed him carefully. His thoughts were shielded in the Force, and nothing could be read in the glow of his eyes. "After all this is done, Darth Tyrant, what do you expect to happen?" "The Sith will control Hapes in full. We'll have a loyal army we can turn against the Jedi." "You mean you want to see a fleet of Happen battle dragons turn Ossus to a cinder?" "If Darth Krayt wills it," Tara said, a hint of mocking. "And if he doesn't?" It was the crucial question for them both. Crone waited, breath held, until Tara said, "The supremacy of the Sith is what we desire. To accomplish that we must destroy the Jedi Order, but even when it's gone, some vermin will stand in our way. The power of the entire Hapes consortium stands at our disposal, Lord Crone. Would you turn it down?" In what he said, and what he hadn't, lay everything Crone had been looking for. All the specifics were unclear, whether Tara would move against his enemies at Arlen, or after, how they deal with Wyerlock and Krayt. Another was even more important to Crone, and he needed an answer here. "That power is most enticing, but is it yours to offer? You spoke of Darth Sado's ambition. It's no surprise she has it. Once you give her what she wants, will she give you what you want?" "You're asking me if I trust her?" He leaned close to that inscrutable red-eyed face. "You've guessed my motivations. Let me wonder about yours. You drew Sado into the Sith. You trained her. You guided her ambition. I'm aware of how close you've been with her, in every sense of that word." "Go on," Tara said flatly. "Where did this ambition come from? Who first suggested it? Her or you? You're asking which of us is leading the other. This plan is nothing without Sado and her fleets, but I am not a vehicle for her ambition. I assure you." "And why are you sure?" Tara stared at him for one long breath, then another and another, until Crone was near certain the Chiss was refusing to answer. Then he said, "I killed Darth Avank." Crone couldn't hide his surprise. The loyal Keshari Lord, a close ally of Wyerlock, had died on the mission to hunt Abeloth years ago. Tara had been on that mission, as had Kikit and Sado. Crone had never heard a whiff of suspicion about Avank's death. "I should tell that to Wyerlock right now," Crone breathed. "If you want me to explain the rest of our discussion, go ahead. We've only been talking in the most vague terms." Tara snorted. "Be serious." "I am." "Why did you do it?" "Avank said Abeloth needed to be destroyed even if it meant allying with the Jedi. I said she could be a great weapon against them. Which of us was right?" Crone stared at those blank red eyes with new understanding. He'd never taken Tara seriously before, not really. His ambition seemed to outweigh his talent, and he'd risen to prominence solely because he'd lucked his way into Darth Sado's confidence. If what Tara had said was true and Crone found nothing but conviction in his voice, in the Force, or he allowed to show, then Tara was indeed bold enough to risk everything in the name of Sith dominance. Carefully, Darth Crone said, "You've told me what you want. I think that desire is most justifiable. How do you intend to jet it?" Tara's face twisted into a tight smile. "I'd be happy to explain further, Lord Crone, but can we finally move somewhere more private?" Chapter 14. When Coruscant received summons to Admiral Graves' office, he thought he knew what to expect. The attack on Bastion had been a vicious, ugly move, but that had been the whole point. Morale aboard Nemesis was higher than it had been in months, and it seemed natural that another attack would be in order. Vo stepped into Graves' office assuming he'd be enlisted in planning the next attack. He was surprised when the Admiral, standing behind his desk and looking pensively out the viewport at Kuvix 589's dark drifting asteroids, said, "General Vo, I'm sending you on a mission to Hutt space." "Excuse me, sir. You heard me?" Grave turned to face him. "The attack on Bastion has riled our business partner. Sorg needs his nerves soothed. You helped negotiate our initial pact with him, so we've decided you should deal with his concerns." "Sir, I mostly worked through intermediaries. I've only been to his palace once, and that was years ago." The memory of it still made him shudder inside. Its anarchic mix of strange aliens, all presided over by a gluttonous slug, had made him yearn more than ever for life under strong Imperial rule. "Sorg has communicated his displeasure about the use we made of his freighter. Part of our arrangement," Vo recalled, "was that he not ask questions. The attack on Bastion put his business operations at risk. Apparently one of his major storehouses was broken into and robbed. Now he's threatening to pull out of our partnership unless we can prove we weren't involved." "We can't prove that we didn't do something," Vo exhaled. That the bearers of the Empire's spirit had to beg for help from alien trash was as humiliating as having to hide in this God's forsaken system. "Are you refusing this assignment, General?" "No, sir." He straightened up and kept the frustration from his voice. "I'll do what's necessary to keep Sorg happy." "Good. You'll take along several art objects from Moff Thane's collection as gifts. They should help soothe Sorg a little." Vo nodded and held his tongue. When they fled their base on Entrala, they loaded up with his governor's considerable personal art collection, fully knowing they sell or trade those pieces on the black market for necessary funds. It's still gall to hand precious human-made artwork over to a Hutt. "You can assure Sorg of something else," Grave added. "For our future operations, we'll be sure not to use his equipment." "I'm sure that will please him greatly." Vo had to ask, "Are future operations underway?" "As we speak." That was good, but Vo still felt annoyed. Even if it was through petty terrorist attacks, he still wanted to be involved in taking the fight to Fel's puppets. Instead, he was stuck playing diplomat with Hutts. "Is there a problem, General?" Grave arched a brow. "Speak now. I need to know." "No problem at all, sir. I'll do anything so we can fight another day." "I'm very glad to hear that," Grave said without a trace of sarcasm. "Every man in the Empire exists to serve it, and there are countless ways to serve. Tomorrow you'll deal with the Hutts. The day after, we will see. But if you're itching to take the fight to the enemy, General, I suspect you'll get your chance soon enough." Of the 3 disparate ships that rendezvoused over the great blue sphere of Dasucha, only Starlight Champion might have drawn attention on his own. With all 3 of them together, Marin couldn't help but feel conspicuous. Her well-worn X-Wing, Vider's intentionally unremarkable Corellian freighter, and her father's slant-wing Consair scout ship were nonetheless forced to wait in position for over an hour before being granted permission to land on Napdu, the outermost of the planet's moons. A chain of asteroids were strung further out at the edge of the planet's orbit, remnants of a 5th moon that had served as a rebel alliance before being blasted apart by an Imperial superweapon. The rebels, her great parents included, had been on the run all the time in those days, relying on wits and craftiness to escape the Imperial war machine. Marin had heard plenty of stories about her ancestor Han Solo, outlaw rogue turned war hero, and most of them focused on the earlier part of his life. She knew that the rogue was noteworthy because of the hero he'd become. By the same token, the rebels had made many heroes, but few had backgrounds as colorful as his. He was a man who'd done many things and been many things, and in that Marin saw something not just admirable but encouraging. The days of Han Solo and the Rebel Alliance were a long time gone. Nowadays, Dasucha was nestled firmly in Hutt space but didn't receive much attention. The only noteworthy thing in the system was, improbably, a high-end spa and leisure facility managed by the Angeliac clan. As the 3 ships waited for clearance, they exchanged key information in short converse. Chance Calrissian was a board champ with Arlen, and Nat, Vitor had updated his father about their mission. Volgma had come here independently, and was apparently now on the moon, meeting with his erstwhile clan mates. Marin wasn't really sure what Chance's business partner was up to and what he had to do with the Angeliac family's operations, since her father had always insisted Volgma was purely legitimate. As she pondered those things, she was interrupted by a fresh hail from her father. Arlen's voice buzzed intimately in her helmet headset as he asked, "Marin, are you free to talk? Is there something else for me to do right now?" "Fair enough. Marin, on the way here I spoke with your mother." Normally she was glad when her parents were talking, but she didn't like his serious tone. "What about?" "She filled me in on everything that happened at Lantilles." She felt a spike of annoyance at them both. "Marin, I'm sure you had good intentions, but I don't like all those weapons getting into Sheriff's hands." "They were already in Visadia hands. At least now they're not going to Arquilla, and we know where to go next. Isn't that what you wanted?" "Like I said, I know you did what you thought was best." "Come on, Dad, do you think cutting a few deals is the path to the dark side?" "Don't say that flippantly. We're Jedi, not mercenaries. The ends don't justify the means." "Dad, we're about to go down and have a chat with the Hut Khajiitic. If you're not ready to deal with unsavory characters, why are you here?" "I know what we have to do, and I'm not doing it lightly. Marin, do you think you'll deal with Sheriff again? You've gone to her for help more than once. So have I. After Lantilles, I say she owes me one. That's what I mean. You don't want to get bound close to people like that. You may have an understanding with her. You may even like her, but you'll never be able to trust her like you would a Jedi. Nothing close." Marin pressed her lips tight. Deep down she did like Sheriff, or at least respect her. The Twi'lek had gone from a criminal slave to a crime boss in her own right, which was no small accomplishment. In some ways it felt like she'd climbed to taller heights than Marin, who'd been born to a storied family and put on the Jedi's path before she even knew there were others. "I can't be responsible for the good intentions of everyone I deal with," she said finally. "Maybe that's feasible on Ossus, but in the Outer Rim, doing what I've been doing, is just not. Because of that deal with Sheriff, Vitor might even get his trace on Veers. We might be helping to end the war in the Empire once and for all. I say we're doing good work." She wanted to say more, to invoke the infamy and heroism both of their ancestor Han Solo, but instead her calm board lit up. "I'm getting a new hail," she said. "Me too," Arlen said as Marin switched the channel. A new voice said in tinny basic, "You have been cleared for landing at Maya Armus Spa and Resort." "I repeat, you've been cleared for landing at Maya Armus. Please follow the sensor beacons to your destination." She sent a short affirmative signal, and watched as Vitor freighter fired engines and began the descent toward Naptu. She waited for her father to call her X-Wing, maybe with some last-minute parting words to close the conversation on his terms, but instead Champion dropped toward the moon without a hail. Marin did her best to push their talk from her mind and nudged her ship to follow. All three spacecraft were allowed to set down together on a metal landing platform extending over a stretch of blue water. Arlen knew nothing about Tasucha's third moon until this flyover, and its surface was pockmarked by countless lakes with round basins, perhaps volcanic, perhaps leftovers from ancient meteor storms. When he got his first whiff of the local air, so rich with sulfur it made his face twist, he decided it was clearly the former. As he followed Chance down Champion's ramp, he tried not to dwell on his talk with Marin. She'd been right to a degree, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. It was her confidence that disquieted. He wasn't so old he couldn't remember the certainty of the young, nor had he entirely forgotten the thrill of being out at the galaxy's edge, winning accomplishments through wit and talent far away from any other Jedi. What he disliked was her disregard for the unknown ramifications of her actions. Unintended consequences were often just as important than intended ones, if not more. Realizing that was an important part of being a Jedi, but Marin seemed willfully oblivious. He thought he knew why. She probably wouldn't agree, but he saw a reason. When she killed Jevon Ossus all those years ago, she hadn't even intended it. She'd been defending her mother, and she'd scored a lucky hit that took the Mandalore's head off at the neck. The Mando Succession War had ended surprisingly well for the Skuratas, and nobody, not even Ossus' family, seemed to have traced Jevern's death back to Marin. That might have given Marin an illusion of invulnerability, and, worse, an unconscious faith that acting from good intentions like trying to save Tamar would produce good results in the end. If he questioned her on these things, she'd surely deny it, and believe her denials, but they both knew killing Ossus had been a pivotal event in her life with ramifications that ran so deep they sometimes got hard to spot. But that was all what he was trying not to think about. He walked ahead of Chance and Nat as their group converged with the 4 Imperial Knights. It had been a long time since he'd seen Vitor and Roan, and both boys had grown impressively. At 17, Roan could grow further still, but Vitor was already Marin's age. There was a lot of Davek in his face, though he'd gotten taller than either of his parents. Once it had seemed obvious and natural that he'd guide his nephews through every step of becoming Jedi. Instead, he walked across the platform and felt them examining him as deeply as he was them. "I'm glad to have you here," Arlen said honestly. He offered a hand, and both brothers shook. "This is our cousin Morgan," Roan added, gesturing to the younger, darker-skinned boy behind him. "And our fellow knight, Trisende." "Of course I remember you both," Arlen said, because he just barely did, and in memory they'd been much, much younger. Because he didn't want to feel any older, he spun on one heel and waved in the people behind him. "My apprentice, Nat Skywalker. And this is Chance Calrissian." "Never thought I'd meet a couple Imperial princes," Chance said warmly, and shook hands with them both. Roan and Vitor exchanged greetings with their cousin, but the other knights were visibly more wary with Nat. Arlen understood it and felt a pang inside. Many Jedi still clung to the hope that the schism between the Jedi Order and Imperial Knights was a temporary thing. These young men, however, had been explicitly taught not to be Jedi, and they viewed their counterpart with caution, and, it seemed to Arlen, a touch of the haughty condescension Imperials were endlessly good at. Last to join the group was Marin, who delayed at her ship long enough to slip out of her flight suit. Nat brightened at the sight of her, and she seemed to brighten to Nat. The 15-year-old was already almost as tall as her, which stood out as she patted his shoulder and asked if he was excited to be here. "I'm excited to be helping," Nat said earnestly, then added, "Not too excited about the smell, though." That got a few chuckles. Chance added, "If you think some sulfur lakes are bad, you should visit some other Hutt planets." "How many have you been to?" asked Morgan. Before he could answer, the passage connecting the landing pad to the spa complex slid open. A silver-skinned protocol droid, looking slightly preposterous, flanked by 2 green-faced Nikto in ceremonial armor, shuffled toward them. "Welcome to Maya Armus," the droid announced in the same tinny voice that had called them to the planet's surface. "You may call me E3VE. I am happy to extend every hospitality from the great Vito and his nephew Azam. As friends of the Angeliac, you may have access to all the most enjoyable services our facility provides, including—" "We're thankful for the offer," Chance interrupted, "but if the great Vito is available, we'd really like to speak with him. My friend Vogma should be with him." "Ah, indeed. Follow me, please. I will make your request known to your hosts." The group fell in behind the droid and his guards, and they were led through the winding white corridors. Arlen caught brief glimpses of individual facilities through doors of artfully colored glass, including what looked like a young hut, only 3 meters long, wallowing in bubbling mud while a pair of Tydarians hovered around it and sprayed steaming water on its rough gray hide. He was pleasantly surprised not to have a long wait to meet the huts. The audience chamber they were let into sat beneath a round dome, and warm sunlight spilled onto the daises where a trio of huts lounged. Arlen immediately recognized Vogma on the far right. The one on the left seemed about Vogma's age and size, and wore a black metal cap atop his head. Azam, he guessed. The middle hut was older, longer, and more bloated than the rest, with heavy wrinkles folding its green hide. The protocol droid shuffled over to the big one and announced, "The illustrious Vito is happy to honor you with his presence. You are now free to thank him." Chance chuckled in amusement. The Imperial Knights exchanged glances that showed they just realized how far from the Empire they really were. Arlen held back to give Marin an opening, but when she didn't take it, he executed a short bow and said, "We're very grateful to Vito for allowing us to come here. We know it's a rare honor, and we hope this meeting can be profitable for us all. I'm also deeply indebted to Volgma for arranging this in the first place." Vito rumbled deeply in reply. Arlen's Huttese had gotten pretty rusty, but he was pretty sure he'd gotten the gist when the droid started translating. The merciful Vito has always held that, despite his unfortunate choice to live obeying the laws of non-Hutt species, E3VE stumbled over the slur. Volgman never betrayed the Angeliac. He is very glad that his faith in his nephew was well-founded and wishes to know the specifics of your offer. "Thank you, merciful Vito," Chan spoke up. "Now, I'm guessing Volgma already explained the basics. Our company's lost a major investment thanks to some weapons supplied to extremists on Arquilla courtesy of the Visadiae. We'd like to recoup some of our losses, and we're hoping you could assist us." Instead of responding, Vito's eyes swept across the group. They lingered on the 4 Imperials, and Arlen wasn't surprised by the Hutt's next question. The perceptive Vito notes that both sons of the Emperor Fel seemed to be in attendance. The droid's voice registered surprise. He was not informed of this and wishes an explanation. Volgma squirmed uncomfortably on his dais, but Chance responded quickly. "I'm sorry, perceptive Vito, but these young men joined us at the last minute. These 4 are Imperial Knights, and they seek to hold the Visadiae responsible for abetting crimes against the Empire." Surprise seemed to whiten the old Hutt's eyes. Vito's nephew spoke up for the first time, and E3VE translated, "Lord Azim wonders what crimes you specifically refer to." Vitor stepped up beside Arlen and Chance. "We have evidence the Visadiae crime syndicate provided the ship, and possibly the explosives, used in the recent terrorist attack on Bastion. As you know, thousands of Imperial citizens were killed. Their blood demands justice." Vito asked a question, and the droid said, "The peerless Vito wishes to know why, if the Empire demands justice, does it not send a fleet to the Visadiae throne world and demand it?" Vitor thought a moment, then said, "We wish to hold the proper beings accountable, not disrespect the Hutts. We'd prefer to settle this as your kind does, by striking a deal with minimal violence." In response, the room trembled with the deep laughter of all 3 Hutts. The young man was out of his depth but learning fast. Arlen decided. E3VE said, "The generous Vito acknowledges your wisdom. He wishes to know what specifically you have in mind." Vitor said, "What we really hope, beyond stopping the Visadiae supply to the Restorationists, is to sear them to track Moff Veer's supply lines and trace them to his former base." Vito made a deep, concerned rumbling sound. Azim spoke next, and the droid said, "Lord Azim appreciates your desire to negotiate with the Visadiae, but he fails to see what you have to offer." "We were hoping Gael might have suggestions," Arlen said. "We were especially wondering if you might help us access Sorg Visadiae." Vito and Azim both seemed to sink into their bloated bodies, lost in thought. Then Vito's eyes widened and he began to speak. Listening and translating as he talked, E3VE said, "The grandiloquent Vito has an idea that can be of benefit for us all. The Angeliac are not frequent visitors to Sorg's throne world of Core Visadiae, but we are familiar with his palace and his organization. The incomparable Vito is specifically interested in acquiring a certain droid in Sorg's possession. This droid is a protocol model much like myself, but unlike myself is no mere translator. It has in fact served the Visadiae for many years, and its personal databanks have rich information about Sorg's past and current activities. The droid is almost never outside Sorg's presence, and it is believed to be equipped with an internal self-destruct module. Its capture would be very difficult, but profitable." Arlen took that in, and when the droid was done he asked, "I can see why you'd want the droid, but what does it get us?" "Blackmail," Vitor said at once. He really did catch on quick. "He'll only get that droid back if he gets us a trace to Veers." That could work. So I forget the trace and Sora gets his droid back. What do I alge it? Arlen asked Vito. The Hutt ended his reply with a deep chuckle, and the droid said, the magnificent Vito will obtain a copy of the droid's memory files. This is interesting, Chan said, but none of us are droid experts. Are you going to provide one who can do all these things? Vito rumbled his assent, and Marin, who'd been oddly quiet until now, stepped up between Vitor and her father. If we're going to get this droid for you, we'll need someone to get us into Sorik's palace. Are you telling me you can do that too? Vito agreed again, and the droid said, the munificent Vito has decided to pay a visit to the Visadii throne world. You will accompany him? Just like that? Chance asked. I thought you guys weren't on the best terms. Won't he be suspicious? Asim said that a suitable cover story needed to be concocted. Marin's brows drew together and thought, I have an idea for that one. Tell him you know how he can get back all the merchandise stolen from him at Lantilles. Say you want to drive a hard bargain. The Hutts shook in amusement, and E3VE said, the prodigious Vito approves of your idea heartily. Acting as parts of his entourage, you should be able to infiltrate the palace and kidnap his droid while he bargains with Sorg. Naturally, we will plan the specifics before leaving Naboo. Naturally. Chance crossed his arms over his chest and looked to Arlen. I hate to say this, but I don't know if this is a job I can do for you. It is best you not come, I think, Volgna said in basic. Aside from your home, advanced age by human standards, our association may be known to Sorg. He may recognize you. Chance scowled at the age remark but nodded at the rest. Eyes fell, naturally, to the Fel brothers. Vitor said, there should be a way to disguise our faces. We can wear a mercenary's mask, something you bees are Mandalorian. Not Mandalorian, Marin said. Too out of place on a Hutt world, and you never pass as a real Mando anyway. Vitor opened his mouth but Vito interrupted him. The droid said, the unparalleled Vito believes he has several kinds of facial coverings appropriate for his guards, and insists the Princess Fel wear them to Core Visadii. He suggests that Master Fel clothe himself as something more age-appropriate. A majordomo, perhaps. He also suggests that, as the sole female present, Jedi Fel masquerade as his entertainer. It took a second for Marin to get it. Oh, Shab, no. I'm not going in there without my lightsaber and all my clothes. The compassionate Vito accepts your choice and insists the details are negotiable. If that is the agreement, it lacks one thing, said Volgma, this time in Huttese. Our company still needs reparations for his losses. Vito made another one of his deep and thought-rumbling sounds before announcing another idea. The glorious Vito believes that in order to steal the droid, a distraction will be needed. Naturally, Sorek's palace has a wealth of valuable items that would fetch handsome prices on the open market. Arlen sighed. This plan was getting more complicated, and the more complicated plans got, the more likely they were to fail. One request, he said, if we're going to steal something from Sorg, can we at least live treasure he stole from someone else? Just to be a little more ethical. The Hutt stared at him as if they hadn't understood his words. Then Asim's big mouth opened wide. Vito's did too, and they began to laugh so hard their rippling bodies shook the room. He felt a tiny nudge in the Force and looked aside. Marin's expression was very much I told you so. She had told him so, and he hadn't liked it then, and he didn't like it now. At least they were in this together, he thought. Not just him but Vitor, and Roan too. After so many years as a family apart, at least they'd be able to help each other now. When the negotiations with the Hutts were over and the Imperial Knights had a chance to retreat to their ship, Roan felt supremely relieved. He knew that Treese and Morgan felt the same. They'd run risky missions before in the name of the Empire, but wading deep into convoluted criminal conspiracies was something new and unwelcome. Vitor had held his own, Roan thought. His older brother had pursued negotiations with a singular focus, which was a little surprising, given how distracted he'd seemed on the way here. After that unexplained outburst on leaving Lantilles, he'd been restrained and guarded with his emotions, preoccupied by by something he didn't want to name. Perhaps he'd welcomed the negotiations as a distraction. As Roan and his cousin stepped inside their freighter's compact crew, Morgan sighed. I still don't understand why we can't do anything against these Hutts legally. They're criminals. We have laws against what they do. So does the Alliance. We should work together to stamp out these slugs. The Hutts won't recognize our law, Roan said. They've held this territory for thousands and thousands of years, even before the Old Republic existed. You heard how they talk down to us. They think every younger species is inferior to them and refuse to degrade themselves by recognizing our law. Morgan sighed again. Well, that sounds like a recipe for a society of gangsters if I've ever heard it. Isn't it? Well, now we are playing by their rules. I hope it works. Me too. They paused, standing in the middle of the cabin, facing each other but not speaking. It had been the kind of day when quiet moments swelled with all the things that needed doing. I have another question, Morgan asked, voice low. Go ahead. Roan took a step closer. He already knew this was going to be about Vitor, and he knew he wouldn't have an answer. Before his cousin opened his mouth, Tree's boots came pounding into the room. Hanging from the doorframe, he waved them toward the cockpit. Come on, he said. You've got to see this. Roan and Morgan followed him up. Vitor was already there, hunched over the comm station. To Roan's surprise, there wasn't the holo of another night waiting for them but the broadcast from some Alliance-based news channel he didn't recognize. When he looked closer at the holo's image, it was familiar. A fine stone building with the fine white arches and pillars commonly found in Muan architecture. Then his eyes tracked to the headline beneath the image. Breaking news. Explosion at Imperial Banking Clan's main office on Moon List. Details unavailable at this time. Another one. Trees pounded the side of a fist against the nearest bulkhead. Vitor's expression was angry, but cold. They're still at it. And they're not going to stop unless we stop them? We don't know much about this one yet, Roan said. We don't even know if the Visadia helped. It doesn't matter, said Vitor. They'll keep doing this until we find Veer's big nest and destroy it. If we have to work with the Hutts to pull this off, then we will. We're going to end this war, even if it kills us. He looked across the cabin, meeting each of their eyes. Vitor's final words, his dark determined glare, echoed in their minds, and Roan knew they stood with them for days to come. The Skaratas who returned from Lantils to Kiramora descended on the settlement with an air of ebullient triumph. Tamar had participated in more than a few celebrations of work well done, but the scale of the Lantils' job and the haul it yielded produced a bigger show than she'd seen in years. By nightfall, everyone in the settlement, from the small kids to the old retired warriors, had gathered on the mountainside under the stars to sit around the fires, pass around bottles and fresh cooked food. She tried to enjoy it. If she was going to stop worrying about Marin, all this happy clamor was the way. And after a few bites, she started getting appreciably lightheaded, though not as much as Nanette. You should have been there, Bavodu, Nanette said to Jovar as she sloshed a bucket of ale with one hand, spilling some on Tamara's lap as she sat awkwardly pinned between the young woman and the old retired fighter. I'm afraid I wouldn't slowed you down, Jovar said, but his face creased with a smile. Her uncle didn't do that often, not in front of Tamar, but he'd had some bites too, and was finally dropping his guard a little. Not likely. Nanette waved a finger. You ever fight in 0G, Bavodu? I haven't, not until now. It was something. But in 0G I bet you'd have moved as spry as any of us. Only as fast as my old joints permit. Jovar held up his free hand and rotated it. If he was demonstrating how they creaked, the surrounding chatter absorbed it. Nanette slapped Tamar on the arm. Your Adika put in a really good showing. Shab, we couldn't have done any of it without her, could we? No, we couldn't, Tamar admitted. The whole thing was Marin's show, start to finish. She glanced sideways at Jovar as she said it. The old Mando looked down into his cup and took another gulp without a word. Nanette was still on high. Most fun job I've done in a while. 2 Shabla princes of the Empire. She shook her head, grinning. That's a story to tell when I get old. Well, keep the part about the princess quiet for now, Tamar warned. And about Marae. And about where we got the merchandise in the first place. Any idea where you want to fence it? Asked Jovar. Mekker and my boer talked about it on the way back, said Nanette. They're thinking, make small offers to different parties. See how interested they are, and how much credits they've got to spend. On Mandalore or other places? Asked Tamar. Mandos were generally good about keeping business deals between themselves private, but you never knew how something might leak back to the Visadii. Little of both. Mekker, he's got lots of off-world contacts. I know. Just make sure he's careful. Udicii, of course, they'll be careful. Nanette slapped her aunt's arm again. You're ruining the mood. Sobriety is a hazard of advancing years, Jovar drawled. Tamar shot him a looking, but Nanette laughed. You can't enjoy things if you really let yourself. Bavodu, I promise. I'm doing just fine. The old Mando lifted his mug slightly. You need to do more than that. Nanette picked herself off the bench. I need to refill. Anyone? Tamar and Jovar waved her off. The young woman shrugged, disappointed, and went around the circle to the keg Dorn had procured from somewhere. That left the two of them alone, staring into the bonfire, listening to everyone else's happy drunken chatter and not knowing what to say. Finally Jovar said, She's bold, you're Attica. That she is. Tamar kept watching the flame. Think she takes after you more or her father. I used to think Arlen. Later I thought, maybe me. Now I'm not so sure. She's got powerful tools. It's no wonder. Jovar took another drink. Tamar looked at him. What do you mean? You know? There's nothing wrong with using the tools you're given. Depends on the tools and what it costs to use them. Everything's got a price, Tamika. We're mercenaries. You should know that. I do. But the cost of using the Force isn't that bad. Even your board thought so, in the end. Jovar shrugged. Maybe he could afford to because he was getting up in his years. But a young Mando, with all those special powers, and so many chances to use them in so many ways, no. That's asking for trouble. Tamar finished her mug, savored the final swallow, and asked, Did you ever think, as you got older? No, Jovar said with finality. Tamar looked across the fire. Nanette, on the other side of the circle, had been waylaid in conversation with Jade and a few of his little ones. She was maneuvering both hands through the air, probably describing the Lantil's raid to a captivated and impressionable audience. Despite it all, Tamar smiled at the sight. I'm going for a refill, she announced. Anything you want, Bavodu? I'm good. You sure? Very. Don't want to turn into an old drunk in my twilight years. Smart enough, Tamar decided. Well, she wasn't in her twilight years just yet. She pushed off the bench, made her way toward Nanette, and tried to pretend she was still closer at heart to the young woman ahead than the old man behind. After delivering his bounty to the client, Kaner Ossus took his time getting back to Mandalore. There wasn't much to see or do there, but no new contract had come to him either, which meant he'd have to prowl around Keldabe some, find the few contacts in the capital that were willing to talk to an Ossus nowadays, and try to get himself on a new job. He wasn't looking forward to that. In some ways it had been easier taking jobs with non-Mando mercenary groups that spanned the galaxy. Many of those hired guns didn't know anything about Mandalorian clan politics, and most that did know didn't care. Sometimes, on those jobs, he hadn't felt like a Mandalorian at all, which had been strangely liberating, though it never lasted. Since his thoughts were dwelling on some of those old jobs, it was strangely serendipitous when, just an hour after setting his ultimatum down on the spaceport outside Keldabe, he got a message from one of his old fellow mercs, an ugly but very competent ex-police, from generous named Davek. While Yaga was down in his cabin gathering everything to take out of the ship, Kaner sat down in the cockpit and received Yevek's call. It's been a long time, he said when the man's face came up on the holo. Is this a special occasion? Good to see you too, Ossus, Yevek said. You on Mandalore nowadays or out working? Just got back from a job, actually. What's up? Are you looking for work? No, I am gainfully employed. Just pulled a big job actually. Called to talk to you about it. You do this job by yourself or are you part of a team now? I've got a crew. Joined up with the squad called Blue Moon, if you know them. Vaguely, Kaner said. He'd heard it was somehow affiliated with that the Broken Moon place Gavin used to deal with. He'd also heard his current owner was no fan of Mandas. They're recruiting. I think we got a full staff right now, but you know how positions open up in our line of work. Kaner snorted. So if this isn't a job offer, what? I just want to let you know we've come into a lot of high-quality merchandise. Weapons, armor, all the stuff you and your Mando buddies might be interested in. What kind of quantities? Enough to outfit a small army. We hit a big load, and we're looking to sell it off at very affordable prices. So you want me to fence for you? I want to cut. We might do that, but I also want you to keep an ear open. We didn't plan on it, but we had help on that job. Mando help? Exactly. They took a much smaller share of the spoils, but if you keep an ear open you'll probably hear somebody in your neighborhood trying to sell factory fresh merchandise. Zircus, air kits, blast etches. What do you want me to do about it? Let potential buyers know they can get more of the same for a cheaper price. Just ask around, keep yourself informed, and if any of your Mando buddies want better value for their money, send them my way. So in other words, he'd be fencing. I want to cut. Sure. We can figure it out. But you're sure it was Mandas? I know Beskar when I see it. They had some friends with him too. Almost looked like Jedi. Kaner jerked upright in his chair. Jedi. Well, they had lightsabers. Didn't get to see him in use since we arrived a little late. How many? Yevik thought a moment. 5 sabers, I think. About 10 Mandas. You didn't get any names. All I know is that they had some deal with our employer. Making pacts with Twi'lek crime bosses didn't sound Jedi-like. They may have been rogue Force users, or imposters, or even Sith. Even so, none of those categories were likely working partners for a bunch of Mandalorians. With one exception, he thought. Tell me about the Mandas. Did any of them stand out? Any gear catch your eye? Yevik's ugly mug twisted in thought. A moment passed, and he was still thinking. Kaner had heard individual veterans could recognize each other by the pattern of their stripes, even though they all looked the same to humans. Mandas were like that from Eridus. They saw the armor but not the details that made each Beskar suit unique. Well, Kaner prodded. I remember, some big guy with dark armor and a big white mythosaur painted on his helmet. Took up the whole front of the thing. That didn't ring any bells, but it was something Kaner could ask around for. Anything else? He snapped his fingers. There was a woman. Black armor, some blue on it. She took her helmet off. She had black hair, light complexion. Looked older than you or me, but still not bad. Think there was one more woman. She didn't take her helmet off, but you could tell from the build. That one had red armor, pretty bright. It was just like Yevik to pay special attention to the women. Anyone else catch your eye? I think that was all. The women? I mean. No, one of the Jedi, or whatever was one too. That was more detail than he'd hoped for, and it jarred with the idea already forming in his head. Thanks, Yevik. I'll ask around and make sure people get your offer. But I'll want to cut. You'll get it. 20%. 15. 20 or nothing. 18. It was also like Yevik to haggle over a few percentage points. Done, said Kaner. I'll speak with some people. Let you know how things turned out. Knew I could count on you. Talk to you later, old friend. With that, Yevik turned off the holo. Kaner sunk back in his chair and let possibilities wash over him. Then he noticed his son standing in the doorway, watching his back. You been there a while, lad. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, said Yaga. You weren't. Got your stuff. Ready to go? Good. We've got things to do. When Kaner wasn't off on business, he lodged in a place on the outskirts of Keldabe. He and Yaga moved all the equipment they needed off the ship for an indeterminate stay, And while the boy unpacked his things, Kaner got on the comm again and made another call. An hour after that, he set out, leaving Yaga to many the apartment, and made his way through Keldabe's old narrow streets to see a man he hadn't talked to in a very long time. Given the lives they led, Mandalorians seldom aged well. Sharp Jebin was no exception. At 70, what was left of his hair had gone white. He moved with a limp thanks to old breaks in both legs, and he gained too much weight to ever squeeze back in a Beskar suit. After he let Kaner through the front door of his ground-level flat, he hobbled back to the sofa with the help of a cane. A bottle and 2 half-filled glasses were poured and waiting. Kaner guessed he didn't get company often. Mandas too old to fight often found themselves listless in their final years, and Jebin probably didn't have a surplus of friends. He'd been an ally to Kaner's brother since Jebin first started maneuvering for the position of Mandalore, and after Jebin's death, Jebin had thrown his lot in with Jerkle. Nobody liked a 2-time loser. After they clanked glasses and had the first sip, Jebin asked, "You still have your boy with you?" "That's right. We just came back from a bounty hunt." "You're training him?" "That's good. I do what I can. Not much work for us nowadays." "Sign of the times," the old man muttered. Jebin had been close with Jevern and Jerkle, but Kaner had never been like them. Jevern had called his youngest sibling weak more than once to his face, and Jebin probably shared that opinion. He was probably wondering what the wayward little brother who wouldn't fight to be Mandalore was doing here now. So Kaner went right into it. He outlined his recent conversation with Yevik and took it in order, starting with the offer to fence top-grade merchandise and ending with the unnamed clan of Mandalorians and their apparently Jedi friends. After listening to it all, Jebin hummed thoughtfully, sipped a little more from his cup, and said, "Sounds like Skaratas to me." "That's what I thought," said Kaner. In truth, he only knew the Skaratas by reputation. Considered ornery and clannish even by Mando standards, they lived in a mountain settlement far from Keldabe. They had the blood of Old Republic clones in their veins and, rumor said, Jedi blood too. And they'd run afoul of Jevern, though that was all Kaner knew. He'd never talked business much with his brother. "What about the armor I described? Does that sound familiar?" "That woman in black and blue sounds like a dead ringer for Tamar Skarata," Jebin said, tone twisted by bad memories. "She was the one who really ran afoul of your Vod. You heard that story?" "Some of it." He stretched the truth. "Goes all the way back to Sin X Juvex. I guess you'd have been pretty young in those days. Long story short, she betrayed Jevern and the rest of us to the Shabla Jedi. Wrecked the biggest, most profitable work we've had in the past 50 years. He swallowed more brandy and scowled. "Part of it's my fault. She and her cousin Dorn went on a mission with me. I let it all get sour under my watch. Shabla Dickett I was, thinking I could control a Skarata." "Why did she side with the Jedi? I've heard they've got it in the family." "You hadn't heard." Jebin snorted. "She married a Jedi, had a kid. Son or daughter, I can't remember. Never showed her face on Mandalore, and Gevern was content to let the Skarata sulk in the mountains as long as she kept out of his hair. Of course, she got back into things after your Vo died, and Shao took over. I knew her clan was more active. Didn't know they were in with the Jedi, but I guess it's not surprising." "Did any of those others I described sound familiar? The man with the mythosaur on his helmet or the woman in red?" Jebin scratched the white stubble on his chin. "Not the mythosaur man. Think I remember that one. The girl in red, as I recall, Dorn has a daughter, takes after him. Nanette, I think she wears red. And Dorn? Green. Shab, why all the questions?" "I was just wondering. I always knew the Skaratas were in bad with Gevern. And when he died, I thought maybe they were involved. If you really wanted to find your brother's killer, you should have got into it while the blood was warm, not left Jerkle to do it for you." Jebin drank again, but he tried everything he could back then. You know what Jevern was into around the time he died. The attack on the Chiss, right? The last I saw him, he was leaving Mandalore with Galacet. Coruscant, you remember him?" Kaner shook his head, but the old man went on. "Some rumors later said Galacet ended up in the hands of the Chiss, poor Shabor. Jerkle figured Jevern got either killed or captured by the Blue Boys. But nobody ever knew. He didn't say where he and Galactic were going. No, they were going to meet Shab. Who was it? Jevon stared off into the shadows in the corner of the room. Eventually he decided, Salvok, the name was. Salvok. Right? Can't remember the first name right now. I think he had a smithy somewhere down south, but he was never close with your Vod that I could tell. Jerkle tried to find him, but no luck. He thought maybe Salvok killed Jevon and went into hiding. Maybe they all ended up getting taken by the Chiss. It seemed like a succession of dead ends, but then, that would be expected after almost a decade for the case to grow cold. Kanan looked into the amber liquid in his glass. He hadn't had half as much as Jevon yet and decided to remedy that with a big gulp. It burned so much going down that he broke into a coughing fit. Jevon chuckled. Kanan's cheeks burned with shame. Just coming here, pretending to be a tough Mando warrior like Jevon, was asking for embarrassment. Why'd you come here now, after all this time? Asked Jevon. Because he was sick of chasing petty bounties and slumming with Erida's mercenary crews. Because his name and clan felt more important now that they meant so little to everyone else. Mostly because he had a growing son who didn't deserve to grow up trapped by family's shame. It's not right. What happened to Jevon? He told Jevon. A Mandalore died and everyone moved on. Nobody even cares about the truth. It's not right at all. Someone should fix that. Since Jerkle couldn't, I should. I should have done this years ago, but it's better late than never. Jevon considered him and said, Your brother would appreciate this. Kanan nodded like he agreed, but he knew this wasn't about Jevon. It wasn't even about Clan Ox's honor, not really. It was about his honor, and being able to hand his son a better legacy than scrounging bounties on backwaters. If he could do that much, it would wash the shame away. Chapter 15. When Jade had learned that the remaining Happen loyalists were hiding inside an abandoned mining station hidden beneath the stormy skin of Orlan 6, she pictured some ugly ragged thing barely holding together against the constant onslaught of the gas giant's high-pressure atmosphere. It had hardly sounded the kind of place where you could hide 100,000 people. When Jade's shadow arrived, Tanith took the helm and guided them toward the station. Things finally began to make sense. Jade had seen holos of floating cities on Tabana-rich worlds like Bespin and Taloran. The Orlan station was something similar, a broke swelling disk with the ventral stalk dropping deep down toward the planet's solid core and anchoring the facility in place. Not much of that could be seen until shadow drew very close, and the disk's dim outline could be discerned through the swirling brown, red, and tan-colored gases. Tanith explained that, in addition to having an outer shell built to withstand the corrosive chemicals of the atmosphere, the station had been modified to erect a powerful shield that could withstand hours of orbital bombardment. Combined with the difficulties in reaching the Orlan system at all, it made this base an ideal place to hide, though it seemed to Jade this would be a lot harder to evacuate in a hurry if they had to. A dorsal bulge at the top of the station poked out through the surface of the clouds, and it was through this that Jade's shadow entered. Great doors dilated open and allowed the ship to drop through the portal. They quickly closed again, sealing the new arrivals inside. A group of people were waiting in the landing zone, and they immediately struck Jade as old school happens. The elder women were draped in layers of fine robes and jewelry. A few handsome male servants hung at the back, and tall, strong younger women stood in file on the party's flanks, ceremonial pike weapons pressed at their sides. As Jade evaluated them, they evaluated her and the party she'd brought. She and Tanith descended the landing ramp first, followed by Tanith's team of exiles, and then, finally, the 4 other Jedi. As requested, they were all women and all human, but the loyalists' eyes were drawn to the lightsabers dangling unashamed from their belts. With effort, the lead noble pulled her attention back to Jade and Tanith. The red-haired woman said, Dutch Areshal, it's an honor to meet you at last. You did not tell us you were bringing Jedi. The old aristocrat watched Jade like she was expecting her to transform into a Nexu and attack. After we learned of what happened at Rabboni, we decided Jedi presence would be helpful, Tanith said calmly. It's the Jedi who are working with Sarissa. snapped another woman. That's not true, and I'd be happy to explain why, Jay said. We know who your real enemies are, and believe me, the Jedi are your best chance of stopping them. The wariness in their eyes didn't relax, and Tanith asked, can we speak to the survivors from Raboam? I'm sure they'll help confirm what we already know. Of course, Reshel said. We've brought her along. The nobles at the front of the group shuffled aside slightly so Jade and Tanith could see someone standing at the back. It was a teenage girl, a little shorter than normal for Hapes, with pale skin and straight black hair. When all attention fell on her, she shifted nervously but said, my name is Elia Chalk. I'd like to help in any way I can. Chalk, Tanith asked, are you a relation to Sarissa? Only distantly. Are you a relation of Lenore Chalk? Elia looked surprised. Yes. She was my mother. I see. She shifted her attention back to Reshel. Let's go someplace where we can all sit down and talk, please. The Duchess still eyed the Jedi warily, but nodded in agreement. She raised a hand, flashed a silent signal, and the guards and servants executed an about-face and marched for the exit. Everyone else followed. Nobles, exiles, Jedi, all thrown together with an awkwardness that felt like thick miasma in the Force. The Loyalists were clearly trying to keep up the pretense of old splendors, but as they walked through the stations inside it felt increasingly thin. The room they were eventually led to had a collection of seats and sofas with cracked cushion cases lining the rust-tinted metal walls. Somewhere far off, machinery could be heard clanking and rumbling. The one relief was a window that looked out on the slow-churning colors of Arlen 6's upper atmosphere. Without this natural light in view, this must have been a maddening place to live. The guards, servants, and most of the Jedi remained on their feet, but Tanith and Jade sat close to Elia so she could tell her story. The teenager went into detail explaining what she and her brother had done to hide on Raboam and the appearance of the 3 lightsaber-wielding aliens who slaughtered the nobles. They were clearly dealing with Sith here, but a few points of her explanation struck Jade as insufficient, namely how Elia and Hogwarm had both hidden and crept from hiding at the same time despite being on opposite sides of the room. At the moment that was less important than the Sith themselves, so when Elia was done Jade put that aside and started to explain to the Loyalists what was really happening. She didn't say anything about Darth Terrace specifically, but she detailed what the Sith were, how they were different from Jedi, and how they'd helped overthrow Tennokai all those years ago. Jade could feel strong skepticism from the old women, and some confusion when she explained the difference between Jedi and Sith. Nonetheless, Duchess Reshel tried to look at things practically. If this is all true, she said, then some things make sense. We always knew Demia has secret agents doing her bidding. Not even the royal security teams knew about them. The big shift seems to be when Sarissa took over, Tanith said. What can you tell us about how she did it? Sarissa was reported dead. Demia even had a funeral service. Reshel shook her head. You probably know as much as we do. We were told the princess was dead, but never found the body. Demia secluded herself in grief. There were rumors Sarissa had tried a coup against Demia, failed, and been executed. No evidence, just talk, because that happened to her mother. A month or so later Demia was dead poisoned, they said, and Sarissa was very much alive. Are you sure that's Sarissa? Asked Jade. What are you suggesting? A clone. Some Sith imposter? I don't know. But after she returned, did you speak with Sarissa? Were you in close proximity to her? Yes. Several times. I was a political prisoner at the time. She released me because she thought I was an enemy of Demia. She thought I could be useful. But I saw what she had planned. So it is the Sarissa you knew before. It is the same woman. I guarantee that. I think what happened is fairly clear, Tanith said. Either Sarissa convinced the Sith to help her ambitions or the Sith are using her to advance theirs. It's probably a combination of both. We should have never allowed any Force users in the consortium at all, one woman grumbled. Tanith shot her a glare. You had a Jedi Queen for over 30 years. You've had Sith in charge for less than 10. You can't see the difference. The noble shifted uncomfortably and looked away. They'd hated Tenno Ka for putting a stopper on their own conniving ambitions. The Sith had given Sarissa the chance to fulfill her own power lust beyond anyone's imaginations, and in doing so she'd ravished the society that had created her. Jade doubted these women saw the irony. There was one exception. Elia Chalk was looking straight at her with an expression of earnest curiosity. Realistically speaking, Tanith said, there's not much we can do against the Sith for now. I'd like to talk about what we came here for, getting your people off this base before Sarissa corners you. You'd accept us on your new Hapes? One woman asked. We would. We have about 3 million people and a fertile world with plenty of room to settle. We're still working on the logistics of your extraction, but we're prepared to welcome you. The noble skepticism was obvious, and Jade wasn't surprised. Their culture didn't prize mercy and forgiveness. They clearly didn't expect any from their old enemies. If we come to your new Hapes, Reshel said, will we be expected to bow to your Jedi Queen? Alana Djo Isier Queen, as recognized by the Galactic Alliance and the people of New Hapes. Tanith said firmly, you will respect her as such. However, the way we actually govern things is quite different from what you expect. You'll have plenty of autonomy there. Before they could delve into precise political bickering, Jade asked, is Mistress Chalk still needed here? I've noticed she looks tired. The girl flushed, embarrassed and a little confused. Reshel said, no, I believe she can go. Jade stood up. I'll escort her to her quarters if I may. The nobles didn't understand, but most of them were glad to have one less Jedi in the room. Reshel said, yes, you may. Thank you, Master Skywalker. Jade expected some servants of guards to trail them through the halls and was pleasantly surprised to get herself alone with Elia. The girl didn't say a word as they started through the station's narrow, unadorned hallways. She didn't know what to make of this situation, so Jade took the first step. Thank you for what you said back there. That information will help us greatly. I just explained what happened. I know. I was wondering if you could clarify something. Yes. All right. You said you and your brother hid on opposite sides of the chamber. How did you know he was safe when everyone else was dying? Did you see him take shelter? No. It was too confused for that. Then how did you know? And how did you both come out safe at the same time? The girl hesitated, then said, we just knew. We've always been aware of each other's feelings. Can you tell what he's feeling right now? Elia stopped, narrowed her eyes like she was thinking hard. Finally she said, he's bored, I think. Jade smirked. That's interesting. And can you send thoughts to each other if you try? I'm not sure. Maybe. Jade took that for as a yes. She trained with Jadram since they were young, and, by Elia's age, they developed a similar mental bond. The ramifications were interesting, not just for Elia and Hagram. The Hapes were supposed to have purged Force sensitives from their bloodline centuries ago, but the power had cropped up here, in the reigning queen's family, no less. Elia had seemed shy and confused until now, so it took Jade by surprise when she looked at the Jedi and asked, do you think we have the Force? What do you know about the Force? Almost nothing. But they say it has less substance than air but more power than all the jewels and armies in the galaxy. That was an impressively poetic way to put it. I like to think so. Do you think that's what Hagram and I have? I think that's possible. Can I meet your brother? Of course. He should have been here too, but she looked back at the chamber from which they'd come and frowned. He's just a boy to them. Well, he's not to me, Jay said with a smile. Come on, let's go find him. Something Alana had learned from her years in politics was that the best way to attack a problem was to come at it sideways. The extraction of the Happen loyalists from their hidden base at Arlen was one such problem. With the trouble at Arquilla still ongoing, the Triumvirs would be wary of sending a military task force into the Hapes cluster. It could too easily look like, despite being an essentially humanitarian mission. As legally recognized Queen of Hapes, it was within Alana's right to request assistance, but just by being the one to ask she knew she'd divide the Triumvirs. That was why she instead elected to meet with Gabus Avik of Calibop in the senator's office on Coruscant. One of the more agreeable aspects of her job as chief of state had been shepherding younger representatives whose views on politics matched her own. Avik had arrived in the Senate during Alana's third year in office, and since then he's risen to chair of the Defense Committee. Calibops were generally known as talkers rather than soldiers, but Avik was a former Commodore in the Alliance Navy. Alana had recognized his military credentials as well as rhetorical ones, and helped guide him to the position he held today. He therefore ushered Alana into his office with welcoming wing. "It has been some time, Master Joe. We do not see you on Coruscant often enough these days." "I do miss it. Occasionally." Avik whistled through his beak, his racist amused laughter. "If you've burdened yourself by coming here, I'm sure you must have a good reason. Is this about Arquilla?" "Actually, no. This is about something closer to home." His small eyes blinked. "A Jedi matter." "No. My older home, Hapes." I'm aware of what's been happening there these past years. So is everyone who cares to listen. There's not many of those, unfortunately. Yes. It is shameful, frankly. It's not entirely their fault. When Hapes left, the Alliance has shut itself off as fully as it could. No diplomats, no envoys, not even news reporters or tourists. That's not surprising. Hapes was closed off from the Empire, and the Old Republic too. Still, we haven't been blind. The intelligence your agents have been collecting all these years is very appreciated by the military and the Defense Council. That's what I was hoping to talk to you about, Chairman. As head of the Council, you have the authority to take matters directly to the Triumvirate. As legal head of Hapes, so do you. Avik knew it was more complicated than that. He knew that her Jedi heritage meant some members of the Alliance would always side against her. He asked, "What precisely are we talking about?" "There are currently about 100,000 Happen loyalists holed up in a system called Arlen. My agent Tanith Zell is there now, and they formally requested Alliance help in evacuating to New Hapes. The exiles don't have the equipment to do it themselves, which is why we need help from the military." As a former politician, she knew how to get small lies through. Just as she told Avik that the Loyalists had officially requested help, so Tanith was telling the Loyalists that the Alliance had officially offered it. If they got caught out later, it would be a small price to pay for saving so many lives. 100,000, Avik considered. We have troop transports to carry that much, of course. What kind of planet is this Orlan? A gas giant. They are located on a mining station in the upper atmosphere. That can make transferring people slower. But that's less important. Master Joe, is Arlen currently under threat? Not currently, but as the last Loyalist base, Sarissa will be hunting for it hard. And you know what she'll do when she finds it. Indeed. Avik's feathers rustled in agitation. Evacuation ships would need a major military escort, and if that escort got into a fight with Sarissa's navy after invading its sovereign space, it could be a disaster for the Alliance's image. And they both knew that, in politics, image came first. Noble intentions were way down the line. What's been happening in Hapes shames us all, Alana said. It should never have gotten this bad. My own feelings toward the Loyalists kept me on the sidelines for too long. Someone has to act. I don't need to remind you, Master Joe, that you succeeded a chief of state who resigned because he ordered a military intervention in Senex Juvex after the Senate explicitly voted it down. I know. And his moral bravery saved billions. But this is different. The Loyalists are asking for this. Yes, there's a danger in sending troops to Orlan. But where will our moral authority be if 100,000 people beg for our help and we let them get slaughtered? Avik's long neck sunk low. Moral authority, you say? We heard those words so rarely. Tell me, how did you ever manage to be Chief of State and Jedi Knight at the same time? It wasn't easy, Alana smiled faintly. The Calibop lifted his head. I have friends in the Navy's senior command. I'll bring them with me when I talk to the Triumvirate. Oh, Gavis. Thank you so much. They'll want to see proof of the Loyalists' request for help. Don't worry. I'll have it when you need it. Alana smiled tightly, and knew by hook or crook she would, because that, too, was politics. Despite having spent most of his life in the Hapes cluster and many nights inside the Fountain Palace itself, Darth Tyrant had never stepped foot inside his throne room until now. It was an immense space meant for an audience of thousands, bigger than the whole interior of the Sith Temple on Shidu Mod. It was nighttime now, and no light fell through the transparent steel atrium roof. Its empty space seemed to yawn all the wider for the shadows that filled it. Darth Sadal was where she belonged, on the fan-back emerald throne she'd taken from her grandmother, who'd in turn taken it from a Jedi Queen. As Tara stood on the raised dais before her, she seemed to revel in her audience of one. Once the last of the loyalists are gone, there will be a great celebration here. She held out a hand to indicate the shadow-filled expanse. Everyone in the consortium will see it. Even the Alliance will know about it, and feel shamed by their own cowardice. It should be quite a show, Tara said dryly. When will you announce their next campaign? Not then. My soldiers deserve to celebrate, and to rest. She smirked and sank against the throne's fan-shaped back. Besides, we shouldn't be hasty in attacking the Jedi. We need to make sure our control here is secure. You know what needs to be done. I've already sabotaged the defenses around our temple. When you go to Shidu Mod, turn the entire planet to ash. It's the only way to be sure we kill him. There was no need to specify which him. What about you, Tyrant? Are you sure your plan for Arlen will work? Very. I've studied the schematics of the older miners' habitat. I'll split our forces into 2 teams once we get aboard. One will disable the shields. The other will stand by to run. The moment the defenses come down, you'll be able to destroy the thing from orbit and kill everyone aboard, including our unwanted Sith. Her eyes narrowed. Are you sure you can handle Darth Maul? I can't hide my thoughts from his mind. And Annexer, Morlit, and your other allies. I'm confident. And Chrome, are you sure it was wise to bring him inside? He is an ambitious man. Ambition is what we need to take the fight to the Jedi. Trust in me. I've been planning this for a very long time. We've been planning it, she corrected. Just keep in mind, if you run into trouble on Arlen, I won't be able to help you from Shidu Mod. I was going to tell you the inverse. He gave her a wry smile. But then, I'm sure we are both capable of taking care of ourselves. So, all that really matters is trust. She let the vague insinuate roll off her with an easy shrug. If we've come this far together, Darth Tyrant, I see no question of that. Come closer. She beckoned with a finger, and he stepped up to place one foot on the base of her throne. Her hand reached out and took his, 2 palms down, fingers interlocked. This is just the next step, she said. Not the first, not the last. And she was right. There seemed to be a straight path that they'd moved on together, starting at the night he'd ambushed the princess in her bedroom, and leading up to this. Where that path led after Krait's elimination, he couldn't say for sure. The ravage in the Jedi Order and the rise of the new Sith Empire backed by Happen armies. So he hoped. Whether they'd walk that path together, or separately, whether Sadal would betray him once he'd outlived his usefulness, he didn't know, but he'd made preparations for either. As he looked at her dark eyes, he decided they needed to walk this path together as long as they were able. They'd already accomplished so much more working in cooperation than they ever had alone. The chamber in which Darth Krayt dreamed lay buried far beneath the repossessed Jedi pyramid on Shidu Mod. On first sight it looked like a coffin, though the red-tinted translucent crystal of its cover allowed the viewer to look down on the sleeping Dark Lord. Krayt lay on his back, encased in jagged Yuuz Hinvong armor that had bonded with his body decades ago. His arms were crossed over his chest, and placed atop his folded wrists was his spiked mask of the same material. His face was plain to see. It was the face of an old human with long gray hair, and wrinkles that creased the once straight black tribal tattoos Krayt had received when just a child. The heavy stone doors that blocked off the vestibule opened only rarely, and Darth Keekit was surprised when Darth Wirelock had invited him to follow her into the sacred space. The sleeping Dark Lord's presence, already felt from the vestibule, was enough to stagger the bearable and instill him with a rare surge of fear. Darth Wirelock sensed it, as she was bound too. The Chagrian looked over her shoulder, and her lips formed a tight, toothless smile. "You should be honored, Lord Kikid." "I am deeply, but I do not understand why I am here." Wirelock walked over to the crate stasis chamber and ran black and red fingers lightly over its glass-smooth case. "The one Sith are reaching a crossroads. We depend more than ever on those whose loyalty we can trust. You've never strayed from Lord Crate's vision. You've never even been tempted. We haven't forgotten that." Kikid bowed his head in acknowledgement. The one Sith had worked hard to forge him into a weapon since the day he'd hatched. Darth Zoran had guided him to become more than he would have been under any other master, and it was a debt he could never fully pay, though he'd spent every day since her death trying nonetheless. There were some who claimed Darth Zoran's passion for bringing justice to Sinex Shuvex had drawn her away from Darth Crate's vision, but Kikid had known her better than anyone else, and he'd never believed that. Zoran's vision and Crate's were one and the same. The galaxy they create would know the stern justice and final peace that only the Sith were strong enough to bring to the squabbling vermin. "What would you have me do?" Kikid asked Wirelock, asked the man sleeping beneath her fingers. "It is our belief that the battle at Orlan will not go as Darth Tarrant assures us. We need you to be alert, be ready, and make certain everything still ends in our favor." The new responsibility joined the weight of Darth Crate's power on his shoulders and drove him to his knees. Darth Kikid bowed his head and held both hands claws up in a sign of obedience. "Please," he said, "tell me what I need to do." Chapter 16. From space, the vast damaged land on Zanima Second's southern hemisphere looked like a broad but healing scar of sickly brown surrounded by natural green. Seeing it from the surface revealed the full devastation done to the planet by U.S. Hinvong bioweapons 130 years ago. The research complex, a rare structure of durasteel and turanium on a world where most buildings were organically grown, sat amidst rolling hills of arid land. Ground-level passageways connected a set of 5 angular gray buildings, each with its own purpose, and the broad landing pad sat in the center. Outside the complex, there was not the hint of civilization for 500 kilometers in any direction. When the terraforming project began, seeds from Zanima's natural flora grasses, ferns, tall, colorful borer trees had been planted in the southern hemisphere's desertified landscape. Attempts at soil purification and irrigation had produced only what ringed the research complex now: tufts of dried grass and the occasional gnarled, stunted tree that struggled to pull nutrients from the earth. It was a painful reminder how one rash act, inflicted by one party on another without either understanding the consequences, could haunt generations to come. Jaina very much hoped that could change. So far, the reclamation project had been undertaken by a mix of Jedi and U.S. Hinvong scientists who'd used solely native plants and their genetically similar U.S. Hinvong bred equivalents. The xenobiologists from the universities on MR, L, SST would have a wider range of understanding. When the shuttle bearing the scientists arrived, Jaina was on the landing pad to greet them. So were Tahiri and several U.S. Hinvong shapers, including the chief of his caste, Nesriam. Cole and his young friend Nayran had accompanied Jaina and the others down to the southern hemisphere, but for this initial meeting Jaina had decided to keep the children in the complex's habitat section. The first being to come down the shuttle's ramp was the Jedi pilot who'd met the scientists and flown them on the secret route to Zanima Second. The green-skilled Merialian scientist Yaris Ulrich gave the 2 older Jedi a nod and took his place beside them. Next were the 2 lead scientists. Jaina had spoken with them via holo, but as they came down side by side, the contrast was almost comical. The reedy violet-skinned Holden Professor Soap towered some 3 meters tall, while her colleague, the Mosishal Trula, barely topped 1 meter. Behind them came a trio of younger research assistants, 2 humans and 1 Togruta. "It is an honor to meet you at last," said Nesriam. The Master Shaper crossed his arms over his chest in a U.S. Hinvong salute and bowed his head, causing the tentacles of his living headdress to writhe. It was a sight Jaina and Tahiri had gotten used to over the years, but newcomers to Zanima Second, including many adult Jedi, had a hard time dealing with the alienness of the U.S. Hinvong. No matter how much their culture had changed over the past century, they were still, stubbornly, US Hinvong in many ways, and Jaina guessed they'd remain so another century on. The Holden reacted smoothly with a low bow of her own, and the Mrulsi said, "Greetings to you as well, Master Shaper. And you, Masters Jedi. We look forward to working with you." "As you can see, there is much work to do," said Nesriem. "Together, I hope, our combined learnings can heal this fascinating world." "Together," echoed Sot. "Yes, we would like that very much." It was the kind of start Jaina had been hoping for. After pleasantries were exchanged, the research assistants began moving crates of supplies out of the shuttle, and Yaris Ulura escorted them to the laboratory space prepared. Jaina, Tahiri, and the older scientists stepped to the side and let the younger ones do the heavy lifting. Soet and Drilla had been given an extensive briefing on the land reclamation efforts undertaken thus far, and they understood the details better than Jaina ever could. Nonetheless, this was their first time being on Zanima Second, and as they waited for cargo to offload, both scientists kept looking around as if they expected something to happen. When Sot was looking the distant barren ridges and Trula at the clear blue sky, Jaina asked them, "Do you have any questions for us? Anything you haven't asked before?" She could sense they both had things they wanted to ask, but still they hesitated. They'd surely heard the stories about Zanima Second's governing consciousness, but few beings who couldn't know the Force would even consider such a thing possible. Jaina had more than once listened to learned scientists who never been here give elaborate lectures on the phenomenon of Zanima Second, offering a variety of more plausible explanations as to Second's supposed self-awareness. She recalled that debunking Second had become something of a fad in academia a decade after the US Hinvong War. Hallucinations caused by unique plant life had been the most common explanation. So chose the oblique approach. It would be helpful if we could see a normal biome firsthand so we can observe how its systems operate. "This is possible, of course," said the Master Shaper, "but I believe we've already provided you with information from several distinct habitat zones in the Northern Hemisphere." "This is true, said Tla, "and for now it will suffice. But later, perhaps, we can see the environment you aim for." "We'll arrange for that," Jaina said, "but for later." Of course. One their assistant, a dark-haired young man, reappeared and called across the landing pad, "We've moved everything into the laboratory." "Then we'll join you." So looked to Nesriem. "Perhaps you'd like to instruct us on some of your equipment." The Master Shape bowed and followed the squat Mrulsi and gangling Holden off the pad. "They're curious," Tahiri commented once they were alone. "They're scientists," said Jaina. "That's their job, isn't it? And we have nothing to hide." "I wasn't criticizing. I just think that if they're looking for quantifiable proof of Second's consciousness, they'll be disappointed. Especially if they start looking here." Jaina looked out on the desolate hills. One thing they'd learned over the years was that the planet's living awareness was stronger in certain parts than others. It was born from the Force and thus from life, and it was strongest in the deep old forests of the northern continent. By Second's own admission, it was barely able to manifest its illusions in these wastes, let alone exert greater powers. That was a very different environment than what Cole and Nayren had known so far. The difference was uncomfortable, but it also provided a chance for education. As the most senior Jedi on Zanima, as Call's great-aunt, and as a fellow descendant of the Skywalker line, it was Jaina's purpose to make sure he learned his lesson. On the flight down to the southern hemisphere, Jaina had sternly warned Cole Skywalker that the research he'd be helping in was a very serious, very adult business, and he'd best do exactly as he was told by the scientists and shapers involved. She had to have known how much he hated being talked down to, but she'd done it anyway, just to show she was serious. At least she'd only done it once. The scientists talked down to Cole all the time, which wasn't surprising, but he still hated it. The two senior researchers, a Holden and a Mrulsi, were bothered that an 11-year-old had even been brought into their facility, though they both tried to hide agitation beneath professionalism. The research assistants were a little better, and one of the young humans, a woman named Nida who couldn't have been older than his cousin Marin, enlisted Cole to run messages and material back and forth between the laboratory the Alliance scientists worked in the section where the U.S. Hinvong Shapers had installed their organic devices. Cole got the impression he reminded Nida of a younger brother or cousin. This all seemed to annoy the other human assistant, a man about the same age called Rennis, but Nida blew off his concerns. Ren got better treatment. It helped that she'd actually studied shaping and had proven talent despite her age. When Cole ran material over to the Shapers' lab, she was always working with the adults, helping them run tests and examining the samples of soil and plant life from the surrounding waste. After the second day, Ren tried to explain to Cole what they were actually doing. It was a less dumbed-down version of what Nida had already told him, but getting a confusing mix of U.S. Hinvong and Alliance biological terminology thrown at him from an 11-year-old girl no less made him even more confused. It also made him realize that maybe those grown-up scientists were right to talk down to him, because even though he had special talent in the Force, he knew next to nothing about shaping and xenobiology. This in turn left him wondering why he'd even wanted to come down here in the first place. He was in that despondent state that his great-aunt summoned him. Jaina insisted, firmly and without explanation, that he join her on a trip outside the research compound. He asked if it was to collect samples, because it was the only reason he could think of to go into that dry and toxic wasteland. Jaina had refrained from answering and ushered him onto one of the light repulsor skimmers the scientists used to journey across the hills. They flew over the undulating landscape, and the compound's block gray buildings disappeared from view. Still Jaina kept flying, and from the gentle nudge the old woman gave the control yoke, it seemed she was trying to get someplace specific, though to Cole one dry ridge looked like any other. The only markets were occasional gnarled trees that struggled to grow out of poison soil. If his great-aunt had taken him on this trip to remind him how drastically and bleakly different the southern hemisphere was from the verdant north, she'd gotten her point across. Finally, Jaina slowed the skimmer to a halt at the base of one low ridge. It seemed as unremarkable as the ones around it, but the old woman lowered herself to the parched, clay-like ground and waved for Cole to follow. She started up the hill with slow, shaking steps. Cole knew his great-aunt was stubborn, or willful, as his uncle Arlen always phrased it, and he resisted the urge to reach out and help her climb to the top. He stayed alongside her the whole way in case she should fall, and one or twice Jaina paused under the hot sun, long white hair blowing and listless wind, breathing a little hard, but she always kept going. Cole had heard all the stories of what this woman had accomplished, never from her, but often enough from his mother and Arlen and sometimes Marin. They called her the Sword of the Jedi once, though she'd sworn off that title long before Cole was born. She'd slain a U.S. Hinvong War Master at age 21. She'd watched her younger brother die and been forced to kill her twin after he fell to the dark side. She'd watched so many other friends and family die too, and along with Tahiri she seemed to Cole to be a piece of living history, intimidating for all the darkness and pain she'd endured but deserving of automatic respect for the same reason. It was for that reverence that he didn't try to touch her as she climbed up that hill. He let her do it by herself. She'd accomplished so many more difficult tasks in her life. They reached the crest together, and Cole saw nothing but a patch of dry grass blowing in the wind and the gnarled husks of a few dead plants. He spun in a full circle to take in the endless brown hills on either side, the sun shining hot from the clear blue sky. Finally, he rested eyes on his great-aunt. She shuffled across the hilltop and lowered herself cross-legged to the dirt beside a dead plant. "Sit down with me," she said. Cole lowered himself into the same pose so they watched each other with the plant in between them. She pulled the hood of her Jedi robe up to shield her face from the sun, but Cole wore only his pale apprentice tunic. It came down hot on the back of his neck, and he tried to ignore it. "What are we here got?" he asked. "Close your eyes," Jaina said, and she did just that. Still not sure why, Cole did as he was told. Brightness from outside bled red through his eyelids. That light on his back felt hotter than ever. Sweat started to prickle on his neck. "Do you feel life here?" asked Jaina. Cole knew what his great-aunt was asking. When he first arrived on Zanima II, she and Tahiri both had taken him out into the forest to meditate. They'd made him close his eyes and reach out with the Force, and sense the myriad living beings around him. First, they'd urged him to find the totality. In the forest, it had been easy to feel them all: birds high above, insects buzzing in the air, and burrowed in the dirt, the growing boros, the patches of grass and moss, even the fresh fallen leaves that carpeted the earth and carried faint, dimming whispers of the trees they lived as part of. Once he'd found the totality, they'd urged him to find the specifics. He'd had to concentrate on a certain bird or one single bug and try to feel that creature, and only that creature in the Force. He'd hated that part. He complained and said it was too hard, and that it was anyway pointless because whatever presence a bird or insect had in the Force, it was tiny and unimportant. Jaina had scolded him hard. The Force was all life, she'd insisted, and the great mysterious matrix that made up Seket's consciousness relied on birds and insects and trees, and even dying leaves more than it relied on self-important sentience like Tujai sitting in the dirt. Then she'd ordered him to focus on one single leaf sitting in front of him, and felt only that in the Force. The leaf had still carried the colors of a borer tree, but they started to drain, and his flat body turned dry and brittle. Cole had spent hours focusing, pushing away the stronger Force presence of his great-aunt and everything else until it was just him and that dying object, and when he focused on it hard, it became a gateway to so much more. He became aware of the great tree from which it had fallen, the soil from which it had gained nutrients for those vivid colors, the insects that had burrowed inside the bark, and the birds that had patched nests inside his branches and made new life. All that revelation had come on him in an instant and left him breathless. Jaina had told him that the key to understanding the Force instead of just using it was to realize that it bound the smallest things to the greatest, and as a Jedi you had to be able to touch both at once and both separately, always knowing that when you touched the small you touched the great, just as the reverse was true. He'd learned that lesson in the forest. He didn't know what she wanted to teach him here, in the wastes. "Do you feel life?" she asked a second time. "I feel you," he said. "What else?" Cole concentrated. He reached out with the Force again. He tried to feel the brown grass behind Jaina, and found something faint, something brittle, something blowing in the wind and dried out by the sun, something reaching as far as it could into the poisoned earth, and pulling what little food there was to have. He knew the grass was doomed and starving, and he felt, just a little, the ache of hunger in his stomach, as though his body was acting in resonance. "That's good," Jaina whispered. "What else?" There wasn't much else to find. Cole groped beyond the grass but felt nothing. Dry and sun-baked hills rolled in every direction, but there was no more life than a few more patches of desperate grass, distant and faint on other hills. This landscape was as hopelessly barren as that of Ossus. "You're looking too far," Jaina said. He didn't know what she meant. She felt that, and she touched him in the Force and guided his awareness as though she'd taken his hand. And he felt something from the plant in front of them, something like the desperate grass but even fainter. It was alive, but life seemed to have shriveled inward, so not even warmth from the sun enriched the dried skin of his gnarled body. "I feel it," said Cole, "but it's dying." "Of course it is. This came from a borer seed, planted during a reclamation attempt years ago." Cole felt pity for it. The boros in the north were high, mighty, beautiful things. Their forests sang with life. It seemed cruel to have planted one here, where it was doomed to fail. "You have empathy, even for this?" Jaina asked. "Even this is life." "That's very good. But what can you do for it?" "I can't do anything. It's dying. It should have never been planted in the first place. Maybe it shouldn't have, but what's done is done. We take what is given, and we do with it what we can." "I don't understand. I can't do anything." If this was all some lesson about how important it was for him to pass around soil samples for scientists, he was going to be angry. "Cole, what is the Force for?" It was a question so huge there seemed no answer. It was a tool. It was a way to communicate and share empathy. In wrong hands and right ones, it could be used as a weapon. He'd heard some Jedi could use it to peer beyond their place in time. It was a way to sense your oneness with creation and find a place for your small self in all that greatness. Everything seemed small in the desert, even the Force. It was why he never liked Ossus. He said, defeated, it can't do much here. He felt her disappointment, and then he felt her consciousness pull away from his. She was still there, sinking deeper into the Force. He stayed near her and tried to feel what she felt, experience what she did. It felt like he was looking into a great well and peering to his bottom. She touched that dying plant in the Force, and because she was life, and it was life, she let that life be shared. Cole understood what she was doing, even though they were both a part of everything. Jaina's part was still greater and stronger, but she could still pass part of her life to the smaller and weaker. Cole's eyes popped open. Light and vision didn't chase away the depths of feeling he'd found with his eyes closed. His bond with Jaina surged greater than ever as her power flowed into the plant and changed the plant. His gnarled body seemed to unwind before Cole's eyes. His rough, dried skin grew smooth and gained a touch of green. A tiny bulb appeared, grew larger, and opened to release a single gleaming leaf that seemed newer and richer than the whole forest in springtime. And then Jaina stopped. The connection faded and Cole's awareness snapped out of the Force. He blinked and stared at the plant again. That leaf was still there, shining up at the sun. That was incredible, Cole told his aunt. When he looked at his aunt, she was bent forward slightly, and her breathing was deeper than before. When she met his eyes, she straightened and said, that was the essence of Force healing. True Jedi healers don't pull the Force out of nothing to mend broken bones. They draw the Force through themselves and all the life around them to make the weaker strong. You share power, from the great to the small. Exactly. She looked down at the plant before her, living but so fragile on the dry hilltop. When I was young, I was a warrior. You know that they called me. And I did things wish I'd never had to do. There are so many things that should be different but aren't, like a boar trying to grow in a waste. Since I laid down the sword, I've tried to learn healing instead of hurting. I'll never be as good at it as some Jedi I've known, but the core of being a Jedi is using the Force to protect life, not fight battles. His thoughts drew back to his older brother and his latest adventure with Arlen. Battles are still part of it, though. Yes. Her face creased in a sad smile. Great and small. Weak and strong. Healing and hurting. Everything is part of the Force. Even Jedi and you us involved. Even if we can't feel them. Even light and dark. Cole whispered. Oh, yes. Those most of all. She reached down to stroke the single leaf. Sunlight showed all the wrinkles and veins and bones of her small hand. Being a Jedi is also about making a choice. Whenever we can, we should choose light over dark. The weak over the strong. Cole stared at that plant for a long time, thought about its fragile strength, and finally said, we can't go around and fix this entire continent with the Force. I'm afraid not. We'll need those scientists. That's why they're here. So really, this is about why I need to go back and help carry their soil samples. He thought he'd be mad about it, but Cole was smiling instead. Among other lessons. Jaina smiled back. I think I got those too. Can we go back now? I'm getting sunburned. Then our lesson is over. Cole unbent his legs and hopped to his feet. Jaina stood more slowly, and when she'd risen halfway up, her whole body trembled and tipped off balance. Cole jumped forward and grabbed her. He pushed back against her weight, pushed her upright, and didn't let her go until she was standing and stable. Thank you, Cole, she said. I'm not as strong as I used to be. She shuffled slowly down the slope, back to the skimmer. He stayed right beside her, ready to catch if he had to, but she made it without falling. He knew that passing life into that plant had taken her more strength than normal. The small act had left her tired, and in a woman her age, the sight naturally frightened him. When they got to the skimmer, she sat down, took his controls in two bony hands, and kicked it into motion. They went sailing smoothly away from that hilltop, and Cole doubted they'd come back again. Still, he knew his aunt had left just a bit of herself there. Uncaring of the danger to herself, she passed power from the stronger to the weaker. It was what a Jedi did. It was what the Force was for. Chapter 17. Corax was one of the countless unremarkable, barely populated little planets that not even Caner Ossus, in his slumming through cheap jobs in the Outer Rim, expected to set foot on. That he was putting his ship and down his main spaceport, if such a term was even appropriate, was a sign of the strange twist his life had just taken. His friend Davek's news about the Skywalker clan had stirred something inside him, a need to find out the truth behind his brother's death, not for Jevern's sake but his own, and that of his son Jagged. What he'd learned from Shock Jevern had impelled him to roll back the years. Jevern's disappearance had set off a messy succession struggle to become the next Mandalore, and Caner had laid low for all of it, but he recalled, very dimly, hearing about some Mando activity around that time that had nothing to do with Jevern. Going through old news reports stirred up memory. 8 years back, at the same time that Jevern had disappeared, there had been an incident on Bamora. A lot of other things had been happening at that time too, but this one stayed in the news cycle thanks to the lengthy legal battle that followed. The chairman of Kuat Drive Yards, Rator of Q-Vault, had supposedly been assassinated or kidnapped by the Jedi during a business conference on the industrial world. The Jedi claimed he'd been a covert Sith Lord, and had escaped them entirely. KDY had marshaled every legal weapon it had, but the Jedi Order's unusual legal status helped them deflect a lot of the Kuti lawyer's blows. More importantly, nobody had been able to ascertain what had happened to Rator, assassinated, kidnapped, or escaped. Even with public attention turning against the Jedi just then, the Alliance courts had been unable to come up for a punishment when they didn't even know the crime. The legal wrangling didn't interest Caner, but what had caught his attention was the eyewitness reports. KDY's lawyers had dug up testimony from everyone possible, and many reported seeing armored figures teaming up with the Jedi to attack Redder's hotel room. Some had specifically called those armored commandos Mandalorian. Mandas, fighting with Jedi. One eyewitness specifically recalled spotting a Mando and bright red armor that stood out against the more staid colors of the rest. It was nothing definite, but it pointed to Clan Skywalker activity off Mandalore the same time Jevern was killed. Caner looked into other things too. He'd eventually found the Krem Salvok, who'd owned a metalworking business and disappeared the same time as Jevern. Salvok apparently imported materials from Aforo sites, and it took some digging through his defunct business public records to find out which specific planets he'd owned property on. After putting together a short list, Caner went even further and started communing the local port authorities on those worlds, asking they had flight records stretching back 8 years. All those planets were backwaters, and half of them didn't even keep lists from yesterday. But the old station master he'd talked to on Corax had launched into a rambling 10-minute account of a fight at his spaceport that had happened around the same time as Jevern's and Rator's disappearances. It sounded like the most interesting thing to happen in the poor man's life. As Caner listened to it, he knew he had to go there. He recounted all of his detective work to his son on the way to Corax. Jagged looked suitably impressed and also eager. He was 14 now, officially a young man, and he was still coming to realize what his uncle's death had cost his family. Caner feared he'd also started to realize what his father should have done but failed to do in the aftermath. Better late than never, Caner thought. Better some revelation and restitution for Jevern's death than a life spent living in shame. When they docked at Corax, the station master came out to meet them. The bald, bent-backed old man seemed especially excited to see 2 Mandalorians in full armor. "Oh, this is a trip back to the past." The old man grinned, gap-toothed, and clasped his hands together. "You get many Mandas in these parts?" asked Jagged. "Mandas. Mandalorians." The man's roomy eyes opened a little wider. No, not at all. I grew up here, you know. I always thought your kind were legend, like the Jedi." "We're definitely real," said Caner. "So are the Jedi, for what that's worth." "Well, we've never had a Jedi come to Corax. At least, not that I know. But Mandalorians? Yes, definitely. It's been, 8 years since I last saw your kind." "That's what we're here for," said Caner. "I need to see your records of what happened 8 years ago." "My records?" "Your flight manifests. Security holocam footage. Anything." "Oh my, I'm afraid, after so long, we don't have any of that. What? You told me I could see your records when we talked on the comm. The old man tilted his head. I did. Why would I say that? We have security cameras and the like, but it's been 8 years. We'd have cleared those files ages ago. Kaner couldn't decide whether to laugh or punch the man. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of Yaga, so he said, very firmly, you told me you'd have them. I remember. Did I? No, I don't think I did. The station master wagged his head. However, I may have said other people in town might remember. This was a big event, you understand. Kaner planted hands on his hips and did his best to loom over the old man. I didn't come all this way for nothing. The station master finally seemed intimidated. Oh, yes. Oh, of course. A long flight from Mandalore, I'm sure. Please, come, sit down in my office. I'll patch in some calls, see if I can't bring in someone to talk to you. Just give me a minute to think. I'm sure I can come up with some names. This isn't a big town, you know. The old man led them to his office, which was as cramped and messy as Kaner expected. It was located in the Spaceport's observation tower, and while the station master slinked away to make his calls, Kaner scanned the complex from the high window. The port was arranged in a honeycomb structure, with each landing pad walled off from the others. He'd heard about the Mandalorian dropship that had taken off suddenly and destroyed a second ship docked in another spot. He could see that one pad and its surrounding walls looked a little newer and cleaner than the others, almost certainly because of 8-year-old repairs. When the station master reappeared, he said an interested party was on the way and promptly began retelling the events. Yaga hadn't heard it all before, at least not told with the old man's relish, and the teenager, at least, seemed to enjoy listening. Kaner just hoped this second witness he dug up had something more revelatory to say. When that witness appeared, Kaner was instantly disappointed. The alien was no more than a meter tall, with stubby limbs, leathery blue skin, and a head topped by a stout bony crest. And Alina, probably. The alien pulled itself into a chair and sat at the same table as Kaner and Yaga. It looked at their masked faces, apparently less impressed than the station owner, then asked in slurred basic, "Are you here about Salvok?" "What do you know about Salvok?" asked Kaner. The Alina's round blue eye blinked twice. "He owned a warehouse here, right next to mine. I thought, Mandalorian move in, it might be trouble. You people have reputation." "What, no? He was good neighbor?" It took a certain gall to say that the two armored warriors. Kaner's attitude warmed a little. "You haven't seen him in 8 years, right?" "That correct. He leaves same day as fight at Spaceport, I think. Or die. Fight at warehouse too, but he leave that. All merchandise too." Now they were getting somewhere. What happened at the warehouse? Tell me. The Alina blinked 3 more times. "You won't tell?" "Yes, of course. Not one show. Do you have a recording of what happened?" "Yes, have got." It reached into the tunic wrapped around its stubby body and drew a small data card from its folds. "You kept it all this time?" asked Yaga. "Of course," the Alina chirped. "Very exciting thing. Why not save?" Kaner tilted his helm up toward the station master, who'd been standing in the far corner the whole while. On side of the Mandalorian's visor, he jerked into action. Here, let me get out a holo projector." The old man shuffled around, checking in cabinets and messy desk drawers until he found the device and placed it in front of the Alina. It reached out with stubby arms to insert the data card and switch the machine on. "This from security camera," the Alina explained. "I have one face back of my warehouse, front of Salvok's. You see." Kaner did see. The little alien had apparently been wary of his Mando neighbors, since the camera's range centered directly on the front of the opposite warehouse, showing the wide main doors for letting and cargo and the smaller side one for personal entrances. The Alina pressed a button to speed through the recording. Seconds counted off at triple speed in the corner, and nothing changed until 3 figures appeared, all in Mandalorian armor. Now that he had something besides a drab building face to look at, Kaner could appreciate the color depth of the recording. He made out, very clearly, a narrow figure in black armor, perhaps with blue highlights, a bigger one in green, and a third one thinner and shorter than the others in red with a pale body glove beneath. The smaller door to the warehouse opened and another Mando in gray and red armor appeared. As the fourth man let the other three in, Kaner asked, "Is that Salvok?" The Alina nodded. "I do not know the other three." Kaner was pretty certain he did and stared, breathless, and the rest played out. The Alina sped the clock forward almost 10 minutes before things happened again. It slowed the record to 1/2 speed so the Mandos could both lean forward intently and examine every second. The small door opened and the girl in red armor came sprinting out firing shots behind her. Her helmet was off and long dark hair was like a streamer behind her as she ran. 2 more Mandos, different from the others, raced after her. When they disappeared from view, the Alina tapped the recording forward another minute, then slowed it down again. Kaner watched as Salvok and another new Mando stepped out, dragging the man in green armor by the shoulders. Then came the woman in black, unconscious, and slung over the shoulder of a Mando in distinct violet that barely seemed slowed by her considerable weight. Last out was Jevon. Kaner might not have been close to his brother, but he knew that armor, dead certain. The Mandalore very casually locked the door to the warehouse behind him and followed the others as they carried their unconscious captives out of the camera's range. When the Alina stopped the recording, Yaga asked, "What happened after that?" The little creature rattled his head from side to side. A shrug, maybe. There was fighting at Spaceport. Cannot tell you more. You not heard story. I've heard the story, Kaner said. He could imagine the rest. Givern took his captives back to the drop ship. If Givern came all the way to this hole to capture these people, he wouldn't have just let them go. That girl in the red, the same one from Bamora 8 years ago, and the storehouse raid last week must have escaped her pursuers and come back around to rescue them. He struggled to remember that name, then found it. Nanescarada. I need a copy of this recording, he told the Alina. 2 blinks this time. Do I all know what happened next? Although Skaradas were alive and kicking, his brother wasn't. Yes, it was easy to figure out what had happened. And Kaner knew finally what had to be done about it. In the years since he'd last been forced to visit Sora the Hutt's palace, Korashvo had believed the place's repugnant reek perfectly preserved in his memory. On return, he learned that even terrible memories could fade, and reality was much worse than recollection. He tried nonetheless to hide his distaste when in the presence of the great slug. His ship, a humble and unremarkable Sorosua personal scout, was received with minimal fanfare. A droid unloaded the cargo crate with tightly packed Entralin art objects, and a set of waddling Gamorrean guards escorted Vol through a side gateway into the private wing of the palace. That was perfectly acceptable to him. His relationship to the Hutt was not something to be advertised, especially now that Fel's agents were probably on his scent. Serg received him in a spare chamber with no tables, no chairs, and 5-meter-long, oval pool of bubbling brown mud water in which the Hutt was currently wallowing. When he realized he was essentially being invited into Sorg's bath, Vol wasn't sure if he was being flattered or insulted. "You'll forgive me if I don't join you," he said simply as he stood on the pool's edge. Sorg, submerged halfway to his armpits in the foul-smelling muck, made a disappointing rumble before replying. Vol spoke no Huttese at all, but translation came courtesy of the room's only other occupant, a protocol droid with a standard silver-plated body and a very non-standard head. The face tapered forward into a circular snout, and a row of metal spikes ran from the forehead to the back of the neck. Vol had encountered this droid on his previous visit, and it had taken until the end for him to realize his metal face had been stylized to mimic a Rodian's instead of a human's. His lordship extends full courtesy to his important guest. You will be allowed to change your mind later if you wish to sample some of his mineral baths. The droid's voice was without melody or intonation, brusquely mechanical even for a machine. I appreciate the offer, but I've never been one for spas, Vol replied. The Hutt responded with a low chuckle that shook his bot and sent ripples bouncing off the bath's walls. Vol hadn't even tried to be funny. The droid said, His lordship wishes to have a serious discussion about his relationship with your organization. He believes the time has come to sever our partnership. Vo knew the slug wouldn't have called him halfway across the galaxy just to shove him off. It was an initial negotiating ploy, and an aggressive one. That was fine with Vo. Coming so far, to watch a bloated alien wallow in reeking muck left him feeling pretty aggressive himself. Being hasty will do neither of us any good, he said. I came here to salvage our relationship. That's why I brought those art pieces as a sign of goodwill. The Hutt rumbled again, slapping his tail and splashing muddy water. The droid said, his lordship is most displeased that you used his ship without his permission to commit an act of terror on Bastion. That was an act all war, the same war we've been fighting for years, Vo snapped, but he knew the Hutt didn't care about the morality of asymmetric warfare and steered back to the real subject. We apologize for not informing you in advance. I'm here to assure that we will never use any of your ships in such attacks, ever again. If we do, you can terminate our partnership immediately. But that is not today. The Hutt's tail twitched beneath the water. When he spoke next, the droid said, his lordship wants to know whether explosives he provided were used in the recent bombing on Moonlist. No, he said truthfully. We used the cores removed from standard issue grenades for the Moonlist strike. It was simple but effective. You've been provided us with more sophisticated material, and we've been using that to supply our warships and infantry. The Hutt asked another question, and the Rodian-faced droid said, the explosives used at Bastion were supplied by his lordship, were they not? Yes, of course. That ship was custom modified to smuggle munitions past high-grade security scanner. That's why we needed it in the first place. The Restoration Front didn't have a ship of its own that could sneak past Bastion's bomb sniffers. But I want to remind his lordship that that's in the past. From now on, he has nothing to worry about. Fel's people won't track his shipments back to him. The Hutt thrashed his tail again, splashing mud on Vo's boots, but he didn't back away. When the Hutt said his piece, the droid translated, his lordship wishes to inform you that the main storehouse through which his goods were shipped to you was recently lost. All his merchandise was lost. Taken off guard for the first time this conversation, Vo struggled with his response. Is there any reason to think this is because of us? Did Bastion issue a statement? The Hutt sounded a negative, and the droid said, the culprits behind this raid are uncertain for the moment. Efforts are underway to find them. His lordship acknowledges that material from other business arrangements were stored at that location, and the culprits may have found it via one of them. It sounded like thieves stealing from thieves. Vo felt relieved. Sorg was rightfully angry, but the Hutt was canny enough not to let it cloud his long-term decisions. I'm very sorry for the setback. I assure you, if Fel's people come after you, you'll know. He's not the kind to attack from the side. The droid translated Sorg's next words and said, in light of this unfortunate development, his lordship suggests that a hiatus may be in order. A hiatus. Your lordship, we need tools and weapons to repair our ships. We need food to feed our troops. We're relying on you for that. We're willing to pay. The Hutt groaned, almost mournful, and the droid said, his lordship is currently evaluating the state of his business operations. He will make the final decision based on that. Vo realized that, for all his rumble and bluster, the Hutt was playing a bad hand and knew it. Unfortunately, so was the Restoration Front. If Sorg couldn't supply them in the short term, they need to look elsewhere, maybe another Hutt syndicate, though he couldn't exactly ask Sorg to recommend a competitor. It might be better to look outside the Hutts for a new supplier, even the ones who just stolen from Sorg. Sorg added something else, and the droid said, all we have discussed is tentative. The situation may change dramatically very soon depending on his lordship's meeting with his next visitor. And when is this next visitor going to come? He is set to arrive in less than 2 standard hours. The droid tilted an arm toward the Hutt's mud pool. Once his lordship finishes his bath, he will be ready to receive the visitor. He insists you stay in the palace until the meeting is through, by which time he may have a much clearer idea of his business moving forward. In other words, Somebody was coming to talk about all that stolen merchandise. Probably they were going to make him an exorbitant buyback offer, but maybe there was something else at play. Vol didn't like it, but it might be the best chance he had of keeping this partnership alive. As he thought on the droid's words, one snagged in his mind. "What did you mean by insists?" The Hutt replied, and the droid said, "His lordship has placed your ship under armed guard. No one, yourself included, will be allowed to access it until his lordship gives permission. You're seizing my ship. His lordship is merely guarding it for you. Until then, please sample the entertainments this palace has to offer. If bathing is not to your taste, other pleasures can be arranged, including ones more suitable for human males." Vol looked at the droid's metal Rodian-like face, then at Sorg's blank, alien stare. The Hutt wanted to keep his partnership going, so did Vol. There was no reason to complain, and they wouldn't do any good anyway. He gave the Hutt his best polite smile and said, "I accept your generous hospitality." There were, all things considered, worse places to be trapped in. If only he could get used to the smell. They decided everything before they left the Dasucha system: what disguises to wear, who would accomplish which tasks, and how they planned to get off Coruscant when it was all done. To get there in the first place, most of them hitched a ride on Vito and Gilliax's mighty Abrikian caravel. It was an impressive thing, over 200 meters long, with a smooth bronze hull and soul-absorbing panels that trailed behind it like red fans. Most importantly, it had enough room to fit an X-Wing in its hangar compartment. Marin, like everyone else, was itching to go the whole ride to Coruscant. They'd laid out plans and backup plans in detail, both in discussion with Vito and in private, just in case the Hutt planned to double-cross. Marin would be working with Nat to grab Sorg's precious droid. She was happy to be working with the apprentice, and he seemed happy to work with her, and she was almost feeling optimistic about the whole thing. The only issue was Vitor. He'd be leading the other half of the mission but was still acting uncommunicative. Marin finally managed to intercept him when he was alone and tug him into one of the caravel's dim side hallways. He pulled free and asked, "Is there something wrong?" She crossed her arms. "I'm just wondering if you've been avoiding me." He looked away. "Sith spawn, Marin, this isn't the time." "Of course it's the time. This crazy plan isn't going to work if we can't get on the same wavelength. We've barely talked since Lentils. When we were figuring out who was on what team, you pretty obviously didn't want to be paired with me. I wanted to work with Morgan. He's young and needs good guidance, just like Nat. Come on, Vitor. At least look me in the eye when you said that." He tried. He picked his head up, let his dark gaze flick over to hers, then looked away again. "Fearfeck, what's wrong?" Marin whispered. "Listen, I know I've changed over the past 8 years. We both have. We can't be the kids we were on Bastion again. And I know I might not be the idea of a Jedi you thought I'd been. I get that from my parents all the time, but I'm okay with it. I'm still a Jedi, the Jedi I want to be." "That's not it," he said. She wasn't sure she believed him. She used to be able to read Vitor and the Force better than anybody, but he was walling himself from her and she didn't know why. "Damn it," she sighed. "When this is all done, I want explanation." "Okay. You'll get one." She slapped his shoulder, extra hard. "Promise." He finally looked at her. "I promise," he said, then turned and slipped past her, out of the side hall, and walked quickly away. The conversation did absolutely nothing to assure her, but there wasn't time to be anxious afterward. Everyone had to suit up and get ready, and for Marin that meant clambering into an oversized suit of masked metal armor meant for a Krishner. Marin had never heard of them, but Vito had explained it was a society of Nikto warriors whose services were highly prized among Hutt and who never revealed their faces except to their employers. A little like Mandalorians, she thought, and while she'd been in a full suit of Beskar several times, this was different. The Krishna armor was heavier, clunkier, and built for somebody with half again her mass. Most importantly, she never had to share a suit of Mando armor before. Legish had introduced himself as the best droid slicer in the galaxy, under 1 meter tall, She still wasn't sure if the white-furred little squid was a member of Vito's crime syndicate or a temporary hire, but it mattered less than the discomfort of having him squirming against her back the whole time. They'd fitted her with a sling and mounted liegeage to her back before putting the armor on, and having to deal with the squid's body weight as well as the press of the metal plates left her struggling not to tip backward with every step. Nat, for his part, had no passenger and thus an easier time of it. Once suited up, both of them grabbed ceremonial pikes apparently appropriate for Krishner and joined Vito and Chiliac's entry processional. Marin had heard of the ancient wealth and glories collected on the throne rolls that lay deep within Hutt's space, but she'd never been to one herself. On approach, the planet didn't look like much, though Hutt probably took a different view on his endless swamps and wet forests. Vito's caravel set down on a broad landing field outside a collection of drum-shaped towers that marked Sorg Visadiai's palace. The caravel's ventral landing ramp was big enough to slide an X-wing down or march a parade through. Vito had the latter in mind. Marin counted 50 armored alien soldiers, all with the symbol of the Angeliac Khajiitic branded on their armor. Some carried blasters, but most lifted colorful banners or pikes like the ones Marin and Nat held. They'd been placed at the center of the procession aboard Vito's repulsor sled, which thankfully spared them from having to march in the awkward armor. Vito had also placed 2 Clatuanans with heavy rifles on the sled, plus a pair of Zeltran servant girls whose outfits left plenty of pink skin on show. They waved broad feathered fans and stirred muggy air around the Hutt's broad head as the repulsor sled moved them across the landing field toward the palace. It was a pretty grand entrance, but the greeting party was even larger. Viewed through the narrow horizontal slice her helmet's visor, Marin saw about 100 palace guards that had been brought out. Less of them were armed with rifles than she imagined. Most hefted banners or pikes instead. She'd heard that outright violence between Khajiitics was rare in Hutt space, and outright taboo on throne rolls like this. The Hutts had reputations as lawless gangsters in the rest of the galaxy, but that wasn't entirely accurate. They were a people who made up their own rules, obeyed them scrupulously, and held everyone else's in contempt. Well, maybe not that scrupulously, given this heist scheme they concocted. When the two parties stopped to face off, Visadii guards raised banners in salute, and the Angeliac did the same. Then the Visadii columns parted to either side, creating an open lane through which to pass. A great door at the base of the palace's largest tower opened, and the procession began to pass them. When the shadowed entrance swallowed Vito's repulsor, it took Marin's eyes a second to adjust to the darkness. "Where are we, Jedi?" A little whisper echoed inside her armor. "I can't see a thing." "Not much to see," Marin whispered back. "We just went inside the palace." "Did we get to the main room yet?" "No. We're in the hallway." She felt Liege's squirm against her back, but he didn't say anything else. As they moved through the broad tunnel, she reached out with the Force, felt Nat right beside her, felt Vitor further back, still on the caravel. According to Vito, the welcome ceremony would be a long one, and wouldn't finish until the palace got swallowed by night, which would make Vitor's job a hell of a lot easier. For now, the Prince of the Empire had nothing to do but wait. When they reached the main chamber, Marin couldn't help but be impressed. The great drum-shaped room rose high and must have taken up half of the palace's interior. Long shimmer-silk banners stretched in layers high overhead, golden chandeliers dangled low from the distant ceiling, and a set of colorfully lit fountains ringed a raised circular platform in the center. As she watched jets of water leap from one pool to another, Vito's guards broke off to line the chamber walls, and the Hutt's repulsor sled pressed ahead, along the curving edge, toward the high dais opposite the entrance. Waiting for them was a great green body of Sorg Visadii, with the repulsor sled and guard complement of his own. And, Marin noted, a protocol droid with the snout-faced silverhead that vaguely recalled a Rodian's rather than a human's. Just like Vito had promises. Marin turned her attention to the rest of the chamber. In addition to all the ceremonial guards, they'd acquired an audience, mostly gathered on the tiered balconies that ringed the outer walls 5 layers high. Employees, admirers, or hangers-on. She didn't know who they were, but it didn't really matter. She scoured the floor of the great chamber, and spotted what she'd hoped for. Vito had explained that, on occasion, the floor of this great audience chamber was flooded and turned into a giant mud pool for Hutts to bathe in. There were drainage grates scattered across the floor, closed at this time but visible for their faint metallic sheen compared to the rougher stone surface of the other tiles. As Vito's sled wheeled around and climbed the dais to sit beside Sorg, she marked one not 2 meters away. Perfect. She sent Nat a pulse of encouragement in the Force, then settled down to wait. Sorg boomed a warm welcome for his fellow Khajiitic, and Vito returned one in kind. Marin's Hatiz was pretty good, and next she made out Sorg's announcement that eating and entertainment would commence. It did at that. As a set of Rodian slave girls pushed the food carts in front of Sorg and Vito, the lights in the rest of the chamber went dim except for the bright ones on the central stage. Music started playing from somewhere unseen, and a set of female dancers scrambled onto the stage. Marin marked humans, Twi'lek, Togruta, and a few other species, and they began a series of impressive acrobatics in time to the music, and the long translucent ribbons of their outfits whirled like spiral streamers. All the while, the 2 Hutts gorged themselves on still squirming food. From a guy who doesn't even like Vito, this is one hell of a welcome, whispered Marin. Sorg's not just throwing party, Liege muttered from her back. He's showing off. Don't you know anything about Hutts? Sorry, first time working with one. She understood what Vito said about this taking a long time. One dancing troupe move switched out with another, and then when that song was done they switched out with a third, and then it went back to the first. The Rodian girls brought out a second set of food carts which the Hutts promptly set to consuming. All this before Sorg and Vito retired to someplace more private to hack out a deal regarding the merchandise stolen from Land Hills. Marin supposed that, for beings who lived 1,000 standard years, a couple hours' wait was nothing. An intermission came after 2 full rounds of Sorg's dancers. Vito's 2 Zeltrons alighted a sled, pranced down the dais and across the main floor, then hopped onto the stage for a performance of their own. The pair put on an impressive show, and when they were done they took boast to thunderous applause from the audience in the upper tiers. Their outfits didn't have much room for hiding things, but as they scampered off the stage and out of the light, those Zeltrons managed to drop a few remote trigger smoke capsules out of their rustling skirts and onto the floor, then casually knocked them into unseen corners with their air feet. Inside this great drum chamber there were no natural lights to mark the passing of time, but Marin's stomach had started to growl, her back and shoulders ached, and she felt tired enough to drop when Vitar finally touched her mind. Once that touch had been clear, simple, and easy enough to pass whole words and phrases between them. That was a long time ago, and they were no longer in sync, but Vitar's message was unmistakable. They were moving out. Which meant it wouldn't be long now. When darkness fully fell over Sorg Visadai's palace, Vitor and Morgan slipped out from a hatch halfway up the caravel's tall bronze hull and dropped, force-assisted and softly, onto the landing pad. While most of Sorg's guards had gone inside to watch the big show, a few remained by the central gates. Vitor could sense their minds in the Force, bored, tried, and getting sleepy now that it was night. As he and Morgan scampered toward the palace, he kept touching their minds, encouraging the sloth already there. They didn't charge the gates, of course. They stayed well clear of the guards and the big door, and instead began the hard work of climbing the steep, smooth exterior of the palace walls. The Force was their friend here, smoothing their ascent, but even better were the high-quality long-range grappling guns they'd brought with them from Bastion. Magnetic clamp boots and a touch of the Force held Vitor and Mogren in place as they climbed to the top of Sorg's palace. Once they reached the conical roof's shallow slant, they scampered under the faint moonlight to the place Vito had told them to go. His heart was beating fast from the exertion, and from fear he tried to keep from bleeding out to his young cousin. That moment he'd dreamed, his final moment, was as clear as his mind's eye as it had been when he'd first woken from it. Clearer now that Marin was close. He didn't remember where that vision had been set, what the surrounding area had looked like. He didn't think any vicious Sith Lord was skulking around in a Hutt's palace, but he couldn't be sure of anything except the fate looming ahead for him. The uncertainty of everything else made knowledge of his death all the worse. It filled him with nagging, constant paranoia. He'd barely been able to sleep since. When he lay down, he was always too afraid the next day would be his last. He tried, very hard, to push that all away and focus on the situation around him. Vito had instructed them on the location of Sorg's private art collection within the palace's main drum tower, and had recommended they rappel off the rooftop disc from a point approximately 220 degrees from the landing pad. Vitor paused near the top of the roof's cone, found the proper heading, and led Morgan down the slope to the rooftop's edge to the spot from which they dropped. It wasn't, overall, much different from infiltration missions Vitor had been on as an Imperial Knight. Still, he couldn't forget that on this mission he was, essentially, an art thief. They affixed the claws of their grapplers on the tip of the overhang and lowered themselves down. The palace's curving walls were smooth and blank, with no apparent windows, but Vito had explained that the art room was shielded by armor-thick plates that, once retracted, let natural light shine through transparent steel windows onto Sorg's impressive collection, art glass. The knights dark stole all color away, but the movable plates were just barely visible for their thickness. Mogren and Vitor slid down, holding their grappler guns with both hands, until they could plant the tips of their boots where the bottom seam of the armor plates bulged just past flush with the curve of the outer walls. Cut very carefully, Vitor warned his cousin as Morgan released one hand from the grappler and removed his lightsaber. Armor first, then window. The younger knight nodded and thumped this long white blade on, holding himself awkwardly away from the plate, so the tip melted very gently through the layered armor. Morgan pressed slowly and carefully until he was sure he'd cut through the plate without hitting the transparent steel. Then, even more awkwardly, he moved his saber tip in a broad circle, always cutting at the exact same depth. When he'd cut a full circle, slightly less than a meter in diameter, Morgan shut off the saber, hooked it to his belt, and went back to holding the grappler with both hands. He and Vitor hung awkwardly, dangling by their aching arms with boots pressed right against the wall. They reached out with the Force together and, with a handless touch, pulled the circular section of the armor plate out from the rest. They lifted it high, raised it all the way up to the roof, tipped it past the edge, and lay it down to rest on the shallow cone as gently as they could. Then they turned their attention to what lay past the carved portal. Moonlight added a faint sheen to the transparent steel window, but the chamber inside was black. Vitor took one hand off the grappler and fished out a small glow lamp. Using his legs, he pulled himself close to the portal and shone the light through. He examined the texture of the transparent steel 3 inches thick, he'd guess, and the room beyond. He passed his constricted disc of light over one art object, then another and another, mostly sculptures from societies he'd never heard of made from material he didn't recognize. Vitor knew nothing about art, but Vito had suggested he look for something that sounded easy to recognize. A spiral vase made of red glass forged from the sands of some iron-rich beach on Alderin's southern continent. According to Vito, Sorg had acquired it illegally during the Clone Wars, and, given that there was no more beach and no more Alderin, it would fetch quite a price on the black arts market. Vitor had to get so close to the window his breath fogged its surface. He swung his light at odd angles before he could spot the vase. Then he pulled back and handed the glow lamp to Morgan. Look far to the right. It's got a pedestal of its own. See it? Morgan took the lamp, pulled in close, and looked through. I see it. Good. Get ready to grab it. Still dangling by one arm, Vitor took out his lightsaber. Vito had warned him that the transparent steel windows were probably wired with sensors set to sound alarms if they detected vibrations stronger than those of a strong wind gust. He turned on his saber and dipped his tip carefully through the window. No alarm went off that they could hear. Vitor shut off his saber and used the Force to tap out the transparent steel disc as gently as possible and raise it up to the rooftop to join the armor plate. I think we're okay, Morgan whispered. I don't think we set off anything. Can you get a hold of that vase? Morgan closed his eyes, reached out with the Force, and whispered, I've got it. Vitor called on the Force too. He reached out, touched Marin's mind, and passed her a wordless warning. Then he reached further to a mind more distant, but one he knew so much better. He found his brother in the Force, and gave Roan the same nudge. Then he whispered, "Do it." There was no sound, not even the soft scrape of the vase kicking off from its pedestal. The swirl of red glass as tall as Vider's forearm floated carefully through the hole in the window and into Morgan's waiting hand. He clutched it carefully against his chest and said, "Are we good?" "Go on. I'll be right up." Morgan kicked off from the wall, tapped his grappler, and rose smoothly up. Vitor delayed ascent for just a moment. He fished out one more object, a tiny low-yield explosive charge, set its 30-second timer, and placed it against the transparent steel. Vitor had just pulled himself over the roof's edge when he heard the window shatter below. If that didn't set off the alarms, nothing would. And now that they'd gotten Sorik's attention, Marin and Nat could do what they're really come here to do. Chapter 18. From a distance, Orlan 6, with its swirling red and brown gases, looked like a beacon of warmth against the cool blue dust clouds of the transitory mist. The illusion hinted a touch of truth. Inside remained the last sanctuary for the Happen loyalists in a star cluster that had turned cold and deadly against them. Darth Tyrant could see less than half the gas giant past the soft black curve of the moon his Fury starfighter was hiding behind. The Loyalist station itself was submerged inside the upper atmosphere on the other side of the planet, and there was no obvious danger of being spotted. But Tyrant and the 24 other Sith Lords with him kept their starfighters close to the moon's barren surface, in case Loyalist ships were still lurking in the mists that closed around to the Orlan system. Coming with the starfighters had been the linchpin to their entire plan, Darth Kika's intruder. The black flying wing, a marvel of stealth technology, would be able to sneak close to the Loyalist station, slip beneath the highest cloud layer, and board that station. Once inside, its shields would be disabled and Admiral Val's waiting fleet of battle dragons and Nova cruisers would arrive. Val had precise orders passed on by Darth Sato herself. Once the shields were down, she would allow a very short window of time to pass, enough for a handful of Sith Lords aligned with terror to flee the station on intruder, then blast it to atoms, killing every Loyalist and unhappy Sith left aboard. At the same time, her middle fighters would launch in wings and target every Fury fighter that failed to emit a beacon signal Tyrant had shared with his allies. In a matter of minutes, every Loyalist and every Sith Lord not fortunate enough for Terra's favor would be eliminated. But that was not now. Intruder had just curved around the moon and was gliding invisibly toward the planet. It would take at least 10 standard minutes for Intruder to reach that station, and, by Terra's estimate based on old schematics, another 10 to disable the shields. He told Sato he'd be aboard that ship and said the same to Wyerlock, Melth, even Annexer, and the other Sith aboard he trusted, only to announce last minute that he'd remain aboard as Fury. Val knew nothing of this switch, and if the Admiral had been ordered by her queen to destroy the station right away, before any Sith escaped at all, the betrayal wouldn't catch Tyrant. The Chiss still believed he and Sato could work together for now, but even when acting boldly, a touch of caution didn't hurt. Victory, betrayal, or a combination thereof waited ahead. All Tyrant could do now was sit in his cockpit and wait. Darth Tyrant's last-minute retreat from the boarding party left Darth Krone feeling not just wary, but disappointed. The Chiss had sold their pact on his purported boldness, his desire to take the fight to the Jedi instead of sulking on Shidu Mod for decades, awaiting Darth Krait's waking. He suspected Terra's main motivation wasn't cowardice but canny pragmatism. The boarding team faced the most danger in this mission, and Terra didn't want to risk death so close to the fruit of all his labor. Understandable, but disappointing. Darth Kika didn't know the nature of the trap he was walking into, but Krone suspected the inscrutable reptile wouldn't show anxiety if he did. The bearable had guided his ship slowly on directional repulsor bursts that wouldn't attract attention from the Loyalist security sensors until Orlan 6 filled the viewport. Now he'd angled Intruder toward the gas giant, and was letting it be pulled by natural gravity, on a steep but smooth fall toward a station still invisible beneath the clouds. Krone was a man with former expertise in starship construction, and he still marveled at Intruder. Cootie researchers had looked into developing stealth technology but had never produced anything like this. He'd asked Keekit once where he'd acquired such a ship, and Bearable had demurred, saying that he'd been gifted it from his master and did not know who'd made it. Apparently, its secrets had died with Darth Zorin, which was a pity. Crone would have felt more confident with this mission if they'd had more ships and more Sith Lords instead of the mere 8 they'd managed to cram inside Intruder. Intruder dipped into the atmosphere, and the viewport filled with washes of formless warm-colored gas. Strong winds began to buffet the ship. Darth Keekit still seemed unmoved, and when Crone reached out with the Force to sense the other Sith in the small hold behind them, he felt nothing but cool determination and a stirring hunger. He felt the same from Darth Annexer and Darth Morlid, who were a part of Terra's design, as he did from Ruin, Vuric, and the others who were not. Their arrival at the station was sudden. The gas drifts disappeared without warning, and then there was nothing but a blank metal bulkhead in front of them. Keekit didn't seem surprised by that either. He angled Intruder so it crawled just meters above the surface of the station, until they spotted the round portal of an emergency docking mouth. Keekit maneuvered Intruder to place his ventral airlock directly over the port, then magnetically locked the ship to the station hull. "We are ready," the Bearable announced succinctly, and removed himself from the pilot seat. He and Crone slipped back to the hold where 6 more Sith Lords were ready. They were a motley mix of species, most with tattoos on their faces marking them as born one Sith, but a few Crone himself, forearmed Annexer, a Duros named Darth Hade were not. All were dressed in night black robes with armored bodysuits underneath, and most clasped unlit lightsaber in their hands. When Keekit opened the cabin, the Sith filed eagerly through the airlock. The Bearable went first, followed by Annexor, while Crone and Darth Morlid, the group's other human, took the rear. There was no one waiting for them in the entry hallway, but they'd not expected there to be. This was an auxiliary airlock used only in emergencies, and while there were no guards around, the Sith scouring the area quickly spotted a few holocam emplacements bulging from small domes on the ceiling. There was no way of knowing if they even worked now, but no point in taking risks either. It took only a short burst of Force energy to crush each camera one by one until there was no chance of foreign eyes watching them. "We will go ahead and locate the shield generators," Keekit told them. Wyerlock had anointed him leader of the expedition. "First we will spread out and find a station computer to guide us. At least one of us should remain to watch the ship," Darth Crone said. "Agreed," added Annexer. "Very well. Darth Crone, will you stay?" He hadn't expected the Bearable to make it so easy for him. "I'll defend it for you." The Bearable made a faint, unreadable hissing sound. "Darth Hade, you will stay as well." "Not so easy, then." The hope was for Annexer and Morlid to also escape this trap Tyrant had set. They could still endure intentional injuries, and use them as reason for retreat. It was not an ideal option, but preferable to protesting and arousing suspicion. As for Hade, Tyrant had determined he'd been too indoctrinated by Wyerlock and would have to be eliminated. That job, apparently, had just fallen to Crone. Because the order had been given, the human and the Duros retreated to guard the airlock portal while the 6 other Sith filed ahead. Once they'd passed out of the chamber, deeper inside the old station's bowels, Hade looked to Crone and said, "I thought you'd be more eager to fight the enemy directly." That was too much irony too early in the mission. With a straight face, Crone said, "Lord Hade, the day is just getting started." Jade Skywalker had just started forming a mental map of this station's endless narrow, utilitarian passageways, and though she was able to move around some sections without needing to guide, the place still felt claustrophobic and lifeless. The thousands of people hiding in this place had been doing so for years, and on some level, they must have gotten used to living their lives effectively underground. Jade wasn't sure if that was better or worse than feeling oppressed by the place. Before coming here, it had frankly been a challenge to feel empathy for the people who had, on some level, been accessories to the murder of her mother. Now she started to pity them. She was making her way alone through those corridors to a meeting with Tanith, Reshel, and the other Duchess about organizing the mass evacuation the nobles had grudgingly accepted. She was almost there when she stopped in her tracks and felt a chill run through her body. She'd felt tremors or foreboding in the Force before, and knew it for what it was, but something about this felt different, stronger, immediate. She closed her eyes, stood still in the empty hallway, and stretched out to sense her surroundings. She felt a few beings distinctly: Tanith, the other Jedi who come, Dutch Areshal, the Chalk siblings whose Force potential was beyond doubt. Otherwise, she could feel only a burgeoning mass of uncounted people, tired yet anxious, aware that they might finally escape this lifeless prison, but uncertain on everything else. And beyond all that, there was something distant and faint, a mind she'd probably not be able to sense if it wasn't horribly familiar. She recoiled at the hint of it, but the hint was enough. Darth Tyrant, whom she'd called friend so long ago as Ranmorik Sapla, was somewhere nearby. And if he was nearby, then the Sith were nearby, and Queen Sarissa's fleet was too. She grabbed her comlink but paused before she held Tanith. She recalled what the Chalks had said about Raboam, how the Sith had marked an advanced force that had softened the base's defenses and killed its senior nobles before the Hapes in orbit had launched its full attack. If a fleet had appeared over Arlen, the whole station would be sounding alarms, which meant right here, right now, they were dealing with the Sith infiltration team. She also knew that the Raboam base, smaller and more paltry, hadn't had anything to defend itself. This station, by contrast, had been fitted with military-grade shields that could take heavy orbital bombardment for hours. If the Sith infiltrators were going any place first, it would be the shield generators. So, knowing what had to be done, Jade turned on the comlink and made her call. With a flick of two wrists and twin flashes of red, Darth and Exer snipped heads from shoulders and dropped both guards before they could sound the alarm. Darth Kikit was right behind him and the other Sith behind Kikit. So far they managed to progress through a large section of the station without bringing its soldier complement down on their heads, though it was only a matter of time before mute guards or a discovered body announced their arrival. To Kikit it mattered little. He glanced at Darth Morlid and asked, how much further to the shield generator? The human had accessed the computer console 3 sections back and burned the station's layout map into memory. Just 2 more doors ahead. The guards will be thicker there, commented an Exer. Red sabers still burned in his 2 upper hands, but the weapons in his lower ones were dormant. When full battle came, an Exer would turn into a cyclone of deadly blades. Even Kikit, with his hunter's fast reflexes and bone-breaking tail, didn't know if he could best the Kadruji in combat. Darth Morlid, lead the way, the bearable commanded. The human assented and hurried down the corridor. She placed her hand on the door, sensing if there were beings beyond. Kikit felt none, and neither did Morlid. She simply tapped the door's controls to slide it open. After so long staying hidden on this station, the Happen loyalists had let inside security grow lax. The Sith had needed force their way through only one locked passage to get here. It was another long, empty corridor to the shield generator control room. Morlid wisely paused before stepping inside, and used the force to crush the single holocam nestled above the far door. The Sith progressed after her and this time faced no opposition. Morlid examined the next door and said, this one is sealed. As expected, hissed Kikit. Can you sense the minds inside? The woman closed her eyes. They are calm, still. Kikit felt the same. These loyalists truly had grown soft, not to have sounded a full-scale alarm by now. Wrench the door open, he commanded. With pleasure, hissed Morlid, and she joined Kikit in mentally grabbing hold of the locked portal and forcing it to slide clear, revealing the tiered octagonal chamber through which the generator's power supply column ran, ringed by control consoles. He saw the machinery but no crew, and knew something was wrong. Before he could open his jaws, he saw something small dropping from above the door, then change direction in midair and leap into the hallway. Morlid was closer and moved fast. She batted the device back through the doorway right before the flash grenade burst with blinding light. She and Kikit were too near, and their vision was blasted with lingering light. He felt a tremor of shock behind them as a stronger blast rocked the corridor. At the same moment, he felt a life suddenly wink out and knew Darth Greshok must have been killed in the explosion. They were trapped from both ends, but Kikit had the presence of mind to turn his armor-plated back to the control room just before laser fire resounded from both directions. As vision returned, too slowly, he heard a new sound join in, the distinctive snap and hiss of igniting lightsabers. He counted them off, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the generator room. 5, 6, 7 from the other side. He didn't know how the Jedi had gotten here, only that the trap had been snared, and they had no choice but to fight. His vision was still clearing, but even debilitated, it wasn't difficult to make sense of the shifting shapes. Looking ahead, he saw Darth Morlid clashing her red blade against a blue one. Beyond, more Jedi were charging in from the generator control room. Kikit ignited the short lightsaber blades mounted over his wrists and dove forward, head bent and tail high to take the Jedi low. Even as he moved, he felt another faster body whip past his and heard the harmony of 4 lightsaber blades moving as one. First things first, Kikit slipped in beside the Jedi fighting Darth Morlid and thrust his right blade upward into the woman's ribcage. She released only a faint gasp and dropped her blade. Then Morlid took off her head. His vision was clearing. They both turned and saw Darth and Nexer blazing through the threshold and into the control room. His 4 blades cut apart one Jedi in a flurry of horizontal swipes, and the other 2, both human females, jumped back in fright. At the same time, laser fire fell down like hell from above, probably Happen guards on the upper tiers, and even an Nexer struggled to block them, all with his flashing blades. Morlid sensed this and fearlessly rushed in to help. Kikit glanced behind him and saw Darth Vuric and Darth Ruin struggling to hold back the 3 Jedi on the other end of the hall. He wordlessly called them to follow him into the control room. It might be hard to escape from, but 5 Sith would make short work of the shield generator, and that was their main objective. Then he charged into the fray, but instead of trying to defend himself like Morlid and an Nexer, Kikit sprung up and used the Force to pull himself onto the next tier, ringing the power supply column. The Happen guards pressed against his railing. He counted over a dozen, immediately moved to counter him. He flashed both blades to block as many shots as he could, but there were too many, even for him. They pounded his body armor, and one singed his naked tail, sending hot pain through his whole body. Pain was a tool, any Sith knew that. Kikit shut off his blades, dropped to all fours, and bounded across the catwalk. His new posture shocked the guards, and the ones on the opposite side of the ring struggled to track the low target. Kikit rammed into the nearest woman, crushing her with the weight of impact, and immediately scampered to the next one. Laser blast pounded harmlessly on his lower back, and when he cracked his tail, shattering the guard's legs at the knee, more pain shot through body. Pain and the frantic energy of chaotic combat was what he needed. Slashing and biting, flicking on his sabers long enough to cut off limbs or spear his enemies through the gut, Kikit worked his way around the entirety of the chamber until every guard was dead. He stood straight and looked down past the railing just in time to see that last Jedi in the chamber fall. He sensed the remaining 3 in the corridor through which they'd come, and the arrival of a bristling, angry squad of Happen guards behind them. None of it mattered. Darth Ruin was already at the control consoles, and the tattooed young Twi'lek's hands moved swiftly to shut down the shields. As soon as he was done, an Nexer stepped in his place, and, with a short storm of lightsaber slashes, destroyed the console beyond anyone's ability to operate. At the same time, Vuric and Morlid made quick, precise slashes at the surrounding machinery. The faint rattle of energy through the central power conduit creaked and went silent. That was when the Happen guards standing in the entry corridor raised their guns and opened fire. Some Sith used their sabers as shields, and others hurried out of firing range. Kikit started to scan the upper tiers for another door through which to exit when he felt Darth Malith's familiar, calming presence suddenly within his mind. If the battle meld was joined, then Malith was in system, and so was Admiral Vol's fleet, which meant the remaining Jedi and guards were too late to change their fates. Everything was going according to plan. Darth Tyrant had felt the alarm emanating from the Sith aboard the station when they finally joined in battle, which in turn sent ripples of shock through the lords waiting in their furies at Orlan 6's moon. Kikit, Nexer, and the others were not just battling Happen guards. They'd encountered Jedi. That might change everything, it might not. It was impossible to guess because Hapes loyalists despised Jedi. This alliance was totally unpredictable. Yet even as he sat in his starfighter, thousands and miles away and helpless to affect the battle's outcome, Tarrant felt a growing confidence replace the team's initial panic. Perhaps there were too few Jedi, or perhaps they came too late. When the station's shield generator shuddered and died, he knew none of it mattered at all. He felt Darth Abeloth's presence touch their minds a second before Admiral Vol's fleet reverted to real space. The Arlen system, much like Shidu Mod, was tucked in a safe pocket surrounded by the transitory mist, and there was only one vector an attack could come from. Terran narrowed his eyes to spot the faint glint of approaching battle dragons as his sensors reported nearly a dozen of the large warships and even more support cruisers and frigates. It was a mighty force, and it would be in position to destroy the unshielded station in less than 8 standard minutes. The Loyalists had surely been taken off guard, but even then they managed to react quickly. From their hiding spot behind the moon, the Sith and their Furies had an excellent place to watch as the Loyalists' scant remaining warships emerged from the sensor-jamming swirls of the surrounding mist. A collection of older warships, none larger than a Nova cruiser. They peeked their noses out from the veils of stellar dust and boldly micro-jumped from the system's edge right into Orlan 6's gravity well. The ships began to form up in low orbit over the wounded station, as though they could delay Admiral Vol's fleet for more than a few minutes. It was the kind of selflessly noble gesture Terry rarely saw from Hapes, but there was nothing to admire in futility. He tapped on his fighter's comlink and hailed the other Furies. "All ships, the time has come. Follow my lead." He kicked his Fury's sublight thrusters on and set course for the nearest Loyalist ship. The other Sith followed as they soared out from behind the moon and raced toward a frigate from behind. The ship had turned to face the approaching fleet and had shunted power to its forward shields, a fatal mistake. The Sith starfighters didn't carry the payloads of heavy bombers, but they didn't need to. Long ago, he'd heard of a trick the Jedi had used to battle the US Hinvong and other enemies subsequently. They'd remove thrusters and guidance from each warhead case, replacing them with more explosives, and instead use the Force to hurl each missile or torpedo at their targets, confounding the missile tracking systems on enemy ships. The Jedi had called these devices shadow bombs, an unconscious admission, Terra thought, that there was little bright or noble about the tricky, extra-lethal weapons. By the time the frigate picked up the thrust of the approaching starfighters and put power back into its aft shields, the Sith had already released their shadow bombs and scattered formation. The frigate was unable to prevent the series of great explosions that ruptured through its aft section, tore through its power core, and sparked an even larger fireball that consumed half the ship. The thrill of vicious triumph spread through Terra's battle group, aided in no small part by Darth Abeloth's mind meld. Meld and his meld wouldn't last much longer, but Terra didn't let himself think about that. Instead, he called on his fighters to rejoin formation behind him and seek out the next target. That was when his sensor board lit up, reporting new arrivals, many of them. At first, his computer didn't even know what to make of them, and a sinking feeling told him the Loyalist has brought out a full fleet of secret warships. When his sensors finally decided, he sank further. The ships out there, numbering twice as many as Admiral Vol's fleet, were broadcasting the identification sigil of the Galactic Alliance. Alana stood on the bridge of the Alliance warship Bright Union, close to the communication station, but just out of the hollow transmitter's viewing range as Admiral Lekwash made connection with his Hapes counterpart. The Corran stood stiff and proud, hands clasped behind his back, and faced the image of an equally dignified human woman as it sprung to life. "My name is Admiral Lekwash, commander of the Galactic Alliance Second Fleet. We request you stand down immediately and let us pass to Orlan 6. You have no authority here. This is an invasion of our sovereign territory," snapped the Hapes Admiral. The woman was older than Alana, and she racked her memory to attach a name to the half-familiar face. "Our intervention has been formally requested by the people located Orlan 6. This is a mission of mercy that had been officially sanctioned by the Alliance government. We will send you our written orders now." Lekwash waved a finger at the comm lieutenant to transmit the data package. The only legal authority in this space belongs to Queen Sith Lord, the Hapes said. Admiral Val, Alana recalled. Turn back or you will be fired upon. We seek no conflict with your queen. We will evacuate the people at Orlan 6, and then we will leave Hapes space and never bother you again. That is unacceptable. We will not be bullied. This is an act of war. War is the last thing any of us want. Please, you've seen our fleet strength compared to yours. There's no need for anyone else to die today. Now move aside. Val's face twisted in a scowl, and just when it looked like she was going to snap another retort, she killed the signal instead. Lekwash wilted with released breath and turned to Alana. This had better work, he growled, face tentacle twitching in agitation. Alana didn't blame him for being angry. If anything, she was impressed by his bravery in charging into the system as soon as their recon flight spotted the arrival of Val's fleet. He'd brought the entire Alliance task force with him as a show of force, even though most crews had been hours away from battle readiness and he could just as easily scuttle the mission and jump back to Alliance space. Lekwash had risen to Admiral after she'd left the government, but Senator Davek had vouched for him as the Corn for the job, and so far he'd performed impressively. Alana wished she could assure him that yes, Val would back down, but she just didn't know. She reached out with the Force to sense Jade, but all she found were feelings vague, anxious, perhaps angry. It was nothing to encourage her, and she kept it to herself. As Lekwash turned to watch the tactical holo, hush whispers rippled across Bright Union's bridge. Alana looked at the display and saw the Hapes fleet begin to part formation right down the middle. They were leaving a narrow passage for the Alliance ships to get through, but a passage all the same. Admiral, reported the comm lieutenant, the Hapes flagship has told us we can go ahead. Alana stepped beside Lekwash. It might be a trap. I'm aware, but now that we've come this far, it seems to be our only option. The Admiral raised his voice. Tactical, order the first battle team to move ahead, very carefully. Move the first 3 transports and after them. Shields up. Red alert, guns ready. No one lets their guard down until we're back in Alliance space. The crew snapped to comply. Beneath their professional comport, Alana could sense mounting anxiety and wished she had a way to soothe it, but first she'd need something to calm herself, and she saw none of that ahead. They'd rushed to get there as quickly as they could, but it hadn't been enough. The other Jedi had acted immediately on Jade's request, and Tanith had sent her small complement of guards to the shield generator control chamber, but the Duchess had balked at a Jedi's warning against a threat they couldn't see. A full contingent of troops arrived once the Sith had already breached the chamber, eliminated all Tanith's guards, and killed the 4 Jedi inside. After that, there was no stopping them. As soon as the Sith did their damage, they fled upward, using the Force to ascend to the chamber's higher tiers. The Loyalist troops rushed into the slashed apart, smoking chamber and pumped laser fire upward to no avail. When Jade joined them, she could see that the Sith had already escaped from sight. She lurched to the woman with the most bars on her uniform and grabbed her shoulder. They're gone. Which way could they go from up there? The frowning woman jerked herself free, pulled out her comlink, and plainly ignoring the Jedi said, This is Major Oryx. We've lost them. Send troops to sections A3 and A8. She listened to a tinny voice and added, We're beginning damage assessment. Situation looks critical. Stand by. The Major pocketed her comm and began barking orders to her troops. As the Hapes women began scouring the chamber, another grabbed Jade by the arm and pulled her into the battle-scarred corridor through which they'd come. They won't listen to us. Don't even try, said the gold-haired Jedi, Senior Valis. She's right, added the other surviving knight, dark-skinned Lena Baum. If they knocked out the shields, you know what's next. They were both right. Jade had been left in a daze by the hurried rush here, the messy fight with the Sith, and fast death of 4 Jedi she dragged into what she'd known from the start would be a mess. Recriminations were for later. Jade took out own comlink and hailed Tanith. When the woman responded, her voice was so thick with panic she barely recognized it. Jade, where are you? You need to get up to the access level immediately. What happened? Are there ships out there? A Happen fleet just showed up and an Alliance one. Jade spun and hurried down the hall, away from the control chamber. Valis and Baum were right behind her. Is it Alana? Yes, she just transmitted now. Have they started shooting? No. It looks like the Happen fleet's giving them room to approach. And they're not shooting. Not yet. Jade badly wanted to believe it. It still seems like a trap. They don't have a choice besides fighting their way through, and the Alliance isn't going to start a war for us. There's no other paths in and out of this system. I know. Are you prepping people for evacuation? We just sounded the order. It's going to be a stampede to get to the access level and into the ships. That's why we need you here. We lost 4 Jedi. Those Sith are still on the loose. I'm sorry, but please, we need your help evacuating. Jay could hear Tanith's wince. We won't be able to waste time once the Alliance gets here. If they got there? Jay spotted the turbolift ahead, then glanced back at the 2 Jedi still close behind her. There was no way the 3 of them could stop those surviving Sith. The warrior with 4 arms and 4 blades looked unstoppable, and she was nice certain that black and red bearable was the same one she'd met during the hunt for Abeloth. That was all bad enough. Worse was the knowledge that Darth Tyrant was still somewhere out there, separate from those others, and all the more dangerous because of it. She didn't dare reach out with the Force to find him, not when there was so much else to do. As she slammed the button to call the lift, Jade said, Tanith, I understand. We'll be there as soon as we can. Saving lives was the most Jedi thing to do in a crisis, she told herself, and hoped she wouldn't regret her choice. When the lift tube arrived, the 3 women stepped inside and began a shaky, clanking ride through the old tube up toward the top of the station. She could feel the collective terror from thousands of people clamoring for ships that might not even come, and her gut or the Force told her the ships Alana had brought wouldn't be enough. She thought of one thing that could help. Tucked away in one of the station's private hangars, Jade's shadow would be inaccessible for the crushing crowd, but she'd set up her personal comlink to patch into the ship's long-range transmitter. When the door slid open, Jade joined Valis and Baum in hurrying down the hall, but she lingered a little behind them, walking slower so she could concentrate on sending one last cry for help. When Admiral Vol broadcast her order for all ships to hold their fire and let the Alliance fleet pass, it had accompanied by a stern mental command from Darth Maul for all Sith warriors to do the same. On a blood high after destroying the Loyalist frigate, Terra's first instinct had been to ignore it and keep fighting. Then reason took hold and he held his fire, instead joining formation with the other Furies and taking position in the space between the Loyalist ships and the vanguard of Admiral Vol's forces. He planned for betrayals and surprises, but nothing like this, and he had no idea what to do. The Happen fleet was breaking formation to let the Alliance ships proceed toward Orlan 6, which would have been the ideal setup for a trap if the Alliance hadn't had twice as many ships as Vol did. He couldn't believe the Admiral would simply let the Alliance evacuate the Loyalists. Darth Sadal would kill her for it. There had to be a plan, but Terran had no idea what it was, and for the first time this situation was entirely out of his control. He reached out with the Force, tracing Malith's battle meditation to his locus to contact the other Sith one-on-one. He knew from experience that Malith was capable of a mental bond as expressive as any dialogue, but he seemed Terra's touch. It felt like Malith didn't want to be distracted from something else, which only made Terra feel more in the dark. He watched with mounting frustration as the first Alliance ship slipped past Vol's fleet and descended toward Orlan 6. He counted 2 heavy cruisers, a few small support ships, and a pair of wide-hulled troop carriers that might carry 20 or 30,000 people each. The Alliance was going to need a few more of those to carry off all the Loyalists. And then his sensor board lit up yet again, declaring another wave of new arrivals. Instead of dropping out of hyperspace behind the Alliance ships, these ones started to emerge from the surroundings mist, just like the Loyalists had. Terra's first thought was that these were more of that bunch, but his computer quickly marked all the new ships as happened. Battle dragons, Nova cruisers, wings of middle fighters already pouring out of their hangar. These ships must have been waiting in the mist for hours, even days, waiting to spring this trap. Tyrant was astonished. He had no idea the Alliance was planning to come to Arlen. Darth Sato hadn't either, or at least she'd given no indication. It might have been a reserve force in case the Loyalists mustered a better defense than expected. Then he looked at his sensors again, and his whole body clenched with dread. He read the names marking each of the new ships and recognized them all as belonging to the Queen's elite task force. These were the ships that should have been laying waste to Shidumad right now. The Alliance had stumbled into a trap, but it wasn't a trap meant for them or even for the Loyalists. It was a trap made for Darth Tyrant, and he walked proudly into it. He fired his engines and broke formation, spinning his fury away from the other Sith just seconds before he felt a new command pass through Darth Maleth's battle meld. Behind him, space lit up with laser blasts and exploding shadow bombs as the betrayal he'd planned happened in horrible reverse. The Sith he'd sought out and chosen, the Sith as eager as he to shed the weight of Darth Krayt's dreams and take the fight to the Jedi, died one after one under the guns of those loyal to their dreaming lord. Even as they killed the last of his allies, the remaining Furies dove after Tyrant's craft. With no place else to run, he pointed his nose toward Arlen and fired engines to full. Behind him, space lit up with battle joined anew, Hapes versus Loyalists, Alliance versus Hapes. It would be a massive, messy brawl, and Tyrant no longer cared who won. The battle that really mattered, Sith versus Sith, had ended in a flash. It was all he could do now to and survive. Chapter 19. Marin was warned and ready when Vitor triggered the alarm, but she didn't know what the reaction would be here in the main palace chamber, where the long feast and entertainment had wound down and the two huts looked like they were finally ready to start negotiating. Marin had already taken stock and knew what she planned to do. Up on the dais right now were the huts, herself, Nat, and Liegish hidden inside their bulky Nikto armor, Vito's two Zeltran dancers, and the Rodian-faced droid they'd come all this way for. It was, she thought, as ideal a setup as she'd get, but when she saw Mel Twillick in black robes and two Weequay guards hurrying along the chamber's edge toward the dais, she knew things were going to get tricky. As they approached, she spotted some of Sorg's other guards quietly filing toward the nearest exit. The alarm had gone off all right, and the palace was about to go on lockdown. It was now or never. Marin judged Nat in the Force and whispered to the squib strapped on her back, "Get ready." "I've been ready, Jedi." Sorg spotted the activity and eyed the Twi'lek's approach. Marin had the trigger for the smoke bombs the Zeltran dancers had planted, and while that would give them some cover for their action, the three newcomers could mess everything up. There was another option. She'd been eyeing those chandeliers dangling on long cords from the high ceiling. As the performance had drawn on, she'd experimented a little, reaching out with the Force to touch them, to judge their weight and how easily it would take to rip one free. There were 6 of them in all, and she touched one after another until she found one that felt more loosely bolted to his cord than the others. It would have been much easier to throw her lightsaber and cut those things down, but that would show her hand a second too early. Instead, she grabbed that loose chandelier with the full strength of her mind and pulled. It broke free just as the Twi'lek got within 5 meters of the dais. As it jerked from the cord, his light flickered out, drawing attention, stopping the Twi'lek in his tracks. She then hurled it through the air and smashed it into the wall ahead of him. The Twi'lek's guards pulled him back, shielding him with their armored bodies against the spray of shattered glass. At the exact same moment, Marin triggered the smoke bombs. Lights flashed and bat clouds swelled out to fill the entire lowest layer of the chamber. People in the upper level started to scream. Sorg bellowed orders. Marin barely noticed. "Do it now," she told Liegish, and the squib acted immediately. The Krishna armored suit they'd been sharing had been modified so the entire back plate could swing open like a door. Liegish kicked it clear, unbuckled himself from Marin's harness, and jumped out into the smoke. It was harder for her to disentangle herself, but it could be done. The joints of the suit locked, and she drew her arms and legs to her torso. Its spacious abdomen left her with enough room to pull them tight. Then she ducked her head low, leaned back, and let herself spill onto the dais. She landed on her side and immediately sprung to her feet. Smoke swelled on all sides, obscuring her vision, and the next thing she saw was one of Vito's pink Zelton dancers darting past her and climbing into the suit, just as planned. When the smoke cleared, the Zeltrons would be more easily missed than a pair of Krishna in towering armor. Then she spotted a blur of Legish's white fur and chased it, though the smoke, to the other armorer's suit. Nat was already out. The other dancer was getting in. Still according to plan. Sorg was loudly bellowing for help from that Twi'lek majordomo. His protocol droid, stuck against the back wall for the long performance, was shuffling up to his master. Marin didn't let it get there. She threw herself at the machine, landed hard against it, and used the force to carry them both off the dais and onto the main floor. They landed with a clatter that was sure to draw attention, even with the smoke. She heard Nat and Legish drop down behind her, but all she cared about was finding the right grate. The smoke was starting to lift, and she found it with her eyes. As the protocol droid lay sprawled on his back, stiff limbs flailing, she ignited her lightsaber and cut through the sides of the grate with 4 gold flashes. By then, Legish was beside her, and Nat was straddling the droid with arms locked around his waist. Marin shut off her lightsaber and waved them forward. The squid was the first through, then Nat half carried and half pushed the still struggling droid through the hole. The apprentice followed, and Marin went through last, sparing a moment to grab the cut-free grate in the force and pull it back down over the drain, camouflaging their escape for a few crucial moments more. Because he was no fan of mud baths, and it was too early for alien slave girls, Coruscant Vol had decided he might as well attend this grand ceremony Sorg was hosting. It was, unsurprisingly, to celebrate the arrival of another Hutt, probably a Khajiitic from a different clan. Despite the food, drink, and drawn-out musical numbers, Vol had a sneaking suspicion these two Hutts were not, in fact, close friends, and that once the show was over, they'd get down the real business of Sorg's stolen merchandise. From her perch on the balcony 2 tiers above the main floor, Vol had spotted that Twi'lek and his guards hurrying towards Sorg's dais and figured something unscheduled was happening. Then the chandelier had not just fallen but been wrenched free by an invisible hand, and then the entire lower section of the hall filled with smoke. A lot of the motley aliens who'd been watching the scene with Vol panicked and darted away from the guardrail, but the Imperial stayed where he was. He peered down at the swirling smoke, listened to Sorg's rumbling shouts, and tried to make sense of the forms he saw shifting beneath the haze. The first thing he clearly spotted was the glint of something metal falling from the dais. Then he saw a few more bodies, 2 or 3, tumble after it. He leaned forward, stomach pressed against the guardrail, and watched as a gold light flashed 4 times. Motion cleared some of the smoke away. He watched as something small and white fell through a hole in the floor. Then he saw a human with long blonde hair throw the body of Sorg's protocol droid down the hole, followed by himself. Smoke swelled again to obscure the last of it, but he saw one last figure, probably a woman, drop through the hole too. Vol looked back at the dais, where the smoke was a bit thinner. That Twi'lek had made his way up to Sorg and was explaining something to the irate Hutt. Sorg was bellowing orders and didn't seem to notice his droid was gone. The whole situation was astonishing and confounding. The only thing Vol knew for sure was that if that Rodian-faced droid was worth stealing, Sorg would be grateful to anyone who helped get it back. The audience on the balcony was churning around frantically. Aliens were shouting on all sides, and most of them seemed to be trying to get to the exits. Vol wasn't going to attempt to shoulder past them. Instead, he looked over their heads and saw the high ceremonial pike carried by Sorg's palace guards. He pushed his way past 2 shrieking Nimbanese, skirted around a lumbering Vipit, and finally grabbed the guard by the shoulder. The Weequay was spun off balance, but it quickly knocked Vol back with an elbow and swung his pike toward him. "Wait," Vol shouting, holding his hands palm out. "I'm trying to help. I saw 2 people escape down there." He stabbed one hand at the balcony rail and the smoke-filled chamber beyond, but the Nikto just jabbered something in Huttese and waved the pike threateningly. "Do y'all want her to lose your job, you idiot?" Vol snarled. "They're stealing your master's droid." The roof of Sorg's palace was, in theory, a good place to hide from all the guards scrambling inside it. Once the guards examined the broken window and the hole cut through the armor plate, however, they'd invariably realized that the art thieves had come from outside. That determined, they didn't have to do much looking to find the two Imperial Knights, one of whom cradled the precious Alderan glass vase to his chest even as he hefted his unlit lightsaber with his free hand. "They won't just shoot us down," Vitor told his cousin. "They won't risk breaking the vase." "Are you sure?" Morgan breathed. Nobody had clambered onto the roof with them yet, but it was only a matter of time. "Pretty sure," said Vitor, and turned his eyes up. His brother was up there. He could feel Rome reaching for him in the Force, telling him he was on the way. The palace guard hadn't launched any airspeeders yet, but if they did, it would be impossible to either run or hide. The real attack took them both by surprise. Vitor was spinning himself in constantly steady circles, watching every edge of the roof, and he still almost missed the single Toydarian as his fast flapping wings lifted his gore-shaped body up over the edge. Its dark shape was nearly occluded by the silhouette of a smaller tower rising behind it, but motion snagged in the corner of Vitor's eye and spun him into action. He ignited his white-bladed lightsaber and instinctively caught the first shot, even though he had to reach high to do it. The Toydarian wasn't shooting to kill, it wanted to keep the thieves pinned in place until backup arrived. That didn't mean it wasn't a threat. The Toydarian lifted higher above the rooftop and fired 2 more shots, both of which Vitor deflected. At the same time, Morgan had swapped out his saber for a holdout blaster. Vase still pressed against his chest, he lifted the gun and fired at the flying alien. Even from this range, Morgan managed a deliberate glancing shot that caused the Toydarian to drop his blaster. With a burst from his wings, it dove down, out of sight. Vitor pivoted and gave his cousin a slap on the shoulder. That was good shooting. Moonlight showed the satisfaction in Morgan's face, and then the panic. Vitor turned. He saw 3 silhouetted bodies finish hauling themselves over the edge of the roof. 2 were already on their knees, and 1 had his blaster raised to fire. Red light flashed toward them like a thrusting blade. Instinct moved Vitor's body. He didn't even try to deflect it. He jumped sideways, out of its path. Vitor's sudden movement caught Morgan off guard and robbed him of a crucial split-second's reaction. With blaster in hand, he had nothing to deflect the shot and instead tried to back away as his cousin had, but all he managed to do was pivot. The red plasma bolt skimmed across his left side and scorched his upper arm. The young man let out of a cry of pain, dropped his gun, but somehow kept grasping the vase even as he pitched down to his knee. The hit, the cry, and the fall all seemed to play out to Vitor in slow motion. As he watched his cousin, shocked and wounded but still resolute, he felt a wave of shame wash over him like he'd never felt before. The flash of red light had triggered all the edgy paranoia he'd been keeping at bay. There was no Sith Lord here, no Moraine. He wasn't supposed to die here, but the fear that rattled his nerves made him forget that for one crucial second, and it had nearly gotten Morgan killed. As Vitor froze in place, the 3 gunmen were racing across the rooftop toward them, rifles raised but not yet firing. One of them shouted, "Put it down, Jedi scum. Put it down." It wasn't supposed to end like this. It couldn't end like this. His dreams always showed him true, even when he'd given anything if they didn't. "Morgan, stay down," Vitor told the teenager on his knees. "Vitor," he called, and his cousin looked down to see Morgan with the vase stuck between his thighs, right hand raised, lightsaber leaping from his fingertips. Vitor caught it. He'd not trained much in two-handed fighting, but Morgan's confidence, his automatic assumption that his cousin would charge bravely into the fight, almost washed clear the shame of his previous cowardice. When he ignited the second blade, the charging enemies automatically started to fire. More red blasts shot his way, and Vitor raced to meet them. The drainage system that ran beneath the main chamber of Sorg's palace was filthy, smelly, and had barely enough room for Marin and Nat to crawl on their hands and knees. Despite the green-brown muck catching on his white fur, Legish the Squib seemed perfectly happy working in those conditions. The galaxy's self-proclaimed best droid slicer, under 1 meter tall, was currently squatting on top of Sorg's protocol droid. The deactivated machine lay face down in the muck, and Legish had pried apart the silver plate covering the back of its torso to fish around in its metal entrails. From her spot behind Legish, Marin couldn't see what he was doing and probably wouldn't understand if she could. "How's it coming?" asked Nat, who was stuck looking on from the other side. "Did you disable the self-destruct yet?" "Almost. Took a while to find the charge. I'm disabling it now." "How big is this charge?" asked Nat. "If it goes off." "Don't you dare make me think about that," said the squib. Nat shut up. Legish worked. Marin reached out with the Force and tried to get a sense of what was happening elsewhere. Vitor was still up there, and Morgan. They felt like they were fighting for their lives. That meant Father wasn't here yet. The panic in the upper chambers seemed to have subsided, which meant the Sorg had probably realized his droid was missing by now. A good chunk of his security force would be scattered around the palace trying to find the art thieves, which would hopefully provide Marin with the opening to slip back to her X-Wing. If not, then this would be a very stupid way for two Jedi to get themselves killed. "Got it," Legish announced. "Self-destruct's gone." "You sure?" "Positive." The squib hopped off the droid's body. "Now let's get it out of here." "This is going to be awkward," muttered Nat. "Not so bad." Legish waved a paw. "Use that lightsaber. Cut off everything from the waist down." "We wanted this thing intact," Marin said. "You want all the neat info in his memory banks. Those are all in the head and upper body. Lower body's just for motion. Trust me, I know what you are. Get clear." Marin shuffled on her knees until she was on top of the droid, ignited her lightsaber, and slashed it through the waist. A few sparks flashed beneath her, but that was all. "Can you get it on your back?" asked Legish. Marin's head and shoulders were currently scraping the top of the drainage chute. "Not likely. Let's get out of here first. Where's the exit?" The squib blinked at her. She sighed. "You don't know where the exit is." "I know droids. How am I supposed to know Sorg's source system? You've got your lightsaber. Just cut a hole." She tried to guess how far she'd fallen when she dove into this muck, how deep beneath the ground level floor the sewage system ran. Nat didn't hesitate to turn on his lightsaber and stab it upward. His lightsaber burned through the metal walls. He scooted back before completing the circle, then let a chunk of everything above them drop into the sewer with him. Metal and stone crashed down. They choked on a cloud of dust grinded from substances Marin didn't even want to think about, and she called on the Force for a gust of air that pushed the disgusting haze down the tunnel. "Okay," Nat coughed. "Bad idea." "Maybe not so bad." Legish hopped onto the pile of rubble beneath the hole and stuck his white head through it. His whole body stretched up, and then all of him went through. When his dangling legs and furry tail disappeared, Marin crawled over the droid's dust-coated body and looked up through the gap. "What do you see?" "It's a hallway," the squid called back. "Looks clear." Marin tried to sense the area above with the Force. She found Legish there but nobody else, so she backed away and told Nat, "Go on up. Keep an eye on him, I'll be there in a second." As the apprentice awkwardly crawled through the hole he'd cut, Marin wrapped her arms around the droid's torso and lifted it up as best she could in the confined space. When Nat was through the hole, she crawled beneath it and pushed the droid up. Finally, she snaked herself through and pushed her filth-encrusted body onto the cold, clean flagstones of the chamber above. As she lay there, Legish stepped beside her and looked down with unreadable black eyes. "Don't trust me, do you?" "I trust you just fine," she lied. "Nat." "Right here," he said from her other side. Marin rolled onto her stomach, then pushed herself up. Nat was on his feet and looking around the long, dark hallway they'd emerged from. "Any idea where to go next?" he asked. "If we run into a bunch of guys with guns, go the other way," Marin said, then knelt beside the deactivated droid. With everything beneath the hips cut off, it was still heavy, but she could deal with it if she didn't have far to go. She called that over, and the apprentice helped her strap the droid onto her back using the same harness she carried Legish with. The squib kept looking left and right, and when one long ear perked up, she asked, Here's something. He stabbed a paw in one direction. We need to go that way. Why? Asked Nat. Because guys with guns are going to come from the other side in less than a minute. Great. Marin breathed hard and pushed herself to standing. She staggered under the fresh weight but could bear it for now. At least she wasn't clanking around in a set of oversized armor anymore. Are you okay? Asked Legish. He was already bounding for the exit. I'll manage, Marin grunted, and hurried after him. Nat hung beside her, one hand on his shut-off lightsaber, just waiting for their pursuers to come bursting in. When they reached the door, the squib looked up at them imploringly. It's locked, he said simply. I'll handle it, said Nat. He turned on his lightsaber and gave the door a quick look over. Its frame was too narrow for a hut, which meant they were in corridors only servants and guards went through. There was no graceful way to do it, so Nat made 3 diagonal strikes to carve a hole. Legish hopped through first, but Nat held back so Marin could stagger through. That was when the portal at the far end of the corridor opened and the infantry finally arrived. A cut-open door wouldn't hold them for long, but Marin hurried ahead, and Nat stayed right behind her, deflecting shots with his saber. Legish hurried to the end point there. This corridor hit a wall but branched off in 2 perpendicular directions. The squib ducked to the right, but immediately peeked around the corner's edge and began shooting back with the small holdout blaster he'd kept tucked in his belt. As soon as Marin joined him, Legish said, "You Jedi'd be a lot more helpful if you carried ranged weapons." "We're plenty helpful," she muttered. Nat swung around the left side and continued to flash his lightsaber out, deflecting shots. They slowed the enemy's advance, but Marin looked down the branches in the hallway and saw locked doors on either end. "Are we trapped?" breathed Nat. After putting up a valiant show all this time, he was finally starting to panic. "Not exactly." In between shots, Legish tilted his snout toward the long wall that spanned both branches. "See how it's curved? See those windows? We're on the outer edge." As Nat and Legish stayed to hold off the attackers, Marin slipping out of firing range, down the rightward branch, and went over to the wall. Sure enough, there was a subtle curvature to it, and when she got close, she spotted manual latches beneath what she'd taken as long rectangular wall panels. She tugged the latch down and pushed the panel outward, swinging the bottom side out on top side hinges. Damp air slipped through the gap, and she peeked through just long enough to see swampland spreading out 15 meters beneath them. Before she could open her mouth to tell the others, the locked door ahead of her slid open. 3 more guards rushed through, rifles ready, but the sight of a woman just a meter ahead took them by surprise. Marin was surprised too, but she recovered faster. Her lightsaber came to life in her hand and immediately cut through one guard's weapon. The second one got off a shot, but she deflected it back at him, catching his chest beneath his armor. The third one tried to take her flank, but Marin pivoted so he could see the captive droid strapped on her back. That gave him just enough pause for Marin to jab her lightsaber into his thigh, then pull it back and cut through his blaster. 2 down. She knew the first guard was still behind her, and she did the first thing she could think of: fall right back, smacking the droid's metal Rodian-shaped face into the man's forehead. As soon as he fell, Marin heard the hiss of a moving door and looked at the portal through which they'd come. The one who'd taken the chest shot had sprawled back, rifle lying dropped his feet, and one arm flailed over his head and into the doorway's threshold. The metal portal tried to slide shut, hit the outstretched arm, retracted, tried again, and retreated, over and over. Marin had an idea. She scooped up the blaster, called Nat's name, and tossed it at him. The apprentice had good reflexes. He caught it with his free hand, shifted to get a shooting grip, then joined Legish in pumping blasts at their attackers. Marin went back to the window closest to the stuck door and pushed it open from the bottom. It didn't go wide, but it went wide enough. She called Nat's name again and asked, "You got your grappler?" The young man nodded and, understanding, ducked across the hallway, deflecting another hail of laser fire as he did. Once he was clear, he handed Marin back the rifle, hooked his lightsaber to his belt, and drew out the grappling gun Vitor had provided them. "You guys better not run without me. Lee just shouted as he kept firing. Don't worry, just hold on, Marin told him. As Nat hooked the grappler's claw to the window base and prepared to lower himself down, he told Marin, send the droid next. I'll use the Force so he lands soft. Right now she'd do anything to get this heavy thing off. After Nat crawled through the gap and lowered down, she unstrapped the harness on her back. Lee just cried, they just got reinforcements. I can't hold any more. Just a few seconds. Marin called over the increasing volume of the blaster fire. She picked the droid torso up with both arms, shoved it through the window, and trusted Nat to take care of the rest. Mercifully free of their weight, she dashed over to Legish and, standing right above him, peeked over the corner's edge to pop her own shots back at their attackers. You're right, she said. There are more of them. Do I look like a liar? His white fur bristled. Tell me I can go. Get out of here. I'll be right behind you. About time? Legish pocketed his holdout and darted for the window. The moment he got there, he looked back and shouted, That's a hell of a drop. Trust Nat. He'll catch you. She was pretty sure the squib grumbled short protest before he jumped. The laser fire was coming fiercer than ever, and by now had turned the wall behind her into a scorched mess. It was time to run. Marin popped off one last rain of shots, enough to give them a second's hesitation, then ran for the window. She already had her grappler in hand, and she affixed it to the outside base of the window frame, then slid her whole body through. With both hands on the grappling gun, she let herself drop and dangle and didn't dare look down. Instead, she called on the Force once more. She tugged the window shut. She made the door that couldn't close as wide open as her invisible push could hold it, enough to convince the guards that they'd gone down that rightward corridor. She heard the clatter of them turning the corner, felt bodies passing right by the shut window, and released her Force grip on the door. Then, finally, she released the grappling cord's lock and let herself fall, a controlled steady descent down into the muck that surrounded Sword's palace. It wasn't as bad as she feared. Instead of landing up to her armpits in mud water, she crashed through a patch of spindly tree branches and landed on her butt on a patch of moss-covered, mildly soft earth. Nat, Legish, and half a droid were already there, hiding in the shadow against the tree's gnarled trunk. After Marin called the grappler's cord back to her gun, she crawled over and joined them. Are we okay? She asked. We look okay? I've looked worse, said Legish. Now let's get out of here. They'd come very far, but now they'd reached the part Marin really hadn't looked forward to. She looked at Nat and said, I'm taking the droid from here. You need to hold out in the swamp, lay low, and when Arlen comes, he'll pick you up. I can't handle it, he said firmly. Shadows hid his face, but he made himself clear in the Force. He was proud of what they'd done, and proud he'd done it with her. She wasn't used to that kind of admiration and devotion, but, almost against herself, some of his optimism bled into her. Thank you, Nat, Marin breathed. And keep an eye on Legish too. Not so fast, Jedi. The squib shook his head. I'm coming with you. You can't be. Your ride's got room for me too, he said, and Marin realized he had that holdout blaster pointed right at her. Nat tensed and reached for his saber, but Marin held up a hand. You really want to press this, Legish? My orders direct from Vito. That droid doesn't leave my side until I get it back to Napty. Nat said, if you don't trust us, why should we? That's okay, Marin told the boy. I can't handle one little squib. It'll just be a tight fit. Yeah, well, we're used to that. Legish lowered the pistol but didn't holster it. Come on, Jedi. Strap the droid back on. We're close to the end, but we're not there yet. A white blur flashed through the barrel of the last guard's rifle. Sparks flew back in his face, stunning him for a moment and giving Vitor a chance to lunge close and snap an elbow in the weak-waist face. The alien's thick skull dampened the blow, but Vitor struck again, hard against the right temple, and finally succeeded in dropping him. He stood panting in the moonlight and looked around the rooftop. All three attackers were unconscious, their weapons destroyed. Morgan was on his knees but still alert, and still clutching that damn Alderaanian vase with his good hand. Vitor felt a thrill of victory with his adrenaline surge, and with them both an unfamiliar marvel. A second before this fight, he shrunk back on instinctive fear of death, even though he knew he'd never die this way. The Force had promised him otherwise. Once he'd charged the attackers, he'd given himself over instinct and training to every reflexive skill he'd honed as a trained Imperial Knight. And he'd won effortlessly. That meant there was no need to fear death, not until Marin was with him, not until he saw look that beautiful sneering Sith woman in the eye. He felt the weight that had been on him since the dream lifting. It was simple, and he should have realized before. The Force's message was a curse and a burden, but it was also a gift if he knew what to do with it. So he didn't feel fear when he heard the sound he'd been waiting for, the soft roar of an airspeeder's engines whirring to life. He stalked over to Morgan and stood over his cousin with the blazing white sword in either hand, and together they watched as the speeder burst into the sky, dropped itself directly above the rooftop, and shone its blazing spotlight in their faces. As a half-dozen more armed guards dropped on fiber cores from the speeder's hold, Vitor reached out with the Force for his brother. Roan was coming. Roan was close, very close. The guards started shouting for him to put down his sabers, and the airspeeder's engine whined loud overhead, but, beneath it all, he could already hear the low roar of rent air. As the guards formed a firing circle around the two knights, Morgan rose on trembling feet. His damaged arm hung limp at his side, but he still clasped the vase. "Do you feel that?" he panted. "I feel it," Vitor said. Then they heard the sound of laser fire, not from the rooftop but distant and approaching. The guards heard it too, and several looked around even as they kept their guns pointed at Vitor and Morgan. Red and green lights, an exchange of laser fire, flashed against the stars. Vitor tried to make sense of the light show, saw far more red shots than green ones, and took a good guess at what had delayed their pickup ride. But then, drawing Sorg's air defense forces had been half the point of their crazy endeavor. Starlight Champion streaked across the night sky. The big, clunky-looking slant-winged scout craft moved with impressive agility as four of the Hutt starfighters buzzed around it. As Vitor watched, a chain of laser blasts shot out from the gun turret beneath the cockpit and speared through the nearest fighter. The craft became a fireball that plunged down into the swamp and exploded, sending tremors that carried all the way to the rooftop. As Starlight Champion banked toward the palace, it unleashed another set of blasts from its forward guns. The airspeeder hovering above them veered away to avoid the fire, leaving the guards it had dropped stunned and confused. Vitor saw an opening but held, until Champion dropped low over the rooftop, and his brother Roan leaped down from the already extended landing ramp. Half the guards turned to start shooting at Roan's bobbing white lightsaber, but Vitor and Morgan were already in motion. Vitor gave Morgan a shove in the Force, pushing him ahead as he scampered head down for the lowered ramp. It would still take a Force-assisted leap to get him up there, but even in his damaged state, the young knight could do it. There were still 6 guards, and they did their best to shoot Morgan down as he escaped. Roan fell on the ones closest to him, cutting through one rifle barrel, kicking another guard down, and slicing the arm off a third. Vitor charged the rest, but even as he started deflecting their laser blasts and bounding closer, he saw another group, at least a half dozen more, pull themselves over the edge of the rooftop and come toward him. He got close enough to one guard to cut off both wrists with the snip of 2 lightsabers, then looked back at Champion. More starfighters were swarming over his uncle's ship, peppering his faltering shields with red laser blasts. Morgan was nowhere to be seen, escaped. Roan was halfway between him and the ramp. Between them were 3 standing guards, and many more were coming on him fast from behind. In the distance, in the darkness, he couldn't see his brother's face. He didn't have to. Roan was screaming at him in the Force, telling him to make a break for it right now. It would take crucial seconds, time Champion might not have. Yet Vitor wasn't worried. He wasn't panicked, wasn't scared. He felt more at peace than he had in days because he knew he couldn't die here, and he knew he'd see his family again. He wished he could all explain that to his brother, but there was simply no time. Instead, he shouted, "Go now." as loud as he could, and screamed the message just as clearly in the Force. Then one of the guards off his left flank raised his rifle and fired a shot. The moment it left the muzzle, the blast looked bright red like a kill shot, but when it slammed into Vider's chest, he knew it was merely a stun blast. A wave of tingling overtook his body, and then a wave of numbness, and before he passed out, he nothing but satisfaction. The moment his brother's body pitched forward and hit the rooftop, Roan wanted to race forward, hack down a dozen guards, grab his body, and haul him back to Champion. He wanted to do it even though Vider's final words and final thought had urged him to escape. But the brother's instinct passed in a second, and he remembered what else he was: an Imperial prince, an Imperial knight, a servant of his father. All of those parts of him knew there was nothing he could do for Vitor now, and that a few more seconds' delay might destroy Starlight Champion and everyone aboard. So he turned away from his brother, bounded across the rooftop, and threw himself up onto Champion's waiting ramp. As soon as his boots and palms hit metal, he shouted that he was aboard and scrambled up. By the time he got into the hold, the ship was lurching skyward. He struggled to get up to the cockpit. His uncle Arlen was at the controls, wrestling a performance out of his ship that Roan had forgotten it was capable of. Morgan had made it to the seat behind his, and Treese was strapped into the co-pilot spot. He didn't even look back at Roan when he came in. The other knight's attention was focused entirely on controlling Champion's ventral gun turret. "Can we get out of here?" Roan grabbed the back of Morgan's chair. "Get back to the ramp," Arlen barked. "We've got one more pickup." Roan was in no position to argue. The ship kept trying to smash him into a bulkhead, but he made it back to the hold and crawled out onto the ramp in time to get a face full of hot wind and see the gnarled trees of the swamp jump to meet them. Then he spotted the blaze of one blue lightsaber against the tangled brush. The lightsaber bounced rapidly through the dark, and then it was upon them. Roan used the Force to help steady Jade Skywalker as the young Jedi leaped up for the ramp. Just as his boots hit metal, an outside blast rocked Champion. Nat spilled into Roan, and both went tumbling up the ramp, into the hold. The ship jumped upward. They disentangled from each other. As Roan rolled away from the Jedi, he wiped away the face of awful-smelling muck he'd just received and said, "How did you get so filthy?" "You try crawling through a hut sewer." Nat spat and hurried for the cockpit. Roan was right behind him, and when they got there, Arlen had pointed them straight at the stars. Relief lasted long as one breath. Then red lasers flashed past them, their shields shuddered, and a Hutt starfighter swung past them and wheeled around for another pass. "How many left?" asked Nat. "3, Arlen grunted. "I'm making a run for it." "Can our shields last us till we get to hyperspace?" Roan asked. "Nope." "Then why?" "Here she comes," called Treese. The ship ahead burst into flame, and a new fighter darted into vision. An antique, quad-engine X-wing with a chipped red checkerboard paint job. The old rebel fighter wheeled out of view, but his lasers were already flashing. Roan braced for a few parting shots from the pursuing ships, but they never came. Finally, Treese announced a hail and turned on the comm system. Marin Fel's voice crackled over the speaker, saying, "You're all clear, Dad." "Great job. Thanks for the save. Thanks for drawing them off so I could launch. You got what we came for." "Indeed she does," squeaked a higher-pitched, surly voice. "That's my, partner," Marin explained. "I'm ensuring Lord Vito gets his property." "His stolen property?" Arlen rolled his eyes. "Marin, set your course for Neptune." "No problem. You got everyone, right?" Grim silence froze the conversation. It was Roan who said, "We left Vitor behind." "What?" "Marin, it's okay," said Arlen. "He's an Imperial prince, and he just got captured by Ashablit. It's not just Sorg down there. It's Vito, and Vito's got all the leverage he could want over Sorg. Vitor wanted a way to track the shipments to the Restorationists. He can get that personally now. He's right where he needs to be." In his panic, none of that had ever occurred to Roan, and he prayed to the Force that it was true. Marin sounded similarly skeptical. "Dad, how do we know we can trust Vito?" "You've got Vito's leverage, remember. Call ahead to Napdu, and make sure they know if Vitor doesn't go free, and Jiliak doesn't get the droid we went through all the hassle of stealing. Not sure if my passenger would agree to that, she grunted, but I can try. Good. Just remember, you're in control, not them. Her voice went suspicious. Dad, what's up? Aren't you coming to Nabdu too? Arlen took a breath. No. We're not. We're not. Roan and Trees bleated as one. Where are we going? Asked Nat. Arlen shifted to look back at his apprentice. Nat, we just got a distress call from your mother. She's in the Hapes cluster and she needs help. Wait, Roan snapped. We left our ship on Nabdu. We have to take it back to Bastion and explain to my father what. You can tell my brother all he needs to know from the ship, Arlen said. Jay's out there with a bunch of other Jedi, and thousands of innocent people all there about to get mauled to pieces by some Sith. If that's more important than your damn freighter, then you'll have to take my ship from me. All the royal fury he'd roused a second ago dissolved to nothing. Roan stared at his uncle's eyes, more commanding and intimidating than he'd remembered, and asked, the Sith. Really? That's right. Arlen turned forward. You hear that, Marin? I got it, Dad, she said grimly. Listen, I can drop off the droid, then? No. Stay on Nabdu, make sure Vitor gets released. Take care of him. He's your responsibility. We'll handle Hapes. Understand? What about the Alderaanian vase? Squeaked Marin's passenger. The vase is for Chance, remember. I'll make sure he gets it. Arlen said. Marin, do you copy? Will you do it like I asked? Yeah, I'm okay, Dad. Roan, you still there? Yes, he croaked, not imposing at all now. I'll take care of your brother. Don't worry. You help your uncle. He nodded, then remembered words. I understand. And thank you. He watched from the back of the cockpit as Marin's X-Wing veered ahead. It folded its S-foils together and winked off into hyperspace. A few seconds later, Starlight Champion tilted toward a different heading, and then it, too, was gone. When they took Vitor in to see Sorg, his limbs were still tingling from the residue of the stun blast, and he could only move in awkward shuffles for the cuffs binding his ankles. Despite this, he felt confident as he stepped into the chamber and saw Vito along with Sorg. Standing between the two huts was a pale-skinned Twi'lek who sounded rather harried as he translated Sorg's opening words. His lordship wishes to begin by expressing how disappointed he is that an Imperial prince, the son of the esteemed Emperor Fel, would stoop to making himself a pawn in Vito and Jiliak's criminal schemes. Vito made some chuckling remark. Sorg's unspoken response, best Vitor could tell, was an absolutely spiteful glare. I take it the job was a success, Vitor said, looking at Vito. The Twi'lek didn't bother to translate Vito's response, but from the bobbing of the hut's broad head, Vitor guessed it was an affirmative. He turned back to Sorg and said, if you want that droid back, you'll have to deal with me first. Vito explained that, didn't he? Sorg sounded a grudging affirmative, and the Twi'lek said, his lordship understands you are here about his purported connections with the Restorationist movement. That's right. We know you supplied them with the ship used to destroy the Skyhook over Bastion. They killed thousands of Imperial civilians, and my father won't rest until the beings responsible are punished. The Twi'lek surprised Vitor by saying his lordship was totally unaware how his freighter was to be used. He is not responsible. I didn't expect you to admit it that fast. Sorg spoke again. A small hand flapped dismissively. The Twi'lek translated, the Restorationists have been troublesome clients. It would be a relief if you took them off his hands. Really? And he'll agree to stop shipping weapons to Aquila too. Did he get that part of the deal? Sorg glared at Vito again and said something to him. Vito said something back. Then his whole bloated body trembled with laughter. Sorg looked away and seemed to simmer in his own anger. For once, Vitor felt a compelling desire to learn Huttese. When Sorg spoke next, though, it was to Vitor, and the Twi'lek said, his lordship agrees to cease operations on Aquila. He also offers you a method to infiltrate the Restorationists. Let's hear it. He requests your word, as Prince of the Empire, that once he complies neither you nor any other Imperial will harass him again. Vitor smothered laughter into a smile. Okay, fine. You have my word. What's the offer? Sorg spoke again, for longer than before, and when he was done the Twi'lek said, an emissary from the Restorationists is currently inside this palace. His lordship will not permit any violent confrontation inside his domain, but he does offer to place you hidden aboard the man's ship. Once the two of you are clear of Corvus Sadii, you may do whatever you want with him. Vitor had felt fortunate coming in, but this was unbelievable. A restorationist. Here. Can I ask why? Sorg's response was curt. The Twi'lek said, the restorationist came to apologize in person for misusing his lordship's merchandise. Again, no harm against your people was ever intended. Funny words from a weapons merchant, but Vitor was all out of humor. The full reality was settling over him now. He'd gotten even more than what he'd wanted, and now he had to take things to completion. He could board that restorationist shuttle, stow away, and ride it all the way back to whatever rat's nest it had come from, maybe even the big nest where Veers and Grave and Nemesis were hiding. And then this conflict, the war for the Empire's heart that had defined the lives of everyone in his family for the past 8 years, would finally be over. He wasn't drunk with victory. He could see the risks of trying to infiltrate an enemy base on his own, yet those risks looked smaller than ever before. He knew how he would die, and it was not to the gun of some Cortosis armored stormtrooper. He wasn't invincible. They could still hurt him, but he stood capable of annihilating the Restorationist movement once and for all. There was simply no way he could back down. You have yourself a deal, he told Sorg, then raised his shackled wrists high. Now please, I'd like to get out of these. And if you don't mind, I'd like both of those lightsabers back. Kanar Ochus might not have been the most bold or ambitious warrior on Mandalore, but he knew how to track bounties. He knew how to capture people, and he knew how to lay traps. Once he was shown the recording from Korax, Shock Jebin was eager to help. Almost too eager. The old fighter offered to do more, but Kanar insisted he merely arrange a meeting between one of his proxies and the targets to discuss the merchandise the Skiratas were shopping around. The proxy was a Mando named Oran Vassar, distant relative of Jebin who'd been on good terms with Dorn Skirata when they were younger. Vassar extended an invitation to meet Dorn at one of Keldabe's smaller tapcafes, with an added request to see what had become of the little girl he'd last met a decade back. The beauty was that Vassar knew nothing about what Kanar was planning. Genuinely interested both in Dorn's daughter and the stolen goods, he was the perfect bait. He was set to meet the Skiratas after nightfall. Kanar and Yaga took turns stalking him through the narrow, winding streets of Keldabe until he entered his drinking establishment of choice. Less than 10 minutes after his entrance, one Mandalorian in green armor and another, shorter and thinner and wearing distinctive red, went through the same door. Dorn and Nanette Skirata, as promised. So far, so good. All that was required now was to wait. Waiting was hard. Kanar knew what had to be done. Fate had set him on this moment since he'd seen that recording on Korax. After tonight, everything would be different. He'd make enemies of the Skiratas. Yes, but he was prepared for that. The rest of Mandalore would see what he'd done, why he'd done it, and the long humiliation of Clan Ochus would be over. The scattered remnants of the family would be able to come together again. Yaga would no longer grow up ashamed of his father. All Kanar had to do was wait. Tension racked his body as he set himself in the dark alley across from the tapcaf. He slumped down against the alley wall until his bottom hit the ground, legs stretched out before him, head lolled to one side. Pedestrians who glanced into the shadows took him for a passed-out drunk. They couldn't see through his helmet, couldn't see him watching the tapcaf doors through the visor's night vision scope. From his angle it was visible, but just barely, so much the better to hide. His son took a different tack. Yaga was a nimble young man, even with the weight of his Verpine sniper rifle slung over his back. He hauled himself onto the roof of the one-story building facing the tapcaf, lay flat on his stomach, and waited. The buildings in this old section of Keldabe were tightly packed, and he'd be able to cover a lot of rooftops when the time came. As they waited, Kaner wished they'd placed a bug inside Vassar's helmet, just so they'd know when the Skiratas left the tap calf. Instead, he remained still as the passed-out drunk he pretended to be, even though his heart kept pounding blood and adrenaline through his body. And then, after an interminable wait, they stepped out the door. Vassar hadn't come out yet. Maybe he was getting another drink or maybe paying the tab. It didn't matter. Kaner remained motionless as the two of them stood in front of the door for a moment, swaying just a little, as though knocked off balance by their drinking. Then they started to the left. They passed Kaner's alley and didn't even glance in his direction. "You see them, Boer?" Yaga whispered in his ear. "Track them from the roof. I'll follow behind." Carefully, he stood up and stretched the blood back into his limbs. Then he stepped into the street and turned to follow. There was little traffic in this part of town at this part of night, but he still had to be careful of witnesses. Everyone on Mandalore would know about this once it was done, but he didn't want to risk bystanders intruding. He followed them from a distance, letting them outpace him several winds in the road so he didn't seem to be following. All the while, Yaga crept across the rooftops, sometimes flinging his agile young body over narrow alleys to keep pace with them, warning his father every time they slowed their pace or made a turn. As they followed, Kaner's confidence grew. The Skiratas were following the path expected, back toward the nearest landing zone, from which they probably planned to fly back to their clan's mountain hideaway. Kaner knew exactly where to trap them, and he told Yaga to hurry ahead. A few narrow canals wound through Keldabe. Stone bridges arched over the waterways and the antique, unpaved towpaths running alongside them. As the Skiratas neared one, Kaner picked up his pace and let his vibro knife slide gently into his cupped right hand, blade flat against palm. "On your left, Boer," Yaga told him. "Good. Wait until I pass, then take out the big one." "Understood." Kaner timed his approach so his steady pace passed the Skiratas just as they stepped onto the bridge's arch. He took them on the right flank, a meter away from the girl. That was when Yaga released his shot. The silencer on his rifle killed this sound, but not the garbled cry from Dorn's Skirata as the laser blast tore through the unprotected inside of his knee and dropped him. Nanette stopped and reached for her father. Kaner spun back on them and attacked fast. His left forearm cracked against the girl's bowed head, arching it back. He snapped the same arm again, this time cracking the flat edge of his hand against her windpipe and robbing her of breath. As she staggered, drunk and confused and gasping for air, he grabbed Dorn by the chest plates and, half shoving and half throwing, sent him over the bridge's low railing onto the towpath below. By then, Nanette was recovered. She reached for the blaster at her hip, but Yaga was ready and blasted through the interior of her wrist with another silenced shot. Kaner grabbed her, too, and threw her over the edge. Drunk and wounded, they were still Mandalorians, and as Kaner jumped down to the towpath, they were rising to their feet again. Yaga wouldn't have a good shot from this angle, but Kaner could handle these himself. He grasped the knife in his right hand and lunged. Dorn was slow to react, and the blade sunk easily into his gut. He heard the girl scream for her father even as she lunged at him. Kaner knocked her back with another snap of the elbow, but she kept coming. That was when Yaga arrived. He threw himself over the bridge railing and fell right onto Nina's back. As they both fell to the ground, Kaner spun on Dorn, now sunk to his knees, one hand clutching the bleeding wound in his side while his other fumbled for the gun. Kaner kicked his hand away. "Which one of you is it?" Kaner called aloud. "Who killed Jevernauchus? Who gives Asha?" Dorn hacked. "Who are you?" Kaner wrenched off the man's helmet and looked down on his pain-twisted face. Dorn looked up. There was no recognition in his eyes. But then, there wouldn't be. Not even his brothers had thought much of Jevernauchus. Then the wounded Mandalorian's face went slack. His body tipped off balance and fell to the side. His hand released his stomach and more blood flowed out. It pooled and trickled over the towpath's edge to join the slow pulse of the canal. The girl, pinned down by Yaga, shouted for her father. Panic and anger gave her strength. She threw back the younger boy, but Kaner was ready for her. He grabbed her outstretched arm, kicked her front leg out from under her, and threw her hard onto the dirt beside her father. He dropped his armored body on top of her, pinning her arms beneath his legs, and wrenched off her helmet too. Ambient city light looked smooth and silver on her young face, but even here he knew she was the one he'd seen on the holo recording. He pressed the edge of his blade where throat met jaw, drawing a trickle of blood. I know you were on Corax. I know you were there when Jevern Ossus died. Who killed him? Was it your father? Was it you? He watched Nenet's eyes and saw the final moments of her life. He saw 100 questions flash through those eyes, and the realization that none of them mattered. Despair might have followed. Instead, they filled with spite. I killed the Atchiker, she sneered. I'd do it 1,000 times over. Kaner tilted the angle of the blade and pressed down, through skin, through cartilage, and blood vessels. A jet of arterial spray splashed across his helmet, covering his visor. Her dying body jerked beneath his butt didn't throw him off. When it finally went still, he pocketed his knife and used the soft underside of his arm to wipe clear enough blood to see. When he got to his feet and turned around, Yaga was there, watching. Behind him, a half-dozen men and women stood watching on the bridge. None of them moved or said a word. The moment Kaner had been preparing for these past 8 years unconsciously for so long, only realizing it at the end was over. He felt empty and still inside. When he realized that they all expected him to say something, even Yaga, he needed a moment to find the words. This was an honorable punishment. These were traitors. The Mandalore has been avenged. My name is Kaner Ossus, and they killed my brother. It was blood for blood. That's all that matters. Chapter 20. In the scattered seconds when he wasn't diving and juking away from attacks by other Sith, Darth Taryn marveled at how badly he'd failed. He planned for a betrayal by Darth Sadal. Not expected it, but at least anticipated the possibility. Even there, he'd gotten it wholly wrong. He'd been certain that Sadal would use her opportunity to annihilate Shidu Mad, along with Wirelock and Crate. It wasn't her nature to be servile. He still couldn't believe she'd chosen loyalty to the dreaming Dark Lord over greater ambition, but it was clear she'd done exactly that. He couldn't indulge in self-pity or regret, not when 2 Furies were bearing down on him. They'd chased him close to Orlan's atmosphere, and the cloudscape spread out beneath them like a red and brown ocean. He couldn't tell which other Sith were on his tail, but he could feel their angry determination to kill the traitor. He threw himself into loops and twists and hard turns that made blackness crawl at the edges of his vision, but still he couldn't escape them, and when his sensors showed an Alliance ship approaching, he immediately ran for it. As he pulled up and jumped skyward, he immediately spotted the great bulk of the troop carrier. It was making a dramatic belly flop into the cloud ocean with the aim of locking its ventral cargo hatch with the Loyalist station and bringing as many people aboard as possible. Tarrant no longer cared about stopping them, but he dropped his targeting reticules on it and fired anyway. The carrier's weapons turrets finally noticed the 3 Furies darting toward them and opened fire. They didn't discriminate between Tarrant and his enemies, but at their far range the turbo lasers accomplished nothing except to force his pursuers behind him to break formation. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. Tarrant kept charging the troop ship, spotting turbo laser fire and slipping around every blast, while the Furies tried to continue their pursuit. When he spotted a flight of dart-shaped tri-wing interceptors vectoring toward him, his heart lifted. He dodged their initial volleys, targeted one, and punched through his shields with a single torpedo. He plunged through the fireball and continued accelerating toward the carrier while, behind him, the pursuing Furies were forced to tangle with the remaining tri-wings. A few Alliance interceptors came back to chase him, but he barely noticed. He aimed for the carrier and pushed his speed to maximum. He found the Force, even through his panic and rattled nerves. He put his hand on his seat's ejection controls, and, 2 seconds before his fighter slammed into the carrier shields, he pulled the lever hard. His fighter, magazine still near full with shadow bombs, created a stunning explosion when it hit the shields. The concussive wave would have turned Terrence every bone to mush, but as his ejection seat tumbled out, he called on the Force and erected an invisible shield around himself for the crucial second. And then he was falling, straight down toward the Broad Station surface. The ejection seats built in Rebel soldiers struggling to counteract the gas giant's immense gravity, and he had to call on the Force to cushion his impact. Even then, he landed hard enough to smash in the bottom of the ejection chair. Pain stabbed through his right leg, the chair tipped, and he tumbled hard onto the metal hull. He worked to disentangle himself from the crash webbing. He was still alive. When he looked up, he saw the massive carrier lowering itself to couple with its target, but no Furies or Tri-Wing still trying to kill him. The repulsors that kept the station hovering inside Orlan 6's atmosphere also counteracted the planet's strong gravity. Were it not for that, his bones and organs would have already been crushed. He tried to stand, almost rose to full height, then pitched forward on hands and knees as blinding pain shot up from his leg. He rolled into his back and tried to examine it through his vac suit. He felt no major breaks, but knew some bones must be dangerously fractured. Exhaustion overtook him. Terrence sprawled on his back and stared up at the Alliance carrier that filled half his vision, at the thin clouds of the upper air and the sparks of distant explosions high above. And he knew that none of them mattered because he'd already failed. In his obsessive drive to be better and stronger and fiercer than any other Sith, he'd created the mechanism for his own destruction. Now he was betrayed and badly wounded, trapped on the outside of a station about to be blown to atoms with no ship and no chance to escape through space swarming with ships that all wanted him dead. For a moment there seemed no reason to do anything but lie here, watch the swirling skies, and wait to die. But the moment passed. He might have been a fool, but he was still a Sith, and Sith did not surrender. He felt the supply pouch at his waist and found his lightsaber. He needed to cut his way inside the station. He didn't know what he'd do once inside, but he'd manage something. He'd survive a little longer, and that was the small victory he needed, the only one he could get. When the signal from Darth Maul rippled through his battle meld, it was what Kikit had been waiting for. During the fight to destroy the shield generator, he'd focused furiously on the task at hand, knowing all the while that once it was done, this mission would turn truly dangerous, pitting Sith against Sith. He'd hoped to delay that moment until they were close to intruder, or at least clear of the Hapes soldiers that were pursuing them, but they were not that fortunate. Instead, they were trapped in a corridor, pinned between squadrons, and battling back lasers from both sides. When Melith's mind touched his, Darth Kikit faltered, but an Exer, right behind him, moved true. The four-armed Kadruji danced around a volley of blasts with disarming grace and began hacking away at the Loyalists with 4 swords. Kikit looked to the other end just as one desperate woman tossed a grenade at the cluster of Sith. Darth Morlit was fast. She caught the sphere in midair, threw it back to the soldier, raised a force wall to shield them from the concussive blast that rocked the company corridor so hard it dented walls outward. Rune and Vurik stood right behind her but weren't even paying attention. They were looking back at Kikit with realization in their eyes, asking silently if now was the time to attack. That was when the bearable realized what he should have already. Malith's power to link minds was so strong he could send his message only to those he'd chosen to, only those who were still loyal to Lord Crake. Morlin and Annexer were unaware, but that wouldn't last long. He gave Ruin and Vurik a tiny nod, and they turned to face Morlin, and Kikit spun around to initiate the fight he'd dreaded. Annexer had just finished hacking down the last Loyalist soldier. His back was turned, and Kikit couldn't hesitate. He jumped forward and thrust his right blade toward the Kadruji's back. Warning came to Annexer, but not in time. He skirted to the right, but Kikit's red sword skimmed his left side and cut a burning hole beneath his ribs. Kikit dug the claws of his feet into the deck to keep from overbalancing. Annexer jumped back, spun to face the bearable, and for a second their eyes met past the blaze of their saber. There was no anger or hurt in the Kadruji's eyes. After all, he planned to do the same. What Kikit saw was embarrassment at failing to strike first. Annexer lashed out with his upper set of lightsabers. Kikit dropped low onto all fours and snapped his wounded tail as hard as he could. Annexer leaped above it and propelled himself over Kikit's back. His lower right lightsaber lashed down, but the bearbell dropped beneath it and rolled onto his back, raising his left arm as she did so. His short blade slipped above Annexer's and cut the hand off at the elbow. Annexer cried out in pain, but when his feet hit deck he managed to keep himself upright. Kika got back to his feet as Annexer lunged. The Kadruji was too close to use his upper blades, and Kika caught his remaining lower sword and pushed it back. He surged full upward, slamming Annexer into the wall, and as the Kadruji tried to swing his upper left blade down onto Kika's spine, the bearable opened his jaws and sunk his teeth into the opposite arm. Even as he felt Annexer writhe and tasted blood, he felt the hot, searing pain of one lightsaber digging into his abdomen and cutting through his lowest rib. Pain made him bite down harder, and he wrenched his head to one side. Annexer howled like an animal as Kika staggered back, arms still twitching in his jaws while the Kadruji jetted blood from the stump of his upper shoulder. That was when Darth Ruin found his chance. The Twi'lek stepped up behind his stunned and staggered enemy and took Darth Annexer's head off with a high horizontal swipe. The head fell first, and the body dropped after it, still pumping blood out from his gaping arm socket. Behind Ruin, Darth Vuric stood over Darth Morlit's smoking corpse. He was a young lord, and his eyes were wide with shock at what he'd done, but Ruin's attention fell on Kikit's wound. "Are you badly injured?" the Twi'lek asked. He felt the pain still shooting out from the sound on his side and slumped against the wall. He spat out Annexer's arm and carefully ran his claw tips over the burnt opening. The lightsaber cauterized the wounds it made, and this one did not seem to have pierced any organs. It still hurt, horrifically, but he was a Sith. Pain was his fuel. It would have to be, if he was to get out of here alive. "I fare better than they," Kikit rasped and looked down on Morlin and Annexer. "But forget them now. We must hurry." "To intruder?" asked Vuric. "If we are lucky," he hissed, "but I suspect it's already taken." When the time for betrayal came, Krone got his warning. It wasn't the signal he'd been expecting, but it was just enough to save his life. He and Darth Hade had been standing guard by the auxiliary airlock, watching for enemies that never came, feeling distant ripples in the Force that informed them of all that was going on elsewhere. Standing side by side, they tensed as the other Sith engaged the Jedi, felt relief when the shields fell, and shared the surge of confidence that Darth Melth spread through his battle meld. But when Darth Hade breathed in a tiny gasp, Krone felt nothing at all. His mind worked fast. There was only one real difference between him and the Duros on this mission. Maleth shouldn't have known that difference, but if he did, it explained everything. Krone didn't know for certain, but if he hesitated, he was a dead man. He grabbed his lightsaber a second before Hade reached for his. He ignited it and swung it upward just as the Duros thumbed on his switch. There was no chance. Krone's swipe cut upward across his torso, from hip to shoulder, and Hade collapsed instantly. The split second's exertion left Krone breathing hard as he stared down at the corpse of the other Sith Lord. He didn't know how things had been reversed so badly, but it didn't matter. Krone had been a fool to cast his lot in with that arrogant Chiss upstart. The temptation of being a real Sith again, molding galactic history as he'd done before, had cost him everything except his life. No, he had one more thing left. He looked at the open airlock portal and the dark bay of intruder beyond. He paid attention to Kika's flying on the way in, and was confident he knew how to pilot it out. There might be a massive firefight going on overhead, but with this ship, he was confident he'd be able to slip away unharassed. Where he'd go after that was another issue entirely. The Jedi had severed his connection with Kuat and robbed him of his power by birthright. His corporation had declared him dead years ago and absorbed all his assets. He could think of only one ally left, an ally almost as desperate as he was, but they might offer a chance to rebuild, or at least temporary respite. Krone looked down at Darth Hade's flat, dead face and felt nothing. He bent down, plucked the Dur's lightsaber off the ground, and hurried through the airlock. When everything they'd been afraid of happened in an instant, it was to Admiral Lekwash's credit that he didn't hesitate even as panic gripped his crew. Seen from the tactical display, the situation looked dire. New Happen warships were emerging from the mist surrounding the system and making fast micro-jumps to Orlan 6. A trio of double-disc battle dragons had placed themselves at the rear of the Alliance line to block any escape to hyperspace. Admiral Vol's ships, which had spread an open channel to allow the empty carriers passage for the planet, were constricting formation and tightening the net on the Alliance line from all sides. At the same time, the first two Alliance carriers had already reached Orlan 6 and were starting to draw in Loyalist evacuees. Their heavily shielded hulls would protect the station for orbital fire for a time, but too many Hapes ships were bearing down on them. It was an unwinnable scenario, and just looking at it, Atlanta froze in terror. But Admiral Lekwash immediately started barking orders. He commanded the ships at the rear of the Alliance line to turn and begin attacking the 3 battle dragons behind them. The ships that had just passed through Admiral Val's net began pushing forward to Orlan 6 with orders to defend the 2 carriers as long as possible. "You've split our fleet in 2, Alana whispered as she and the Corn watched it all play out on the tactical holo. Bright Union hadn't come under enemy fire yet, but it was just now pivoting to attack the 3 battle dragons. Past the bridge, Alana could see the first explosive bursts as Alliance and Hapes ships joined in combat for the first time since the secession, almost 40 years ago. It was everything she hadn't wanted to see. Val will have to split her own forces to fight both our battle groups. We have enough firepower to punch past those battle dragons and get most of our ships out of here." His small eyes slipped sideways and caught hers. "I was sent here to save lives, not start a war." "I know. But what about the ships stuck at the planet? They'll cover the carriers while they load up as many people as they can, but there's no way they can take in 100,000. My hope is that they'll be able to break out and escape once they're full. If not," his face tentacles curled in distaste. "Those Loyalists were dead already. We at least had to try." Alana thought of Jade and Tonic down there. She knew they stay selflessly behind until as many as possible got away, just like Katia, Terran, and Zek 40 years ago. The thought of losing them too was almost unbearable. But trapped here, with Admiral Val's fleet already forming a wall between her and the planet, there was nothing she could do. Nothing except reach across that distance with an invisible touch and say she was sorry. They were trying to load 100,000 desperate people into 2 ships meant for half as many, and the result was total chaos. The great portals connecting the station to the troop carriers were wide enough to fit 3 Jade Shadows flying side by side, and Alliance soldiers were doing their best to hurry people up the ramps and into the ship's great bowels. Jade had no idea where those escaping Sith had gone. She couldn't even see the other 2 surviving Jedi and the great sea of people that filled the loading area. She only knew they hadn't been trampled by the tenuous force link that bound their minds together. All 3 women were trying to direct the flow of shoving, shouting people, but over so much clamor no single voice could be heard above the bedlam. In the midst of it all, Jade felt her cousin reach across the distance of embattled space and offer an aching apology. Jade had no idea what was going on outside the station, just that it was bad, and Alana's touch explained nothing. All it offered was a farewell and a faint hope, a plea that they'd meet again. The touch was gone quickly, and despite its sorrow, Jade felt lifted. In that parting, she'd sensed Alana's concern for her, yes, but not for herself. That meant one of them would probably get out of this alive, which was something. Then it was back to trying to direct the stream. Jade continued to shout and wave people toward one access point or another, but she wasn't a big woman, and she was constantly jostled on all sides. Across the sea of heads, she spotted a blazing lightsaber held high blue, probably bombs, and felt the shock of the Hapes around it. Putting the fear of the Jedi in them was a smart move, and Jade reached for her own saber to do the same. Just as her hand found the weapon, she realized the comlink in her pocket was buzzing and probably had been for the past few minutes. She pulled it out, held it close to here, and said, "This is Jade. Can you get this? This is Tanith. Is that your lightsaber I see?" "No, but I was about to fire mine up. Where are you?" It was impossible to pick out any single head in this crowd, even Tanith's bright red one. "In the back?" "It doesn't matter. Jade, we've got a problem." Reshel and the other Duchess were in the situation room when the evac ships came. They're stuck down at section C-29. Jade tried to dig up her mental map of the station when someone shoved her hard, almost knocking her off her feet. She clung to the comlink with her right hand, awkwardly drew out her lightsaber with her left, and stabbed its violet blade toward the ceiling. Now people started giving her edge room. She heard Tanith's tinny voice say, "I can see you. Then you can see I'm kind of stuck here. What do you want me to do?" Jade, Reshel, and the other Duchess are important. When the Loyalists come to New Hapes, they'll need leaders, eh? I'm sorry, I just can't get to them. It might not have been a very Jedi-like sentiment, but she didn't feel like shedding tears for stubborn old nobles left behind. Wait, Tanith pressed. The Chalk's air with them too. Jade cursed aloud. Maybe it also wasn't Jedi-like to care about the lives of Force users over those of normal people, but she couldn't help it. In the brief time she'd gotten to talk with Elia and Hagram, she'd seen their potential, not just to grow in the Force but to grow free of the stagnant society they'd clearly grown to hate. And then, like a miracle, her comlink sounded with a new chime. She knew that one, even against the dead, because she'd programmed it to sound only when receiving a transmission from Starlight Champion. "Is there some emergency airlock they can get to?" she asked Tanith before switching over. "I've got an idea." On the tense and too long ride from Hut Space to the Hapes cluster, Davek Fel was stuck with a lot of questions. He wondered what was so urgent they'd had to race here for, what business 3 Imperial Knights had doing apparent Jedi deeds, and whether his uncle's mad action might get him killed. The moment Starlight Champion averted to real space, he got his answers all at once, and he didn't like any of them. Arlen had dropped them in the middle of a fiery brawl between a trio of double-disc-happen battle dragons and a cluster of lumpy Alliance Mon Cal cruisers. He'd forgotten what a good pilot his uncle was. The Jedi nimbly wove his awkward ship around a flight of middles that were just as shocked and confused by their appearance as Roan was, then veered out of the battle zone and set a straight course for the brown and red gas giant that ahead. The Arlen system was awkwardly placed inside a pocket of the transitory mist that cut off hyperspace travel and veiled most of the Hapes cluster from outside observation, which meant that just as there was only one way into this place, there'd be only one way out. As he peered over Arlen's shoulder from the back of the cockpit, Roan saw lots more he didn't like. A fleet of Happen warships had surrounded the planet on all sides, and he spotted a cluster of explosions in the gas giant's low orbit that seemed to mark a pitched battle. Treese, seated beside Roan, asked the question for him. What in the hell is all that? Jade Skywalker had taken the co-pilot seat after they moved Morgan to the infirmary, and the Jedi apprentice glanced over Champion's sensor readings. Looks like 2 Alliance troop carriers are docked with the station, probably loading up passengers. I see a couple more Alliance ships plus a few other ones forming a shield in low orbit. I'm guessing those are Loyalists, said Arlen. They've got Happen ships on all sides, Nat added. They look like they're trying to punch through and knock out the station. And we want to get closer. Roan gaped. Maybe. Nat, can you patch a hail to your mom? I'll try, the apprentice said, and started punching commands into the comm console. When the voice came on, it was so marred by static Roan had to lean close and tear his attention off the battle to make sense of it. Arlen, that you? A woman said. Mom, it's me, Nat cried. We're heading your way. Can you hear us? Nat, have Arlen. Right here, the Jedi Master called. What's your sitrep? Evacuating. Eat help. Who needs help? Nat asked. Mom, how can we reach you? Not me, Jade Skywalker said. Get into clouds. Find emergency airlock. What airlock? Nat called against the static. Who are we getting? Lock 24D, 24 levels down. Northwest edge. Got it. We'll handle it, Arlen called, and killed the transmission from his console. Wait, bleated Nat. We didn't hear everything. We heard enough to do what she wants. But we don't know. We'll find out the rest when we get there, Roan said. Worrying about everything else will only distract us. The apprentice glared back at him but said nothing. Worrying about his mother was understandable, but these Jedi weren't like Imperial Knights. They weren't trained as soldiers and didn't know how to prioritize in combat situations, which meant Roan and Treese would have to take charge when they reached their destination. He just hoped whoever they were rescuing was worth all this. Starlight Champion had the advantage of being a small and unfamiliar craft, and as they approached the planet from the side opposite the besieged Loyalist station, they attracted little attention from the Hapes Nova cruisers spread wide in mid-orbit. After passing the initial enemy line, Arlen took them on a dive toward the planet so steep it pinned Roan to the back of his chair. The gas giant's strong gravity drew them in extra fast, and Arlen kept plunging them straight toward the clouds. For a second, Roan thought his Jedi uncle was going to drop them right into the planet's swirling storms and get them all crushed by the pressure. Right before they hit the cloud deck, Arlen jerked the throttle back and leveled them out. This time, Roan's stomach nearly dropped through his lap, but once he got past the strain and nausea, they were sailing clear and straight through the misty upper clouds. Reckless. That was what his father always called Arlen. It had been so long since Roan had seen his uncle that he'd forgotten how reckless he could be. Even at max atmospheric speeds, it took them too long to get close to the station. Roan first spotted the flash of distant explosions and laser fire, then watched the battle creep up from over the horizon and rise high in the sky. The Alliance and Loyalist ships were making a valiant effort to hold back the Hapes, but as the jutting forms of the troop carriers finally appeared over the horizon, the first Hapes turbo lasers finally started breaching the defensive line. Roan watched as a few mighty green lances fell from the sky and cut through the clouds, narrowly missing the carriers as they sat docked over the station. All they could see of the station itself was the bulge of its uppermost levels as they emerged from the clouds. The rest of it swelled invisibly for hundreds of meters beneath, and with its shields gone, all the old station had was its armor-plated and pressurized hull to resist the powerful currents of Orlan 6's mighty storms. Mom said northwest side, 24 levels down, Nat reminded. Don't worry, I've got it, Arlen said as he gripped the control throttle tight. At their speed, they'd reached the station in under a minute, assuming another spear of turbolaser fire didn't fall from on high and vaporize them. 24th. Treese asked, won't that take us into the clouds? Yeah, hope not too deep. Arlen bit his lip. Shields up, Nat. Shields up. Then here we go. He pushed the throttle forward and sent them into a dive. Roan gripped the arms of his chair tight, and this time his stomach tried to escape through his mouth. The cloud ocean swallowed them up and reduced visible to zero. As shapeless swathes of pastel red and browns drifted around their window, Roan felt strong currents buffet the ship even as they decelerated. The station appeared before them like a giant gray wall. Arlen killed the engines and swung them off a collision course, then began to crawl parallel to the surface, just meters above. Clouds still churned around them, and the throttle bucked in Arlen's hands as he said, someone please tell me when you spot an airlock. Nat, already half risen from his seat, stabbed a finger outward. I see something. Roan couldn't catch it from his backseat angle, but Arlen nodded. I've got it. Looks like an airlock to me. Just hope it's the right damn one. As Arlen wrestled his ship under control and brought it around to couple with the airlock, Roan reached out with the force. He could sense people on the other side of the station's thick gray wall. Lots of scared, frantic people. He had no idea how many, but he thought he could make out two minds a little clearer than the others. I think we've got it, he announced. Good to hear, Arlen grunted as Champion's hull grated against the station exterior. The ship trembled one more time, and he announced, there we go. Locked in. Now that the cockpit was still, Roan unbuckled his crash webbing and rose. Then everything shook again, so hard it threw him off his feet and into Treese. Both knights went tumbling into Roan's seat. I thought we were locked in. Roan shouted as Treese pushed himself off. We are. That was a turbolaser blast. They just landed a good one on the station, Arlen said. Listen, Morgan's injured, and I'm staying at the controls. Nat, Roan, Treese, you've got to get everyone on board you can. Understood. Understood, announced Nat. As Treese and Roan were still trying to extricate from each other, the Jedi boy grabbed his lightsaber and sprinted out of the cockpit. Once the two Imperial Knights were standing, they hurried after him. Roan felt a spike of embarrassment as he watched his younger cousin, the undisciplined Jedi apprentice, take charge of the situation, by manually unlocking an open champion's hatch. He and Trees followed Skywalker through the airlock and into the doomed station. When the three teenage knights opened the airlock's second doors and entered the chamber, they found themselves facing a room packed with at least 24 people. They were mostly older, mostly women. Many were dressed in layered gowns that looked criminally expensive and frankly ridiculous, especially when they were all messy and disheveled from the frantic flight to the airlock. When Roan scanned their faces, he saw surprise wash over the group, then incredulity, then a bit of fear as they started noticing the lightsabers dangling from the three young men's belts. Nat was the one who pushed the other two clear of the doorway, breathed deep, and announced with impressive volume, "We're here to rescue you. Please make an orderly line through the airlock and into our ship." The line wasn't orderly, but at least it moves fast as the old Happen woman picked up their layer skirts and hurried for the exit. That was when Roan noticed the dirty water pooling on the floor that stained the rims of the noble's dresses and rippled around the base of his boots. He realized that this station had to have a water reservoir and the turbolaser fire must have cracked it open. As the first nobles hurried through the airlock, the entire station quaked under another turbolaser hit. A cry from the back of the room announced more water rushing in, and Roan felt it surge halfway up his calves. He, Trees, and Nat did what they could to direct the flow of people. Trees saw an old woman knocked to her knees by the tremor and rushed to help her. Roan made his way toward the back of the chamber to get a better count of the evacuees. There was about 30, and he hoped Arlen's ship could hold that many. Another turbolaser shot rocked the station, not as hard as the last one, but it sent an even greater rush of water into the room. It swirled like an undercurrent, and Roan grabbed onto the closest Happen, a male servant, to keep both of them from falling. The water swelled up toward his waist, and he pushed the servant toward the exit. Trees was nowhere to be seen but hopefully aboard Champion, and Nat was by the airlock, helping people through. Just a minute or two more, Roan thought, but when he looked behind him he saw one black-haired woman trying to push against the gushing water for a hallway leading deeper into the station. Roan lurched for her and grabbed her by the upper arm. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted. "We have Togo." When she turned around, he saw she was just a girl, the same age as him. "He's still back there. My brother." Roan looked down the hallway. The lights had gone out, and he could see in the darkness water was pulsing through the corridor into the airlock vestibule. The girl jerked her arm free and stared down the corridor again. Roan staggered after her even as water rose up to his hips. "I don't see anyone," he called. "He's up ahead. I can feel him." The door on the corridor's far end slid open. Even more water gushed through, and so did the barely visible form of another person, probably a boy a few years younger than the girl. The boy started sloshing through the water with big awkward steps, and his sister was almost with him when the corridor shook more violently than ever. Water crashed off one wall, crested, and tumbled back down, soaking all three of them through their clothes. Beneath the crashing, Roan heard the groan and twist of metal as vibrations shook the deck, but before he could give a warning, a bulkhead burst open. He reached out with the force, grabbed the girl, and pulled her 2 steps back as a supper girder came crashing down and lodged diagonally from floor to ceiling, separating her from her brother. They started shouting for each other, but Roan called, "Get back," and drew his lightsaber. He silently thanked whoever designed the thing to be waterproof and made 2 quick cuts. The fallen support beam collapsed in 3 pieces, allowing the boy to climb over its ruin and embrace his sister as the water pulsed around their waists. "Come," Roan insisted, grabbing the girl by the shoulder and taking her brother too. As they trudged through the water, the girl asked, "Are you a Jedi too?" "An Imperial Knight." For some reason he felt compelled to add, "My name is Davek Fel." Normally that was enough to put respect and a little fear in people's eyes. He'd grown up with it, gotten used to it, and maybe even liked it. He couldn't remember the last time he'd gotten a look as blank as the one the girl was giving him now. He thought even Happen loyalists would have seen the news sometimes in the past 8 years. "Amelia, this is Hagram," she said as they reached the vestibule chamber. Nat was waving the last stragglers through the partially flooded airlock portal and looked relieved when he spotted Roan. Is that all of them? Skywalker called. Roan looked at Elia. Yes. We're the last ones, Hagram said as he hacked up a mouthful of water. Great, Nat said as he helped them through the airlock. Let's get the hell out of here. Darth Kika chose to see it as a sign of gratitude that Darth Maul sent a shuttle to retrieve the 3 remaining Sith. The attempt by the Alliance to evacuate its population had produced a chaotic firefight overhead. Happen Middles and Sith Furies battled with Alliance tri-wings. Turbolaser fire from Nova cruisers and low-orbit tore smoke and gouges out of the station's hull but hadn't yet pierced the shields of the Alliance carriers. In all that chaos, it wasn't difficult for one armed shuttle from Admiral Val's flagship to slip into the clouds. Kikit, Ruin, and Vurik met there right at the same airlock, where they'd left Intruder. It enraged the bearable to think that his precious ship had been stolen by a traitor, but there was nothing to be done for it now. When the airlock opened, they were ushered into a shuttle by a handful of Happen guards who looked curiously nonplussed to see a bearable, a Twi'lek, and a Shev in torn black robes with fierce tattoos across their faces. Clearly, these were part of the Queen's most loyal guard. As soon as they were aboard, the shuttle detached and began to rise out of the clouds. Kikit, wounded though he was, managed to stagger into the cockpit in time to see them lift clear into the sky. He watched with satisfaction as 2 more turbolaser blasts fell into the top cloud drifts, impacted on the station, and sent up geysers of smoke and flame. A few more good shots, and they'd likely knock off the repulsor systems and send the whole thing tumbling to Orlan 6's distant core. Kikit wrapped his claws around the back of the pilot seat. I need to speak with Black Majesty. The pilot complied without a word, and when the holo sprung to life, it showed Darth Maul's long-haired, tattoo-lined face. These vermin were well informed. It is done, the bearable hissed. We are on our way back. Were all the traitor starfighters destroyed, including turrets? Yes. All of them? It was a victory, but he wasn't satisfied. What about Intruder? It eluded us. Who was aboard? Darth Krone. I don't see him giving us trouble, not by himself. Kikit growled deep in his throat. Malith was probably right. Krone had made few friends on Shidu Mod. Likely he'd fly back to his old allies in the Empire or on Kuat, or whatever other vermin would tolerate his wounded vanity. I look forward to seeing you soon, Lord Kikit, Maul said. As do I, until then. Kikit tapped a claw on the comm control and shut the connection off. The shuttle rose further, and he watched as faint starlight grew brighter overhead. The damage he'd taken against Denexer and the loss of Intruder had wounded his own vanity, but he reminded himself that a true one Sith should be beyond those things. His purpose was to serve Darth Kray's design, and in that regard today had been a triumphant success. With the unlikely aid of Darth Sadal, they'd purged all the would-be traitors from their order, leaving it leaner and stronger and more dangerous than before. As they ascended into space, he felt himself being drawn into Darth Maleth's battle meld. He felt the minds of all the other one Sith touch his own and savored their shared delight as they welcomed him home. Jade had always intended to stay behind once the Alliance troop carriers pushed off, but by the time they closed their gates, the entire station was shuddering from the repeated impact of heavy turbolaser fire. She didn't know what it would take to knock out the repulsor lift generators and send them plunging irretrievably into the clouds, but the death blow could come at any time. Even with the carriers packed with more than their design capacity allowed, there were still tens of thousands of loyalists trapped on the station with no hope of escape. As the last wave of people marshaled to go aboard the carriers, it fell to Tanith Zel and the Jedi to undertake the awful task of deciding who they could fit aboard Jade's shadow. With 3 blazing lightsabers behind her to command attention, Tanith crawled atop a storage crate and called those remaining to attention. There's no more time to argue or delay, the woman called. So loud everyone trapped in the vast chamber could hear. We have 1 ship left, with only enough space for a handful of people. Please, I beg you, send their children forward to be saved. Give us your daughters and your sons, and I promise we will get them to safety. If you want your children to live, send them up now. The mighty loading doors closed as the Alliance carriers pushed off. The entire station rattled, but Jade barely noticed, so transfixed was she by the heart-rending sights before her. Parents dropped to their knees weeping and embraced their sons and daughters, many of whom looked too young to have known any home except this dying prison. Children too small to even walk were passed to older ones by tearful parents. Valis and Bomb clutched babies to their breasts, handed over by weeping mothers who'd placed their last hope in two Jedi. Jade felt the last remnants of her resentment for these people buried so deep after her own mother's death and survived so long finally dissolved to nothing. None of these children deserved to lose their parents so young. None of the adults, however errant or blameful their loyalties, deserved the death they'd been given. We may have only minutes left. We have to take action. Tanith seemed to be summoning Alana's volume and power of command. Those of you to the right, clear the path now. Let us pass through. Let your children escape safely. After the madness of the rush to escape on the carriers, Jade would never have imagined those left to die could summon the order required. Somehow they did. Tanith stretched an arm straight to the auxiliary hangar entrance on the far side of the chamber, and the crowd parted like two receding waves. Valis and Bomb hurried into the gap, sabers still lofted high as they carried babies in their other hands. The assembled children scampered to follow. Another great tremor shook the station, but Tanith remained atop the crate, pointing the way for the remaining children. When the last of them finally passed ahead, and Valis opened the door to Shadow's hangar bay, the Happen woman finally jumped down and joined Jade in hurrying for the exit. And as they marched to leave, they passed through the heart of the crowd. Women and men who'd been panicked and screaming just 10 minutes ago now watched their children, and the Jedi walked past in silence. It was the silence of mourning and reverence both, and as she walked, Jade couldn't look away from the faces of all those readying themselves to die, couldn't flinch from the resignation and dignity in their eyes. For all these Happen loyalists believed and represented, all they supported, all they'd done, they found a way to meet their final moments with fortitude and safeguard the future. It was all Jade could do to keep from weeping in front of them. And then she and Tanith passed into the auxiliary hangar. Jade's shadow was there. The huge crowd of children were pulled around it but didn't move close. Valis and Bomb stood between the children and the ship, but they dropped into combat stances, and their sabers now dipped forward toward the single figure standing beneath Jade's shadow's nose. He wore a tattered black flight suit, and he clutched an unlit lightsaber in one hand. His posture was stiff and awkward, all the weight shifted to one leg. His black-haired head was bowed forward, but as Jade stepped close, it lifted so she could see his familiar blue face and blazing red eyes. Jade held her violet blade in front of her but didn't move closer. Darth Tyrant held her stare across the short distance. Then, with a flick of the arm, he sent his lightsaber skidding across the deck until it tapped against her boots. The simple motion unbalanced him, and he pitched forward onto his hands and knees. Through the Force, Jade could feel the pain emanating from his broken leg and filling his body. With effort, Tyrant pushed himself upright and looked at her from his knees. Sweat gleamed on his face, and his voice strained in agony as he said, "I surrender to you, Jade Skywalker. Do with me what you wish." The fighting retreat of the Alliance fleet had succeeded in knocking out the 3 battle dragons arranged to block them, but even as ship after ship started jumping to hyperspace, away from the Arlen death trap, Bright Union lingered on the system's edge to watch how the end played out. For Alana, it was grim viewing. The twin troops carriers had been packed over capacity with people and lurched slowly out from Arlen 6's strong gravity well. The few battered Alliance and Loyalist ships left to defend them did so bravely, even as the bulk of the Happen fleet bore down on them. From their far distance, Alana could only watch and wait. Her connection with Jade and the Force was dim and strained, but still there, and she dreaded the moment of his winking out forever. Even as the carriers broke away from the planet, many Happen ships stayed low over Arlen 6 to deliver the killing blows to the station. From Bright Union, so many thousands of miles away, its death looked like an anticlimax. One moment his beacon was there, the next it wasn't, and Alana knew the Repulsorlifs must have finally failed, and the mighty facility was plunging deep toward the gas giant's core, where it would be crushed and ripped apart by the pressure of his storms. She felt a faint tremor through the force as tens of thousands of lives were extinguished. She felt another a second later, and a glance at Union's tactical holo revealed the truth she already knew. Pinned down by a pair of battle dragons, one of the carriers had been unable to evade, suffered grievous damage, and finally exploded, taking all live aboard. And shortly after that, a Mon Cal frigate, packed with brave Alliance crew who'd be whisked away on a supposedly simply retrieval mission, crumpled beneath broadsides by 2 Nova cruisers and burst into flames. Thousands more died, and with a sinking feeling, Alana wondered if more loyalists would die today or more Alliance crew. The Happen exiles would take the blame for all those Alliance dead. Alana would also take blame, and, irrational as it was, the Jedi would take the blame too. The one cruel upside was that the remaining fighting ships were able to form a protective barrier around the last carrier. The whole bridge crew on Bright Union watched, tense and breathless, as the tight formation punched past a set of Nova cruisers arrayed to block them, and pushed away from Arlen 6's gravity well. And to Alana's amazement and relief, she still felt Jade in the Force. As Admiral Lekwash asked the comm lieutenant to patch him a line with the fleeing carrier, Alana went over to an ensign and said, "I need you to hail a ship for me." "Can you do that?" The young Celestin nodded. "Do you have the transponder ID?" J Shadow's alphanumeric calling code hadn't changed in 60 years. Alana knew it by heart and recited it. A few seconds later, she heard a voice that made her knees weak with relief. "We hear you, Bright Union," Jade Skywalker said. "It's me, Jade. What's your situation?" "We'll be clear to jump in under a minute." "Did Nat and Arlen get clear?" "Yes. They got their cargo too." "Did Tanith make it out?" "She's with us. We loaded as many children as we could before we left." Alana could imagine the heart-rending sight of so many young families torn forever. She could imagine how it would have affected Jade specifically. "Thank you. Thank you both," she whispered. "Once we get clear, I'm going to ride Bright Union back to Coruscant. There's going to have to be accounting for this. But please, if you could take those children to New Hapes." "Alana," Jade began, but trailed off, hesitant. "What is it?" "I'm sorry. I'm going to have to drop the kids off on an Alliance ship and go straight to Ossus." "Is something wrong?" Another long, hesitant pause. "Something important happened. Alana, I can't explain right now, but this could change everything." Everything was already changed. After this battle, nothing in the Hapes cluster would be the same. After so many Alliance lives were lost, nothing would be the same for her on Coruscant either. Yet through their Force connection, tenuous as it was, Alana felt that something even greater had happened, though she had no intimation what. All she could do right now was sign off and go back to waiting and watching. When the carrier and the tattered remnants of the Alliance task force finally slipped free, Admiral Lekwash gave the order for Bright Union to withdraw. Alana watched from the bridge as the view panned away from Arlen 6's storm bright, battle-ringed sphere, past the cool drifting mist, and to the open patch of stars through which they jumped. When the deck shuddered and they fell into the flashing light tunnel of hyperspace, Alana felt exhausted relief wash over the bridge crew, and even the Admiral, but she felt none of it herself. They survived. That was the best she could say about today. On Coruscant she'd be held to account, and it would get ugly, but whatever lay ahead for Jade sounded like the greater reckoning.